Good morning and welcome to our 29th weekly webcast. If this is the first time you're joining us, welcome. If you've joined us before, welcome back. And so the way it works is all you have to do is write down your questions right beside the YouTube video there, and you can ask me anything. This is an AMA, ask me anything. So please ask me anything about business stuff, personal stuff, career stuff, anything you want. And the call will never, ever, ever end until I've answered all questions. And our record so far is back in week number 23, we went over 6 hours. And so I see there's a lot of questions there. Please keep typing your questions. And while you do that, I just want to read to you or discuss this awesome happiness survey research report that came out from Harvard University recently. And what they did was they said there's 7 things they discovered that makes us happy. And I'll go through them really, really quickly. So the first one is meditation. And I've started doing this a little bit more so recently. It's helping actually a lot through breathing exercises. I've got this Fitbit watch, which is half the price of an Apple Watch, and there's a great breathing app there which helps me do that. Next one is be kind. The next one after that is buy experiences and not things. And I completely understand what that means. Travel as much as you can instead of buying, these big physical items for home that you never use that much. Next thing is make your surroundings positive, meaning hang out with great people. And if 1 or 2 people try to bring you down in your group at work, just disassociate yourself with them if you can. And in terms of making your environment more fun as well, I believe that we set the soundtrack to our own lives, meaning music. And so I love listening to classical music or soundtracks from great movies like the movie Inception when I want to get into a peak mental state. And next is find something, this is number 5, find something to look forward to. And one of the biggest lessons I learned when I worked on Wall Street, I worked at Goldman Sachs, and one of my best clients was Manulife in Toronto, and there's a woman there named Rhonda Chang. And I burned out one time because I worked way too hard and I didn't take breaks. And she said that, Chris, the most important advice I can ever give you is the second you come back from a vacation, the first thing you should do is open up your calendar, look 6 months out and book your next vacation. And that gives you something to look forward to as well and makes you not burn out as well. Next, number 6 is physical activity, which releases serotonin, of course. And I always find that if you want something to get done, you give it to a busy person. And really busy people, are really good at organizing their schedule so they make time for exercise, family, work, etc. If you don't treat your body right, this won't work that well. And the last thing is this, and I'll get to your questions in a second. Lastly, number 7, do what you're most passionate about in life or do what you're best at. Mark Twain had that great quote, which I open every one of these webcasts with which is the 2 most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. So do something you love doing, and as Confucius said, you'll never have a job for the rest of your life. Okay, great. Now I'm going to take your questions. Thank you. All right. Whoa, tons of them here. Awesome. And so I answer the questions in the order in which I receive them. So this is great. Type as many as you want, please. All right. First one is from Serkan. Good morning. Hi, Chris. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I got your Udemy course, Hedge and Mutual Fund Careers, a complete guide. It's an excellent piece for professional investors. Thank you. I appreciate that. Normally, investment professionals believe 2 major investment types. There's growth investment and value investment. However, in 1992, in his annual letter, Warren Buffett defines the value investment. He says that growth is the most critical element of value, and they are joined at the hip. Great. I know where you're going with this. This is awesome. So Buffett believes that there is no separate growth investment type. What do you think about this? Do you agree with Buffett? Well, it's hard to disagree with Warren Buffett, but typically there's 2 classes of investors. There's value investors that like to buy stuff that's cheap, and there's growth investors that like to buy stuff that's more expensive but is growing very quickly. And so both camps like to invest in companies that are growing. That's for sure. And that's why both groups love to look at price earnings ratio. Both groups love to look at price earnings to growth ratio, which we call a PEG. However, value investors love to look at price to book ratios, and they love to value companies that are very cash rich. And the rule of thumb is usually they like to invest in companies with a price to book below 1. Now, when it comes to growth investors don't always like to invest in companies that are profitable. they don't mind investing in companies that are going to be profitable in the future. As a result, it doesn't make sense for all growth investments to look right at a price earnings multiple if there's no earnings. As a result, growth investors look at a price to revenue multiple if there's no earnings, or they forecast what earnings are going to be in 5 or 10 years from now when the company is much more profitable than it is today. So the bottom line is this: all investors like growth, growth investors like higher growth, and are okay paying really high levels or nosebleed levels, I should say, valuations for companies, or prices, I should say. Value investors like to buy cheaper stuff that's still growing. And if you have follow-up questions from that, please let me know, but thank you. All right, next up, I've got Akil. Good morning, Akil. How are you? Why do governments break up monopolies like DuPont and Rockefeller? Is it related to lifting of corporate veil? Okay, great. So the question is, why do governments break up monopolies? So governments have a noble intention when it comes to business and fighting for the consumer, because the consumers obviously are the voters. And so if a company gets too much market power, then what happens is they can either never cut prices, which hurts the economy because inflation goes up, which hurts economic growth, which means interest rates have to be high. Or what happens is big monopolies get lazy and they don't innovate. And if you don't innovate, then there's not much competition in the sector, and competition is good for the consumer. And so what the government did was they actually broke up Rockefeller, which you mentioned, which was Standard Oil years ago. Rockefeller was John D. Rockefeller, a very wealthy American who owned the railway companies. He owned the gas stations. He owned the oil mining rigs, everything. And he had a monopoly. And so what happened was the government said this isn't fair. Oil is really important, so is gasoline for cars and the economy, obviously. So the economy will be much better off if we break up Standard Oil, which again was Rockefeller's company. And they broke it up into many different pieces, one of which, and this is fascinating, one of those pieces is Esso. You know the gas station, Esso, E-S-S-O. That's a play on the word S, or letters S and O, Standard Oil. Really interesting. And the government did the same thing when it came to the telecommunications sector with Bell. They broke up Bell into lots of different pieces. So Alexander Graham Bell discovered the phone, of course, and then he created this massive company that was incredibly successful. And the government saw that prices were too high across the country, at least across the United States, for telecommunications. So the government broke the company up, and we call them baby bells. And it's fascinating because there's bells all over the country, even in Canada. And AT&T was the long distance division of Bell at that time. And so competition's good for the consumer. It got broken up, and there's been a lot more innovation because of it. Last thing I'll say on that is that Lucent used to be the old Bell Labs, and a lot of amazing innovation came out of Bell Labs. And so Lucent was spun out into a separate publicly traded company. And if you look at the logo, it's a red circle with red on it, which symbolizes the evolution of human thought and innovation. So hopefully that answers your question. If it doesn't, please let me know. All right. Next up is what are asset management companies? How do they do it? Do they raise funds just like startups? Yes. So asset management companies are usually classified as mutual funds, usually, and hedge funds. And when people say asset management, they also sometimes refer to private equity firms as well as venture capital firms. Happy to go into detail on all of those in much more detail. But for the most part, mutual funds and hedge funds, the way they raise money is they incorporate, they hire a lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer, but I've done this before by hiring a lawyer. I hired a company called the Standard Law Group here in San Francisco when I was running my hedge fund. And what they did was they wrote the offering memorandum, meaning the prospectus. And then you distribute that prospectus to people that might want to invest in your company, meaning your hedge fund or your mutual fund. And that prospectus lists all the risks that the lawyer can come up with. And most investment vehicles, even if you invest in an IPO, like Facebook, for example, ticker FB, before you invest, what happens is lawyers by law have to create an offering memorandum as well. And that's called an S1. And before you ever invest in any company, please read the S1 if it's on the American stock exchanges. In addition to offering or giving an offering memorandum when you want to raise money for a hedge fund or mutual fund, you also have to supply what are called subscription documents in many cases. And subscription documents ask the investor many questions, like what is your net worth and all that stuff, because governments want to protect investors from investing in riskier asset classes. And as a result, in many countries, you're not allowed to invest in hedge funds or venture capital firms unless you're what's called an accredited investor, meaning you have a certain liquid net worth. And the last thing I'll say about this is when it comes to subscription documents, the government's always changing the rules in terms of what information needs to be disclosed. And more recently, they have this AML or anti-money laundering form that people have to also fill in. And so that's how you go about raising money. You list all the risks. You have lawyers obviously working with you. And then you network as much as you can to meet with high net worth investors that could possibly invest in your company. And I recommend reading this. It's a free book of mine. Go to my website, harounventures.com. This will teach you everything you need to know about networking, which will help you when you raise money for any type of startup that you have. Okay. What do you guys think of my shirt here? Hey? This is Canadian. This is the year they were founded, Rush, 1974. One of my favorite bands, my favorite album of all time, I think, is 2112. Anyway, dating myself there. All right, next up is... Okay, so Kartik wrote, I sent you my resume for feedback. Please give me your valuable feedback. Okay, you sent that to me over Gmail, right? I think I saw that coming from you yesterday or so. What I'll do, and I need to get your permission first, is let me know if you want me to go through it live in front of everybody here on the webcast. I'm happy to do that, but I need your permission first because this might be rebroadcast. So type, yes, I give you permission or not, and that's cool if you don't. And when I scroll down and catch up with the questions, I'll see you there, and I'll be happy to go through it in real time if you want me to. Thank you. All right, so Akil is asking, did I miss that one? Okay, so Akil's asking a different question here. How is an asset management company different from a hedge fund company? They're actually the same. So assets basically are things that you own, money, a car, etc. And so you hire these companies to manage your assets. And so managing your money is managed by an asset manager. And underneath the umbrella of asset manager is mutual fund and hedge fund, as well as private equity, venture capital firms, etc. Okay. Oh, so Solly is saying, I don't have the feed yet. Does everyone see Chris on YouTube? Okay, so I'm actually going to scroll down right now to see if people can see me or not. Hope so. Hold on a second. Okay, it looks like people can see me. Okay, great. And Kartik, I saw your response there too. All right, so if anybody's having audio problems or video problems ever, just enter it in right there and I'll try to fix it. Looks like everything is good to go though. Okay, thank you. All right, next up is Man is saying, Sheikh Haroun, may Allah reward you with goodness. Thank you very much. God bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Next up is from Geek1738. Is there any scope in business after doing engineering? Okay, yeah. So I think that starting your career in engineering is a smart thing if you want to work in the tech sector, especially because there's this saying in Silicon Valley, which is you can teach finance to an engineer, but you can't teach engineering to a finance person. That's a little far-fetched, but it does make some sense. Learning engineering is a lot harder, I think, than learning finance. So God bless all you engineers out there. I teach finance, which is a lot easier than engineering. But you can start in engineering and then branch out and go into different subsectors. And I'll just talk about Google for an example here. So at Google, and every corporate culture is different, but at Google and a lot of software and internet companies, there's kind of this pecking order. And the people that are respected the most, and I hope this isn't controversial, but this is what my friends at Google told me. The people that are respected the most at Google are the engineers, and then everybody else is respected, but maybe not as much as the engineers. And so if you're an engineer and you build stuff, you make the product, then you probably understand how to sell the product. You probably understand how to market the product. You probably understand how to do customer support on the product, etc. And so if you start out by building the product, meaning you're an engineer, then it's easier to do all those aforementioned business functions. The same thing on Wall Street. If you're an investment banker, meaning you create the product like an engineer does, but an investment banker creates the IPO prospectus, for example. If you create the product as an investment banker, then it's probably easier for you to go to sell the product, market the product, do support on the product, whatever it might be. And so origination is a great place to start your career. That's why a lot of people start in investment banking for a couple of years and then they move on to something else. And the same thing with engineering. A lot of people start their careers in engineering and then they can move up to become CEO or work in sales or other departments. And lastly, when it comes to consulting, there's similar parallels there. A lot of people start their careers in consulting like I did, because if you kind of create the corporate strategy for a company and you fully understand it, and I sort of understood it, then you can move on and sell that strategy, sell the product, work in marketing for that product, customer support, etc. So the bottom line is the best place sometimes to start a career is working in originating the product, being it engineering or investment banking or consulting. All right, next up we've got what is the best field of business? So, and you have a great follow-up there. You're saying, how do you find or develop passion or an interest in business? So here's the rule of thumb. And as with all questions on this call, they're generic enough to apply to everybody. So if I told you that you now have a month off from school or from work, and you're not allowed to travel, what are you going to do with your time? What do you enjoy doing? And whatever you answer should be your passion and what you pursue in life, your business. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You know, this is your life to live. You got one shot at it. Do what you're most passionate about in life. And so that trick will help you a lot. Another question you can ask yourself, a second one, is who is a rock star to me in business? Who do I respect? You know, who do I love reading about? Or what, if there's an interview on TV with this person, do I stop changing the channels and watch that person? Who's your rock star in business? And whoever it is, that's probably the business profession you should go after. And so if it's Sir Richard Branson who oozes positivity, it's being a scrappy entrepreneur and starting many different countries or companies. If your hero is Jeff Bezos, then maybe it's online commerce. And instead of trying to figure out how to compete or be successful like them, don't waste your time. Read their biographies or go to Audible and listen to biographies of them, because what's provided for you for a very low price is the blueprint, their blueprint on how they became successful. All right, hold on. I got to drink a little bit of my water now. I didn't screw the top on right there. Got a little drinking problem going on here. All right, hold on one second. So as I do this, I'll explain it. So this is, I explained this last week. It's a Thermos Smart lid, and it's got a USB port here at the back, and it hooks up to my Fitbit on my watch, as well as my iPhone, and monitors how much I drink. You're supposed to drink 8 glasses a day, which is 4 of these. So anyway, sorry, I have a drinking problem. All right, hold on a second. All right. What is next? What do I think about inflation in the near term? So I don't really think about economics like that. I have kind of a longer term investment horizon, and I do bottoms up analysis on stocks. And so I usually don't care where we are in the economic cycle. I'm so long term focused, like Warren Buffett is. And when Warren Buffett invests in a stock, he always tells himself, I'm going to buy the stock, and I don't care if the stock market is closed for 10 years. But in terms of inflation in general, so I want to talk about Alan Greenspan for a second. When I worked at this great hedge fund called Citadel, Alan Greenspan came and gave this amazing presentation to all of us. There's many of us in the audience. Unfortunately, I did not get to meet him. And for those of you who don't recall, Alan Greenspan was the dude that set interest rates in the U.S. He was the Federal Reserve chairman back in the 90s and the late 80s too. And what happens is interest rates go up because governments want to make prices go down. Okay, so it's all about supply and demand of money. And Alan Greenspan said that day, the reason we had unprecedented economic growth in the 1990s was not because of technology making the price of everything cheaper. It was because the Berlin Wall fell. And when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, what happened was you had thousands and actually millions of brilliant but cheaper labor from Eastern Europe, East Germany specifically, moving west. And whenever you build a product or start a company, the biggest price usually is labor, the biggest components. And labor prices went down in the 90s a lot. And as a result, prices for a lot of items did not go up very fast. And that's why we had unprecedented economic growth back in the 1990s, or as Alan Greenspan referred to it, irrational exuberance. Now, in terms of today and my humble thoughts on where we're going with inflation, I believe that Amazon Web Services is this generation's Berlin Wall teardown event. Amazon Web Services is the most deflationary thing that has come out since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And I'll explain what this means. And most people are familiar with AWS or Amazon Web Services, but it's not offered in every country. So I'll give a quick background on it. So when we think of Amazon, we think of Jeff Bezos' online commerce company and Prime and Alexa. However, I think the most important part of Amazon, and Amazon is the number one software company in the world in my humble opinion. The most important part of Amazon is something called Amazon Web Services, or AWS. And all these great brands like Uber, Airbnb, and lots of online ed tech companies only exist today because they run entirely on Amazon Web Services. And that's incredibly deflationary. And I'll explain how this came about. It's fascinating. So back in 2005, around the Christmas shopping season, Jeff Bezos was very worried because Amazon could not fulfill all the holiday shopping needs for their consumers. Their servers would crash. And so what Amazon did was they created these 9 big buildings across the United States, and they put thousands of computers in them, servers. And these 9 big server farms, they lit up every year in November around the holiday shopping season. And they were able to take on much more traffic. And then something happened, which was in January. I think it was 2006 or 2007. Jeff Bezos realized that, oh my goodness, we have all this excess capacity we put online, all these big 9 data center buildings. And we're not using it because people aren't shopping in January as much as they did in December and November. And so what Amazon did was they started renting that out. They started renting it out to a lot of companies. And Netflix was one of the first big customers. And Netflix, for many years, ran 95% of that company entirely off of Amazon Web Services. And that's why Netflix is so cheap and has such incredible content at a low price. That's deflationary when it comes to the entertainment sector. The same thing with the hotel sector. Airbnb, which has made hotel shopping much cheaper for all of us. It's amazing. Airbnb runs the entire company off of Amazon Web Services. Hotel prices are down a lot because of that, or they're not growing as quickly. That's incredibly deflationary. The same thing with Uber and Lyft. The prices of taxis in many hours of the day, as long as it's not surge pricing hours, is a lot lower because those companies are run almost entirely off of Amazon Web Services. Rinse, lather, repeat for every sector in the economy. Amazon Web Services is basically the backbone of commerce now in the United States. And overseas, there's other versions of Amazon Web Services. And a lot of foreign governments don't trust American software companies, nor should they, because how are they to know if the American government's going to go in and do a backdoor check on a lot of these companies? I get it. And so that's why you'll never see, people in Swiss banks use Salesforce.com. So what's happening is you're getting the balkanization of cloud computing globally. And so Amazon Web Services is just one offering. Okay, that's one offering of a CSP or cloud service provider. There's others too, like Google has Compute, or the Google Compute Engine, GCE. You've also got Microsoft with Azure. And you also have a lot of telecom companies overseas that do it. And a lot of governments might not trust each other's software companies. And so I think what's going to happen is the telecommunication companies, the phone companies are going to be wonderful investments in all countries longer term. Because most phone companies will have their own version of Amazon Web Services themselves because those governments trust those phone companies versus foreign companies. So hopefully that was helpful. It's a little background there on Amazon Web Services. If you want to know more about Amazon Web Services and why I think it's incredibly deflationary, You can go online and just search for my name in Amazon Web Services. I've written lots of articles on it in Wired Magazine, Entrepreneur Magazine, in a lot of places. So, and if you have follow-up questions, let me know here, please. So I'm optimistic on the future. What a great time to be alive. It's amazing. I mean, look at this. Look what we're going through right now. We're all in this webcast. It's free for all of us to do this. This wasn't available years ago, and if it weren't for Amazon, this wouldn't be possible. Because of Amazon bringing the price of cloud computing down, Google has competed with them materially, and Google owns YouTube. All right. Okay, next question is, did Warren Buffett become a billionaire by just investing in stocks, or did he have other side businesses as well? It was mainly stocks. He's had a couple, like earlier on, Berkshire Hathaway. So I think Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, is the name of his company, his asset management or mutual fund company. But years ago, he bought into Berkshire, which wasn't your typical stock investment. And that's why the company is called Berkshire Hathaway, because of that. He kind of grandfathered it in. But I would say that almost all of his wealth generation, especially in the past 30 years or so, has been through stocks. And he's very, very patient, very long-term focused. Okay, next up is Rohit is saying, any update on the upcoming MBA program? Yeah, thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Still working on it, still planned for a release towards the end of this year. It's going to be amazing. I've added a couple more incredible things to the curriculum, one of which is video production. So I'm going to teach all of you that take my MBA degree program how to kind of create your own brand online and how to do video production, how to create a green screen, how to do all this on the cheap, how to vlog on YouTube, how to use Hootsuite, how to create your brand online. So that's another thing I've added to it. Another thing I've added to it as well, and this is very different, but something I'm really excited about, is golf. And before you click the down like button or unlike button, let me explain what that means. So there's a guy that's a golf pro out here. He's amazing. And his name is Matt Lacousse. And he teaches my kids golf. He's incredible. He's a celebrity here. Great guy. And we're making a course on how to golf. And it's going to be kind of like a companion app course where you bring us on the golf course with you. Okay, this will hit you to me really soon. And so say you're walking up to your sand shot and you're on the fairway and you're like, God, I don't remember how to hit a sand shot. What you can do is you can pull it up and it's a 30-second sound bite and they're all sorted alphabetically, the course. S for sand. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I hit 1.5 inches under the ball, open my club face up a bit, and then swing as hard as I can with a sandwich, that sort of thing. We're going to do that over and over and over again for every type of shot. So I'm really excited about that. And golf is a really important part of business as well. I've actually closed a lot of business on the golf course accidentally. My best contacts I've met on the golf course as well. And you don't have to be wealthy or live close to an expensive golf course to do it. I'm going to teach everybody how to do it for $5. Yes, you can get equipment that cheap. So anyway, I don't want to go on and on about that, but golf is really important when it comes to business. It's important for everybody to understand, the rules as well as golf etiquette. And I play golf with people in business that have cheated, and I stopped trusting them. Because if you cheat in golf, I believe you cheat in life. It's kind of like if you cheat on your wife, you're going to screw your employees over. That's why I don't trust anybody in business that cheats on their wife or husband, whatever. Okay. Sorry, that was kind of a long answer. All right. Good morning to you too, Rohit. All right. Rohit is saying, what do you think about going for an MBA right after college? Okay. So I don't recommend going to a full-time MBA school right after college. And I don't recommend doing an MBA unless you need to change careers and you've tried and you can't. And so I know I always talk about this book, but it's I wear my heart on my sleeve. This thing means a lot to me. It's free. But if I knew, and this is free for everybody, go to harounventures.com, whatever. But if I knew now what all this networking stuff, then I wouldn't have gone to business school. I think the only reason to do an MBA is if you try your best to change careers and you're not successful by networking. Right? If you network a lot, you can change careers. Anything is possible if you network a lot. I promise you. I guarantee it. Okay. So if you try to network and you cannot change careers, then maybe think about doing an MBA. However, don't do an MBA right out of undergrad. Do an MBA after you work 4 years. And the reason is because you won't be competitive compared to your peers. Everything is relative in life. And I'll explain what that means. So when you go to business school, let's say there's 100 people in your class, and almost all of them have 4 years of experience, except for you, for example. Then when big companies come to campus to recruit, then you're not going to be as marketable because you don't have as much experience. So I always recommend, if you're going to do an MBA full-time, to actually get work experience first. 4 years if you can. Thanks. All right, next up is, okay, while at Stanford and as a VC, did you come across an innovative startup idea this year which you would like to share with us? So I see a lot of business models at Stanford, and there's this great professor, Ilya is his name, and he teaches the most popular venture capital class at Stanford Business School. And every year, a couple times, I go in and I judge the student business models along with other venture capitalists. I also mentor tons of them. I have office hours for them like I do with you on campus at the GSB at Stanford. And some of the coolest business models I've seen are little things like there is this, it's really cool actually. There's this team that created this app that will allow you to get fingernails. And so for women, it's really expensive when they go get their fingernails done. And you can get them customized with this app from the startup at Stanford. And then they're delivered directly to you. Very high margin product as well. You design them. You can use your phone to scan your fingers as well. You know, they measure that new measuring tape technology in this thing and on Android as well. And then they send you fingernails through the mail. It's fingernails as a subscription. FAS. Fingernails as subscriptions, FNS, something like that. So that was a cool one. Another one that I don't know the name of, but this blew my mind. So there's this guy named Patrick Gudrich, who's at Stanford. Great guy. He used to head up McGill alumni. That's how I know him. I used to work a lot with McGill on the board of just startup things. Patrick Gudrich works at Stanford, and he works between the biotech and sciences division and the investment community. And so Patrick told me about this mind-blowing technology they have, which is they put a little chip in your brain right here, and it doesn't hurt. It just kind of sits on the side, and it can tell you with an almost perfect degree of probability what you're thinking. So there was demos where there was a person who had lost the ability to move their body that was thinking and was able to create text and move items, right? It was robotic, obviously, but the text part was hooked up to a monitor. It was, I mean, this is Dr. X kind of stuff. X-Men geek, I know. But that blew my mind. That blew my mind. And so I think a lot of the cool innovations that we're going to see coming out in the next 20 years from the San Francisco Bay Area are actually from the biotech sector and healthcare. As more money is going to that sector now than we've seen ever before. And there's an area called South San Francisco where Genentech was founded, ticker DNA, which is the first notable venture capital investment by Kleiner Perkins. There's many other Genentech type startups occurring. Anyway, it's pretty exciting stuff. So I'd say that healthcare is getting more attention now, than a little bit more so than tech, in my humble opinion. But there was other cool business models. If I can think of them, I'll let you know as well. I'm drawing a bit of a blank here. I'm actually going to Stanford on March 11th and March 12th, and I'm actually going to be giving a lecture to a venture capital boot camp program on how to value startups, which would be fun. It's a boot camp. And actually, if you're interested, you can just search online for my name and that boot camp. Or actually, go to my LinkedIn profile and go through my feed. You'll find details there if you want to come to it as well. It'd be nice to meet you in person. And then also, Rohit, as part of my MBA degree program coming out later this year, actually because of you asked me, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, if I could put in a boot camp part to it. And I will, so that you can create your own business model during this MBA degree program. Okay. All right, next up is Luca. Hey, Luca, how are you? First time I've seen you on the call. Welcome, and I hope you join us again. Thanks. Hold on, it's a little bit hot here. I got these LCD lights here. It's still kind of hot. Okay. All right, so Luca is saying, hi, Chris. Hope all is great. Thank you. I have 2 questions for you. If I have a business idea that will create a blue ocean, how should I address the competition section of my business plan? I am so sorry. This is probably a business term I should know, but I don't know what blue ocean means. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look it up. Blue ocean. Blue Ocean Whale Watch came up for me. So just, if you can just maybe just clarify, and I'll catch up with you soon, please, what you mean by blue ocean, and then I'll answer your question. Thanks. Okay, but you had another question here. Okay, so number 2, and I'll answer number 1. Just retype it, please, and I'll catch up soon. Just clarifying blue ocean. Thanks. Okay, so you have another question saying, is it okay to follow on LinkedIn and not on Twitter? All companies and startups that are in the same industry as my business idea, or is it a way of lowering my defenses? That's actually a great question. So I always recommend that you never follow anybody on social media or any company that could upset or kind of show your hand. Upset, I should say, other people. For example, don't ever follow politicians. Please don't ever follow politicians on Twitter or on LinkedIn, because half the people won't like you. I don't know which half, but half won't. And when it comes to, you can create another Twitter account if you want, and that's not your name. Just make it a nickname. Like a lot of people on this call, like Geek1738, that's not their real name, right? So you could create another profile where you follow people, but it's just the name of a brand or some other identity. And actually, a lot of people on this call. And I recommend doing this, please. If you're starting your own company and you work for somebody else, and it's a side hustle, and you don't want to stay working for that other person forever, and you want to ask me questions, then register a different name. There's actually people on this call, and I know for a fact, I won't point them out, but there's a couple of them that changed their name or started a new YouTube account with a different name. Just so their employers don't find out. And I humbly believe that my job is to empower you and everybody on this call to live your life on your own terms by starting your own company so you can be independent, so you don't have to play corporate politics or not be yourself at work. So yeah, those are my humble thoughts on that. All right, so next up, Rohit is saying, is it all right to start your own thing and freelance after college instead of working at a company? Gary V says this a lot, focus on learning instead of earning. Yeah. I think that you should have side hustles all the time, whether you're, a high school student or whether you're in university, college, or working for somebody else, or even retired. Always have side hustles. Always, always, always. Because those side hustles will turn into something full time if you keep working at it. Or if you start mini side hustles, a lot might fail, but one might nail it and be kind of touched by God, so to speak, so that you can kind of live your own life in your own terms and start your own company. So I think you should always have many side hustles at the same time. And in terms of working for a company, as much as I love startups and working for yourself, and as much as I dislike sometimes working in big corporations, actually all the time, not sometimes, I think it's actually okay to start a career at a big company, because you can learn what to do and what not to do. And because these companies, a lot of times, they have these amazing rotation programs. I'll give you an example. In Canada, in Toronto, the Royal Bank of Canada, when you graduate business school and you go there, you rotate for 2 years in different departments: investment banking, sales and trading, asset management, etc. And big companies have, a lot of money. They can afford to train you. And that's like getting another degree while being paid. And so I recommend trying that out if you're curious about certain businesses, because you can learn how to run them better. And so Michael Bloomberg, for example, who I just found out, there's a press report saying he's not going to run for president, but he created Bloomberg Technologies, a software company that kind of runs data sources on Wall Street. He worked at Merrill Lynch for years, and he was even fired by Merrill Lynch. And so his way of getting revenge was to become a billionaire, starting this company of his. But he learned a lot. And I don't think Bloomberg as a company would exist today if he didn't learn by working at Merrill Lynch first. All right. All right, next question I've got here is, what qualities do you look for in a candidate if you want to hire them? Well, I look for somebody that's incredibly passionate about what they're doing. And if I interview them and it feels like they're interviewing for a job, meaning they're in it just for the money and they're not in it because they absolutely love the education sector, in my case, I get turned off. They're just focused on money. I want them to be passionate about what they do. Because once you hire somebody, if you make the wrong hire, if it's an oops, it's a disaster, man. It can ruin the entire corporate culture of your company, your department, etc. So I find somebody that's very passionate about the sector and loves it. And if they love it, they're going to be more productive as well. And if they love it, then what's going to happen is that their passion is going to rub off on everybody else on the team as well. I don't hire anybody that's even slightly arrogant. Ever. I like people that are humble. And I like people to just get along. And I'll give you an example. It's interesting because when I worked at Goldman Sachs, I remember you had to go through sometimes 40 interviews to get in. And I don't think the smartest people work at Goldman Sachs. I mean, they hired me, right? But I think that there's not that many jerks there. They hire people that get along really well. And that's why it's been such an incredibly productive company over many, many, many decades. The jerk factor is extraordinarily low there. They hire people that are smart, whatever, too, but more importantly, that really get along. Really, really get along. And so I don't recommend ever hiring anybody unless you and everybody in your team interviews that person 3 times each in different settings. Maybe it's a breakfast setting, first thing in the morning. Maybe it's lunch. Maybe it's a coffee. Maybe it's a group setting, like 3 or 4 of you in your company and them. Maybe it's going out for dinner together, that sort of thing. I like to really get to know people before I hire them. They say you should always hire slowly and fire quickly. All right, so hold on, I guess my coffee here. So I got this new thing that keeps my coffee at the perfect temperature all the time. See here? And I just put this down on it. It's inductive. It heats it up. It doesn't get too hot on the side too. It's great. And actually, it makes me drink less coffee as well because usually when my coffee is lukewarm, I kind of finish it and go get another cup. But this is all I get. That's it. That's all I get today. So, all right. Next up is. All right. Hi, Chris. Hi, Mohammed. How are you? Would you recommend buying stock options from a company you work for, meaning an IT company, if they're not yet publicly traded and the business started more than 10 years ago? Ooh, okay, that sounds specific. Okay, let me think about this. Usually tech companies that are more than 10 years old are public. And let me just put it this way. If the founder is no longer there at your company, then be careful. If all the founders are no longer involved at all with the company, be careful. Because when a founder leaves a company, I believe that company goes in a secular decline and they can't compete. And politics sets in. And as always, when I answer questions on this call, I make it generic enough to apply to everybody. But you'll notice that a lot of great tech companies, when the CEO founder left the company, innovation has kind of died. Okay, it's tragic. Like if you look at Bill Gates, and I have a lot of respect for Bill Gates and what he's doing with Melinda is amazing. But when Bill Gates left Microsoft, they didn't really do anything that innovative. I mean, Satya Nadella was the great choice to be CEO because he kind of created Azure and Cloud Computing Group. But they haven't really done anything innovative. And by the same token, and God bless Steve Jobs, but when he passed away, Apple hasn't done anything innovative. They made a bigger version of this, a cheaper version of this, a bigger iPad, a smaller iPad, a watch which actually isn't selling that well, and it would be selling well if they told us how many they sell every quarter. That's called market signaling. They made a television product which is okay. It's nothing revolutionary. They haven't really done anything innovative. So when a founder leaves a company, especially a tech company, I think investors should run for the exits. And I wrote an article about this. If you want more information on this, just search my name and VentureBeat. So there's a publication online called VentureBeat.com. I wrote all about this in that article. So check it out. So Mohammed, if the founders, and I mean all the founders, are no longer at your tech company that you're at, I'd be careful when it comes to getting options. Really careful. And I'd also question why the company is still, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being private for a long, long time, but why is it still private if it was founded more than 10 years ago? Just know why, just understand why. And there are great tech companies that are still private, like SAS in North Carolina. It's a business intelligence company. It's been private forever. Great company. But just understand why it's private and understand when they're going to go public, if so at all. And stock options, usually, you can usually get them for really, really, really cheap if you work for somebody else. And then they're worth a lot more if the company goes public. They vest at a higher pricing point. If you can get them real cheap, and this is going to be well under 5% of your net worth, then maybe consider it. I just worry because, I'm assuming that your primary income source is that company. And if you're going to dish out and give some more of your hard-earned money back to that company, then you're not really diversifying yourself as much as you could. Maybe that money might be better put into a house for down payment for an apartment, etc. So if you want, you can provide me with more details on your situation there. But I'd first of all understand, number one, why is it not publicly traded yet? I'd also like to know if the founder is still there or not. And if you don't feel comfortable putting that information down, don't worry about it, please. But make sure you understand why the founder is not there if that's the case. So. All right, next up is, and I go through these questions in order, so if I missed anybody's question, just please let me know, just paste it again. All right, so Geek1738 is saying, I'm in second year of college. What could I do in the next 2 years in college, which will be beneficial for me in the future? Yeah, so I think the most important thing to do when you're in college is to network a lot, get to know everybody. And it's unfortunate, but the first 2 weeks of college, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. In the first 2 weeks, it's easy to make friends because everybody's a new kid in town, and those are probably still your friends today, right? They are, right? Just network as much as you can because business is about relationships and not product knowledge. So I would recommend networking a lot. I'd also recommend using the student card a lot and getting informational meetings. So if you reached out to people, and you can always just, check this out here. My book, it's free. Get it from my website. But if you network and you meet with people that are graduates of your company, or you request meetings with them and say, I'm a student at McGill University where I went, and you reach out to somebody that works at, Goldman Sachs, and that also went to McGill, ask them for an informational meeting. They'll take that meeting. There's a guy named Jim Bell who did that for me. He was a Columbia grad, and I was a student, and he worked at Morgan Stanley. And I contacted him, and he spent the whole day with me on the trading floor at Morgan Stanley. That was back in '98. I'm dating myself there, but using the student card works exceptionally well. People want to help you. People always love helping students. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to YouTube and do a search for 3 words: Steve Jobs Ask. Watch that. That will inspire you. And that will basically motivate you to network a lot more while you're in school. And you don't have to be in school to network either. But people really want to help you, especially if you're a student. So you've got this golden opportunity to meet with tons of alumni while you're still at school for the next 2 years. I'm assuming you're doing a 4-year degree there, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, and if you have follow-ups to that, please let me know. But there's nothing more important in business than networking. I wish I did more of it when I was younger. I would have wasted all this money on business school. Okay. All right. Next up is Rohit is saying, have I heard of Patrick Bet-David from Valuetainment? I have not. He's also like Gary Vee. He believes in edutainment as well. I haven't, but I'll do the usual screen print and get back to that. I'm on a Mac, so I hit Command-Shift-4. I would have hit print screen if I was on my Windows desktop. Okay. Rohit is saying, how about if you interview or podcast with influential people? Oh, interesting. For my MBA degree program, huh? It would be fun because you know so many successful and interesting people. We'd all love to learn a lot from it. Edutainment, thank you for that. Take a screen print again. That's actually a good idea. So I'm getting better at all this technology stuff here. I want to show everybody my setup here. Okay, so first of all, and I mentioned the technology stuff because I'm going to start getting outside my comfort zone by bringing my cameras outdoors and interviewing people. I've got this high-end microphone set coming this Friday from Rode. So this here, I'm sure there are Fortnite players here on the call. I don't play Fortnite, but this here is a stream deck from a company called Elgato. The green screen's kind of knocking out the green tinge there. But when I push these buttons, it automatically changes. So if I go here, it's going to change directly to that mode, so I can share my screen with you. And so my MBA degree program, I'm trying to challenge myself by setting it up, to go back to big screen mode, by setting it up so that I can kind of have a studio here like CNBC, but also a business school like Harvard Business School. And I've actually bought 9 case studies from Harvard I'm going to use. Let me go here as well. I got questions. I can do questions on and then questions off. And if you're a techie, or it doesn't even matter, you can get this product and use it when you're using Excel or any program you want to do things quickly. It's a lot of fun too. So anyway, that's my setup here. And I will start interviewing people really soon. And I want to show you my green screen here. So let me go back down here, share my screen with you. I'm going to just open up a new video here. I'm using a product here called Wirecast. It's just amazing. You can get a free version of something like this called Open Broadcast System, or OBS. All right, so let me do a new camera. Add it here. Okay, and let me just make a big screen so you can see it. So look at me. Woo, I'm dancing. I put a filter on so my skin's a little bit darker than it was there. But anyway, so here's my background here. I don't know if you can see all of it. I've got a super wide-angle lens that I'm going to use as well. It's cinema quality. And so I have it set up so that when I use the wide-angle lens, I'll be able to walk around. I'll move these bank lights over as well. And I have graphics in real time that'll come up, fed from a spreadsheet you're using. I don't want to lose my head here. There we go, a little bit better. I feel like you guys seen that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the little dancing guys? I feel like this all together. So anyway, this is my setup here. I got the green screen behind me. I'm learning a lot, but I'm at the point now where I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to be able to bring my equipment outdoors. I'm getting better, and as many of you have known me for a while, I'm such a nerd, this is fake. I use this for my complete presentation course, but my goal is to one day get a business documentary award. And by vocalizing it, I got to start working towards it. It's kind of like if any of you have a goal, whether it's to write a book or get an award or something, you got to tell people, and then you got to set a deadline date as well. Otherwise, it won't become a reality. And so for one of my first books, I told everybody I was writing, I gave myself a deadline date, and that's why it came out. But a lot of people fail with their New Year's resolutions by the third week of December or third week of January because they never write down a deadline date. And you got to write down a deadline date for all your goals. I'm going to put my coffee back on this warmer here. I'm going to get off this mode here and see if I can push the buttons to do that and take your next question. All right, there we go. If you have questions on my setup, let me know too. I made every mistake there is to possibly make when it comes to video stuff, and I'm here to help, please. All right, and if anybody wants to teach online, I have 2 free courses on that based on mistakes I've made. And I think everybody should teach online. It's the best deal ever, man. Everybody has something to teach. Everybody does, I promise you. And it's so liberating to live your life on your terms. So anyway, if I can help you be independent and teach online, and I'm not affiliated with Udemy. I don't get comped by Udemy at all. But it's so easy to teach on Udemy. If you want, I can. Anyway, let me know if anybody does interested in it, because I think the world's a better place the more teachers we have. Okay. All right. So, but thanks for that feedback on interviewing people. I've got a couple of wireless Rode mics coming. So Geek1738 is saying, and by the way, if everybody's happy with the quality of this call, just click the like button. I got 41 likes last week, which is record. And I think people are getting, generally speaking, more happy with the video and all the audio quality. So just click the like button if you want. Thanks. All right, so next up is, how should I ask a professor to write a letter recommendation and make sure he writes something unbiased and honest and unique about me? Okay. All right, I'm going to open up now and say something that I've never told anybody before, because I I thought it might have been a little bit unethical what I did. But, okay, I'm not telling you to do this, but I'll tell you what I did. Okay, and I'm a very honest person, and I feel a little bit guilty I did this. But in hindsight, I'm glad I did it. So years ago, I was going to apply to graduate school. Okay, years ago. I didn't end up going, but what I did was this. The graduate school wanted 3 letters of recommendation. And so what I did was I asked for 4 letters of recommendation. And I was going to apply to just a couple of schools, call it 3, but I got all of these people to write recommendation letters for me for 4 schools. Okay, so let's assume that all these schools only require 3 letters each. Okay, I got 4 people to write me letters for 4 schools. And this school I wasn't going to apply to. And I opened up all 4 letters for this school. And I felt really guilty doing it because, all these people had signed the back of the envelope after they sealed it. I felt really bad doing this. And the reason I did it was because I was like, what? You ever tell yourself you kind of not sure if you trust somebody, but you can't pinpoint why? And then you say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me if you get fooled again by them. Well, I opened up all 4 letters for this school because I wasn't going to apply at school anyway. And I feel bad telling you this because it feels unethical. But that guy, there's one guy, he backstabbed me. It was ridiculous. He wrote in the letter, he's merely an average student. I don't think he has what it takes to be successful at your university and all this stuff. I was like, screw him. Like, I'm so tempted to say his name right now. It's killing me. It's killing me. Anyway, whatever. He still teaches up at, okay, I'm not going to go there. I'll stop. But what happened was I called that 4th letter strategy, and I made this up. And I've never told anyone because I felt bad about it. But I call that 4th letter strategy the assassination letter strategy. I just coined it there. Here we go. So anyway, it's a little bit different today because a lot of times people will, they'll send a letter of recommendation to you. But back in the old days, they signed the back of the envelope. So. And I'm kind of rambling here on that, but as always, I'm fully transparent, even with my limitations, my failures, and that was kind of a failure, I guess, because I was I wasn't that it's kind of dishonest what I did, but anyway. But the bottom line there, don't do that. But the bottom line message for you there is that if your gut tells you not to trust somebody, always go with your gut. Always, always, always. Okay. It's just like in any aspect of your life, you've been screwed over by friends in your life earlier. And then afterwards you thought, you know what? That dude kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I kind of knew. So I always go with my gut. And especially when it comes to interviewing too. Sometimes my gut tells me not to hire somebody. And I go with my gut a lot of times. So. And if anybody thinks that what I just told you was incredibly unethical, just feel free to criticize me here in front of everybody. I can take it. Thanks. All right. I have no secrets. I have no secrets. I tell everybody what everything. Okay. So the question was how to ask a professor to write a letter of recommendation and make sure he writes something unbiased and honest and unique about me. So what you do is, you can help them write the letter, right? I'm not saying script it yourself, but you can actually say, if you wanted to, you can include, I'm discussing, my experience when I was in your class and I got an A in that group project that I worked on that was really good, whatever, yada, yada, right? You can kind of mention that. You can do that. But I'd say go with your gut as well. And maybe you want to talk to other friends of yours. Maybe you have friends that are a little bit older than you, that are at school with you, that have also taken the course from that professor to see if they've had any negative experiences with that person. But go with your gut. Go with your gut. All right. Rohit is saying a lot of folks, including me, want to flee to the United States, assuming it will make your life better. Does location matter if you want to make a dent in the universe? No, not at all. Not at all. I don't think you have to come here. I mean, I love it here. It's great, but things have changed, man. I mean, before, if you wanted to start a tech company, it might have been advantageous to be located in the San Francisco Bay Area, but not anymore. I mean, the price of labor is expensive here. You can start a company anywhere you want in the world. I actually feel like I'm disadvantaged right here. The reason I feel like I'm disadvantaged is because the cost of living is so insanely high here. And taxes are insanely high. This California as a state is like the 7th or 8th biggest economy in the world. It's basically bankrupt. You don't need to be physically here. You can be anywhere. And earlier in the call, I talked about Amazon Web Services, and that's kind of led to the democratization of capitalism globally. The startup costs to start a company are nothing, right? Just start something software-based or media-based or what I'm doing here. I mean, this teaching right here from my studio here in the San Francisco Bay Area can be done anywhere. It doesn't matter where I am. And the only employee that I work with, I outsource everything. The only employee I work with is Wrigley, and he's in Brazil. I don't know when he's coming back. I want him to stay as long as he wants to because he's happy. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you are. You can change the world from your bedroom with a camera in any city, in any country, in any continent in the world. So I don't think you have to be in the United States or in any other country to be successful. You can do it online. You can do it online. Everybody's doing it. Look at all these successful YouTubers out there. Right? They're from all over the world starting their own companies online. And for inspiration, I want you to please check out Fiverr.com. That's 5 with 2 R's.com, Fiverr.com. And just see how many incredible people have a living online, serving others. It doesn't matter where they're based. And all my books actually, the cover of all my books was made by this wonderful woman in Bangladesh through Fiverr. I didn't even know where she was, but I asked her recently. I said, I'm just curious, where are you from? She's amazing. And her business is in Bangladesh. I mean, she could have been my next door neighbor or somebody in Canada or Paris or wherever, Dubai. It doesn't matter. You can be anywhere. You can be anywhere. You can start a company from anywhere now, and the barriers to entry are basically zero. If you have a browser and an idea, then that's all you need. Oh, and take my complete business plan course, right? So this business plan course of mine, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so whatever. And even if you take it and you love it and you want money back, you get your money back. I don't care, whatever. I don't look at who gets refunds. But basically, this course will it'll help you write a business plan from scratch, and it'll help you to the extent that maybe 1 hour into the course you might decide that this is not a good business model, and you stop taking the course. That's good. If I've saved you aggravation or money or time wasted by you deciding not to start a company, then I feel like I've done my job. This course will also help you, take the course over and over and over again until you find a business model that you create that works. And the course will help you understand how to raise money and all that stuff as well, and how to make a presentation for investors. I cover everything you need to know. But when I made that course, I made it universal, so it applies to everybody in every country. And as I was making it, I came to the realization that, my goodness, you don't have to be located in a certain location in the world to be successful. You don't. So please don't feel like you have to, as you state in your question, move to the United States in order to make a dent in the universe. You can make a dent anywhere you want. And my vision of the world, and if you want, you can watch my my TEDx talk on this, or I gave a speech in Brazil recently on this topic. I believe that, so Malala is one of my heroes. And I believe that you're going to have thousands and millions of Malalas rising up within countries all over the world, and that will end persecution in most places on the planet. And it's a beautiful thing because, and this is a little bit off topic, I apologize, but I don't believe in sending troops overseas to fight wars we can't win or understand. I believe society can change from within. Just think of that. Think of like those millions of Malalas rising up over YouTube or Udemy or whatever it is online, and voicing their concerns and teaching others how to fish instead of just giving them a fish, so to speak. So you don't have to be located in any particular country to change the world. All you need is access to the internet and a cell phone and an idea, and be willing to fail many times. Please fail a lot, because the more times you fail, the more times you'll get close, or the closer you'll get to being incredibly successful. And no entrepreneur that's changed the world has done so by not failing. You're going to fail a bunch of times. You just have to be willing to not give a damn what anybody thinks of you, to live your life on your own terms. And all the best entrepreneurs out there, they don't care what people think of them. They don't give a damn. They live their life on their terms. They're cool with failure. They just don't care. And I released a vlog a couple weeks ago, which was titled something along the lines of 3 words to tell yourself. Actually, I'm going to show it to you, just a link, because I think it might really help people on this call that are like I was. Meaning, if you care what anybody thinks of you, this might be a bit of a revelation for you. Okay, there's a vlog I created, which I'm really proud of. It's called 3 words to say. Oh, and this one here is coming. Oh, no, that came out yesterday. Yeah. It's I don't care. I got to show it to you. So sorry. This will take a second, but it's well worth your time, please. All right. Right here. Here it is. Here. Okay, good. Yeah. So this one here is called how to build your confidence by saying 3 words. And it's basically I don't care. I don't care, and then you fill in the blank. I don't care what people think about me. I don't. That's interesting. I didn't know that came up there. It says live here. I don't care what people think about me. I don't care if people judge me for my clothes. I don't care if people judge me for my career decision, etc. So watch that vlog if you get a chance, please. What I'll do actually is I think I'll paste it directly in LinkedIn. In the within the course there, and then having trouble speaking today. Sorry. So I put the link in there. Hopefully it works. You guys can check it out if you want to. But you really got to get to a point in life where you just don't give a damn what people say about you. And that's how you become successful and happy too. And happy. So I rambled a little bit there. Sorry about that. All right, next up. Oh, Crypto Sipto. How are you? So for those of you that aren't familiar, Crypto Sipto, probably the most unique, and I love the names you guys come up with. So Geek 1738, you got to tell me what that means, okay? But Crypto Sipto, that's his name here because he loves cryptocurrencies and he loves wine. And so he's got this vlog, which is called Crypto Sipto, where he vlogs while drinking a glass of wine. He vlogs about wine, actually, and about cryptocurrency at the same time. It's unique. It's fun. It's great. So good to see you, buddy. Okay, so Crypto Sipto said, I don't believe location is as important today with advances in technology. Amen. Amen. Exactly. You read my mind. I probably subconsciously read that and then answered the question because you nailed it before I did. That's great. It's good to have you, man. All right, so Rohit is saying, I bought your complete presentation course. How many days will I need to complete it? How many hours a week shall I dedicate to it? Yeah, so it's a 16-hour course. It's very, very long. And I threw in everything I could possibly think about in terms of every type of presentation you're going to give for the rest of your life. And there's 25 books in there that are customized for you. There's a book on how to give a wedding speech, one on how to motivate employees or a sports team, how to do a Skype interview. There's every type of speech, eulogy speech, keynote speech, fire them up speech, whatever it is, with tons and tons of links to examples in movies. Like the movie Miracle. It's called Miracle, which is about the United States Olympic hockey team in 1980 beating the Russians. That sort of thing. Every speech possible. You don't have to take the whole thing. Just pick and choose, man. Pick and choose. I would take the first 3 sections. It shouldn't take you more than a week if you have 10 hours to dedicate, including exercises. But I promise you that you will be able to give a great speech after taking that. But you know what's better than my course? And maybe you shouldn't take my course. Maybe you should take this one instead. There's something called the Dale Carnegie public speaking course. And the reason I mention the Dale Carnegie course is because the problem with my presentation course is you don't get the opportunity to present in front of people in my course. Right, but with my MBA degree program, you will. That's another story. But you can go to Dale Carnegie's website and see if you can sign up for a course locally. And for those of you that are nervous when it comes to public speaking, instead of taking my course, you can even just do a search on Toastmasters and where you live in the world, your city name. And there's clubs you can go to that will basically you'll be able to practice for free. And I'm going to show you this. And this is actually going to be a generic answer and helpful for everybody in this call because there's something called Meetup. Okay. And let me go there with you. So the way to network to meet people or to find people that are interested in the same sort of thing you're interested in is you go to this website, meetup.com. Should be working, right? Here it is. Good. And so on this website, what you can do is you could search for anything, any topic, and any location, and you'll probably find it. Okay, so you have to register here and then do a search on Toastmasters or public speaking and your city name. I mean, there's a group for everything. It really is amazing. So anyway, check out Meetup if you get a chance. If you're curious about learning more about any topic, cryptocurrencies or whatever it is, you can do a search on cryptocurrencies and whatever town it is or city it is you're in anywhere in the world. And it's free. And it's fun, too. It's fun networking, meeting people. I told myself when I went down to Wall Street, I was kind of insecure. And I remember during the startup program there, the welcome program at Goldman, I thought to myself, if I don't talk, people will assume I'm dumb. But if I do talk, people will know I'm dumb. And I was so nervous at the time, but I told myself 3 things that kind of helped me at the time. I said, okay, Chris, there's 3 goals for you while working here. Meet people, have fun, and learn. So anyway, if you go to meetups, you'll meet people, you'll have fun, and you'll learn a ton as well. And you'll network a lot as well, which will get you outside your comfort zone if that's an issue for you, which it was for me. Okay, next one is I'm in my late 20s. So am I. Cool. I'm in my late 20s and I work in a retail bank, but I want to go for the CFA. Finance is my passion. Is CFA worth it? Yeah. So CFA, for those that aren't familiar with it, stands for the Certified Financial Analyst designation. It's a 3-year degree. And basically what you do is you take 3 tests over 3 years. And the tests are usually on a Saturday. And you usually have to study 3 or 4 months beforehand at nights or on weekends, whatever, if you're working full time. I think it might be worth it if you want to transfer within that retail bank. Say you want to transfer to asset management from your current position, or say you want to go into loan syndication or banking or whatever it is. It can only help. It can only help. In CFA level 1, the first year of 3, is kind of like a repeat of MBA school. The best way to study for it is, please, whatever you do, don't buy the books they tell you. Okay, I've done it too. The books cost a fortune, and there's tons of them. It'll put you to sleep. I want you to buy the short version from a company called Schweizer. Do a search on Schweizer. I don't know how to spell it. I think it's now owned by Kaplan. But do a search on Schweizer. Order the green books. They're the 8 little green books, which will help you write the exam. But I think it's helpful if you want to transfer within your firm. So, and one last thing I'll say is that maybe find somebody else. Maybe go to LinkedIn and do a search on CFA and your company you currently work at, your bank, and find people that have CFA. And maybe just reach out to them, grab a coffee with them and say, hey, if I get the CFA, will it help me to advance in the current retail bank location I'm in, or will it help me to transfer to other departments, that sort of thing. Okay. Hey, Sully, how are you? Peace. All right, so Sully is saying, Chris, I'm about to hire a company to start my project. I feel a bit scared, but I want to start it anyway, although it seems this company is good. But number 1, how can I make sure they won't postpone it in the middle of execution? Okay. And you have follow-up. So for the first part, okay, so what I would do is I would hire a lawyer. Okay, and I don't know where you are in the world, but what you can do if you want is you can go to LegalZoom, entitledchapter.com, and you could actually speak with a lawyer there. And for personal calls, it's a one-time fee for a half-hour call of $15 to talk to any type of lawyer for personal issues, or $30 for professional issues. And they will be able to guide you. But I would get it in writing. I get a contract. Sounds like there's a deadline that you're worried about they won't meet. So make sure you get that in writing. And the problem is, at least where I live now in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and probably for everybody else, and I'm sure Crypto Crypto has this issue too, with a lot of contractors that you hire to fix up your house. They usually cost you twice as much and they take twice as long to do it. And that's why you got to nail that contract first. So talk to a real lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Okay. And you've got to follow up there too. You're saying, I feel that they are pushy, like we have to start it this week, as I just talked to them an hour ago. I know I should check other companies as well, but there is not that many great companies around. Any ideas? Just get a lawyer involved. Get a lawyer involved to write that contract if you're going to hire them. Okay. And if my answers weren't specific enough to help you, let me know. Let's double click, let's drill down and ask a follow-up, please. Thank you. All right, next up is from Noman. Can you tell me a company of your choice that is using AI technology to not kill jobs, but help employers be more productive, efficient, and smarter? And how are they doing it? And what's the return on investment ROI? Thanks, yeah. It's hard because the whole goal of AI is to give us better business intelligence to the extent that we can save money and be more productive, which could result in fewer jobs or in employees being much more productive. But I'll give you an example of a private one I used to invest in. I actually sold it recently, but I was an investor for a couple of years. A private company called Palantir. So Palantir is the biggest employer now here in Palo Alto, bigger than Facebook. And most people don't know about it. And what they've done, and actually Peter Thiel was the first investor, first notable investor, and he was also the first investor in Facebook. But Palantir has an artificial intelligence-based algorithmic product. They got a couple of them. One of them is called Gotham, cool name. And what that product does is it solves the biggest problems in the world by analyzing data. And so it's actually helped a lot of banks to avoid security issues. And without Palantir, the United States government would never have found Osama bin Laden. And Palantir software also helps countries with human trafficking issues and drug smuggling and all that stuff as well through data analysis. So I think that could be one example for you. It is a private company still. It will go public eventually. I just wanted to cash out. But they're doing really, really well. But do a search on Palantir. Go to their website, PALANTIER.com, and read up on them there if you want. Yeah. All right. Good morning, Rudy. How are you? Okay. So next is Rohit is saying I look somewhat like Jeff Bezos. Thank you. But the hair I got, I don't care how rich you are, Mr. Bezos. I've got this. Okay. Just kidding. It's a toupee, actually. Watch. I'm kidding. It's not. Here's a line, actually. And I'm growing this part a little bit longer because I'm starting to bald here. But yeah. But he's kind of built, right? So I'm not. Although people have told me that I sound like Obama. And I've gotten people say I sound like Bill Gates. All right. Certainly have smaller bank account, though. All right. Rohit saying, what things should I do in college and youth, which will lay a solid foundation for my future? Yeah. So I would start scheduling your days. And the more busy you are, the more productive you'll be. And I've talked about this in previous calls. I'll briefly mention it. You can go to my website and download a daily free template I use to schedule every day of mine. It's all lowercase, harounventures.com/schedule. And it's what I do. I enter in my schedule every day by 9 p.m. And the next day when I enter in the following day's schedule, I grade the previous days. And we talked about it in previous days in more detail. So schedule your days and also have the courage to not listen to people that are authoritative in your life that are telling you what your career should be. Okay, this is your life. You need to live your life on your own terms, and that will make you happy. And never just, I know early on it's hard, but if you chase money, you lose your dreams and your money. I want you to chase your dreams, okay? And I want you to fail over and over and over again and not give a damn what anybody thinks of you. And if you do that, eventually something incredible happens. Not only do your dreams become true, but the money comes, and a lot of it comes as well. And you didn't want it to, but it just does. And nobody starts a company and is incredibly successful just because they want money. I mean, Bill Gates is truly passionate about software. So is Steve Jobs. I mean, Steve Jobs, he dropped out of Reed College, but he was still attending classes on calligraphy. And he just loved fonts. He was just passionate about that, painting fonts. He just loved it. And what happened, most people don't know this, was Apple was the number one seller of laser printers back in the 1980s, actually, because of that. He just did what he wanted to do. He's happy doing it. J.K. Rowling never wrote Harry Potter books to make money. She loved it. And all these people failed millions of times. And I want you to be comfortable with failure. And the way to be comfortable with failure is to tell yourself, I don't care what other people think of me. So the sooner you realize that, the better. And also, one thing I'll say is that, and I wish I realized this when I was younger, you got to network a lot. And I talk about it a lot in these calls. I won't bore you with the details, but, business is about relationships and not product knowledge. It's not like the problem with school is we go to school and we get good grades. Most of us do. I didn't really, and then we graduate and we work for somebody else and we think, okay, when I got good grades, when I was younger, my parents were proud, teacher was happy, I was happy. So I'm just going to keep my head down and do a good job working, and I'll get promoted. I'll get a raise. And then you realize years later, why is it other people are getting promoted and not me? They're less experienced. They're not as good at what they do as I am. And then you realize, oh my God, if I want to get promoted, I got to ask for a promotion. If I want to get a raise, I got to ask for a raise. So if you want anything in life, you got to ask. And so, don't stop asking, Rohit. When we're younger, we ask a lot. My kids ask all the time. My youngest one, Dylan, drives me nuts. He's 9. We'll be in the car. And for any of you that saw my golf vlog this week, he wants to drive so badly. Like, we play Mario Kart together. It's fun having kids, whatever. He lets me win. But he'll say, like in the car, say, Dad, can I drive? And I'll say, no. And then 2 minutes later, he goes, how about now? And Rohit, I want you to be the same way. I want you to be relentless. I want you to be like a pit bull on a pork chop and just keep asking. Ask, ask, ask. It's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. Ask and you will receive, right? So you got to ask. Ask for everything in life. You want a customer? Ask. You want a date? You got to ask over and over and over and over and over again. Anyway, I should not be giving dating advice because, as I mentioned before, Christine, my wife, is way out of my league. Let me say one more quick thing about dating. So if I told you that if you asked out 100 perfect women, everything about them is perfect, everything, and 99 said no, and then one said yes, and that one that said yes meant that the rest of your life you were, oh my God, you were so happy, everything was great, life was perfect, you're married for 80 years or whatever it is, of perfection. Would you do it? Would you fail those 99 times? And I hope you say, yes, I would fail those 99 times. Because what happens is every failure you get, rejection on a date, whatever, that's that much pain. Pain, that much pain, all added up. But number 100 that says yes, and you spend the rest of your life with her, that's that much pleasure for the rest of your life. Pleasure versus that much pain, right? Risk, reward. Think about it in those terms. Never stop asking. Never stop asking. All right. Next up is, well, it's not as hot as it was before. Put it back there. I'm also investing in a business with some of my friends. We want to start a coffee shop. I like to have passive income. That is the main motivation. However, how can we protect each other from breakup? And are there any issues that follow? What is your advice to start a business with other people? Okay, so the question is, what is your advice to start a business with other people? So always get a lawyer involved. Always, always, always. Okay. And, get the lawyer to not only write down that you all have an equal amount ownership in the company, but also have an exit clause so that if there's, say, 3 of you, is there a chance that 2 of you can buy out the other person if that person wants to leave or needs to leave, that sort of thing. You want to make sure you understand those clauses. Because what happens is these things are tough, these startups. And the breakup can be worse than a divorce if you don't get lawyers involved, just to lay the foundations early on. Okay, and I'm not a lawyer, as always, talk to a real lawyer. Also, and this one's tough, but I've started companies before with other people, and part of me told me that one of the people involved, I couldn't put my finger on it, but there's just something about them that I just don't like. And I want you to go with your gut. This is a big decision. It's like a marriage. So go with your gut. Make sure you know this person extraordinarily well. Okay, extraordinarily well. Also, and probably most importantly, is I want you to hire a lawyer and register the company, okay, as something like a limited liability corporation or whatever the lawyer advises, C Corp, S Corp, whatever it is, okay? The reason I say this is because, and I'll talk about a real story with a real coffee shop. So actually, it was my next door neighbor when I lived in Mississauga, Canada, and I was, 8 or 9 years old. And I came home one day, and Paul, my buddy, was sitting on a porch, his porch, the front porch. And it was cold. It was Canada. It was like February. It was cold. And I said, dude, go in the house or come to my house, whatever. And he said, I can't. And I said, why can't you go in your house? And I walked over, his next door neighbor. And I looked at the front door, and I'll never forget it. There's a piece of paper that was pasted on the 2 double doors right in the middle there with the sheriff's logo as a star. And it said some word, foreclosure. I didn't know what it meant at the time. And what happened was my next door neighbor, they actually had a bakery. It was a coffee shop bakery, Portuguese one. And the pastries were amazing to die for. And they opened a second one, and they never registered the company. They just kept it in their own name. And they couldn't pay back one loan on time, and so the bank took their house. And so I want you to protect your family and your loved ones and your possession by registering the company name, and talk to a lawyer to see what kind of corporation you should set up or company. But it's a great investment, especially if with your coffee shop, for example, let's say somebody slips, falls down, a customer, and hurts himself, and they sue you. Well, hopefully they can go after the business and not you. That'll protect you as well. So anyway, just make sure, please, that you speak with a lawyer to register that company first. And you know what? Before you start it, take my complete business plan course, because that course will help you write a business plan and help you understand what the risks are with this coffee shop business and what the rewards might be. And anyway, so if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. All right. Next is a question. So, all right, hold on one second. So, the question is, Chris, how do you deal with your ego? That's a tough question. I would say that if you don't have an ego or a little bit, then there's something wrong. It means you don't love yourself enough. Okay, and of course you can. Wayne Gretzky, greatest hockey player in history, he used to say, when you lose, say nothing. When you win, say even less than that. So you can be humble, but in your mind, I want you to always tell yourself you're the smartest person in the world. And if you get a chance, do a search on this great video in YouTube. Search for Steve Jobs, Smarter Than You. It's a great video. Once you realize that everything around you call life, according to Steve Jobs, was created by people that are no smarter than you, you'll never be the same. You'll never be the same. And so I know your question is, how do you deal with your ego? I think everybody should have an ego. Be humble about it, but be self-confident. And it's so interesting because I remember I grew up in Canada. And I remember back in the 80s on the cover of Time magazine and Newsweek was a picture of an American student. And it was the downfall of the American child. The downfall of the American student. And every 10 years, you hear the same thing. American kids are 50th in the world in math, 50th in the world in sciences. That doesn't matter. And when I came to America and I started teaching during the evenings, I realized something that nobody talks about, which is fascinating. And 50% of my students are from overseas, by the way, ones in class here in America. I realized that American students, whether or not they're born in America, doesn't matter. American students are number one in the world in the most important economic category that nobody talks about, which is confidence. And with confidence comes the ability to, reinvent an industry. With confidence comes the ability to sell something that sounds boring, like cloud computing. And you get excited about it when that person is selling it to you. I find that American students, again, whether or not they're born in this country doesn't matter. They can sell, they can get you excited about anything. And that comes down to confidence. And that's the most important economic category that nobody talks about. And so I know your question was, how do you deal with an ego? I think everybody should have an ego. Everyone should be confident. And I know some people are listening to this or watching this right now thinking, wait a second, Chris, that sounds like arrogance. I don't like that quality at all. Well, neither do I. You can be confident and just keep it internal, your ego. But I think everybody should have a bit of an ego. I think everybody should be really confident in themselves. If you don't, it's basically you're telling yourself you don't love yourself enough. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts on that. I think that everybody should have an ego. And I know it's kind of a negative word, ego, but anyway, keep it in check though. Always be humble. Always be humble. And if you get complacent ever in life, it means you get lazy. And if you get lazy and your ego gets too big, then you stop innovating and pushing yourself and your life falls apart. So anyway, I probably should have started answering that with a Wayne Gretzky quote and stopped there. Okay, so next up is from Noman. Why do companies make innovative idea generating competitions, meaning hackathons? Okay, so the question is, why do companies create hackathons? And sometimes they steal the best ideas from hackathons. Yeah, so a hackathon, for those who aren't familiar with it, is a lot of tech companies will create these events where students or anybody can try to hack a piece of software, meaning find a vulnerability. And it's a fun contest. And it actually has great intentions. Number one, it allows these companies to meet with really smart new programmers that they can hire. Number two, for them, it's PR as well. Usually somebody writes an article about it, which is free media attention. They don't have to pay for that advertisement. And also it allows them to find vulnerabilities in their own products. And Netflix used to offer $1 million to anybody that can come up with a better way to search the Netflix system for movies and recommend movies for users. Right? They would do that. They kind of outsource innovation, which was fascinating. Now, in terms of your follow-up, you said it sounds like you've heard people have had a bad experience. They steal the best ideas. Yeah, it can happen. I mean, if you're going to publicly disclose a way to hack into a software product as part of a hackathon event, then the company, instead of thinking of stealing that idea, they might find a way to kind of plug that gap in their code, so to speak. And I'm sure there's legal contracts everybody has to sign before they partake in this. But if they outright steal a great idea, then that's incredibly unethical. So, and if you went through that experience, I'm so sorry you went through that. Yeah. Okay. All right, next question is, Chris, do you have haters? And what do you suggest for this? Yeah, I do. And as always, I'm completely open. So I've had some incidents recently. And so I just beefed up my security system at home. And I'm such a nerd, but I've got I've got ADT security and cameras everywhere. But I just went out and I bought these 4K Arlo cameras. I've got a bunch that are non-4K, but I got tons that are coming in the mail. Actually, they're coming today. And I'm going to install them. You'll get haters. And what happened, it was last Saturday night. And there was this guy, he I don't know how he got my phone number, but see if I have it here. He told me to F off. And no, I blocked him. No, I blocked it. I deleted it. Yeah. Yeah. And just really hateful stuff. And of course, I did a reverse look up on his phone number. It was a 917 area code, which means New York. But whatever. There's always going to be people that are going to be haters. And there's that saying, haters are going to hate. But, I tell my kids that unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. And so when somebody criticizes you unjustly, I want you to think to yourself, damn, thanks for that. Wow, thanks for that. You're so insecure that you just basically think I'm much better than you. Something along those lines. Obviously, don't have a big ego about it, but whenever you're unjustly criticized, I want you to think in terms of their jealousy for you, and also just take it as a compliment. Perception becomes reality. Haters are going to hate. So yeah, I do have haters. I have nothing I can do about it. It bothered me at first. I've sold over 500,000 courses on many different platforms, whatever. But there's always going to be that. And sometimes somebody will reach out and I'll set up a phone call with them because they might have personal issues, whatever, and I'll want to help. And I give, and they ask for more. And, sometimes then they get upset because I don't give more or whatever. So I'll leave it at that. But you're always going to have haters, always. Nothing you can do. And the more successful, not that I'm successful, whatever, I'm not, but the more successful you become, the more people are going to criticize you and you'll feel lonely. But perception becomes reality. You just got to tell yourself there's a lot of envy in the world, and unjustified criticism is a disguised compliment. So bring it on. I love it. Sort of. So anyway, but yeah, no, we've beefed up security. So I know I open up a little bit too much, but anyway. Okay, so next question is from Geek1738. Geek1738, please let me know what that means. It's killing me. What is the 1738? So question is, how do you not be arrogant and stay grounded? Because you're very polite, patient, and down to earth. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So, I've failed so many times in my life, right? And I've failed more times than I've been successful. And so I guess that's kind of kept me somewhat grounded. But I also, and I hate to stereotype, but I'm going to. And Tony, 2 times I see you're on the call. I'll get to your question in a minute. Tony's from Montreal. But I think growing up in Canada, it kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like it's a cultural thing. Maybe it's because we grew up next door to this big American, this dominant country. And I don't know. It's just cultural thing. And Wayne Gretzky, he's stayed incredibly humble. And I have to repeat that quote I mentioned earlier in the call, which is Wayne Gretzky said that when you lose, say nothing. And when you win, say less than that. So anyway, but thank you for that comment. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let's see what's next here. Rush rocks. Cheers, Chris. Oh, awesome. I love it too. 1974. Yeah. So if you're a Rush fan, just let me know what your favorite Rush album is. And I love it because it's like Drake. Like anybody that listens to Drake here, although his music is sounding kind of too similar now. He's releasing too much stuff. But Rush and Drake are both from Toronto, and I'm from Toronto as well. And in a lot of their songs, they talk about things I know about. Like Rush has a song called YYZ, which is the airport code. Sorry, YYZ in Canada, at Lakeside Park. And Drake will, he'll sing about Toronto, where he's from, and all that stuff. He started on a show I watched when I was a kid called Degrassi Junior High. Pretty funny. All right. Okay, so Kartik says, yes, I am comfortable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through Kartik's resume in front of all of you on the call. And I'm going to provide my humble feedback as well. And Kartik has given me permission. And as always, whenever I answer questions, I try to make it generic enough to apply to everybody. So hopefully I can impart some sort of understanding how to make your, meaning everybody on this call, resume better. Okay. All right. So give me 1 second. I'm actually going to go and open it up in Gmail. And in the past, I would have logged on to Gmail and let everyone see, but give what's happened, Okay, so hold on 1 second. I'm going to go and share this with you in a second. Kartik. I think you sent it to my Gmail, right? So let me do a search here. All right, hold on a second. I'll be right with you guys. So search for Kartik in my email. Aha, here it is. Request for resume feedback. All right, I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to provide you and everybody on this call with feedback on how to hopefully make your resume better. And give me 1 second. I'll share my screen in a second, okay? All right, I'll close this out so I can hide my Gmail address. I got the nicest gifts, too, from my students and stuff in the past. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to share my screen. But we're actually changing our address now. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. So I'm going to go through this resume in real time with all of you. And I think I'll keep it just on this side here. Yeah, so it should be 1 page, and you obviously know that. It looks like it's spilled over, but I'm going to be really picky. And I'm going to do this with love of my heart, okay, all of this. But just try to keep it to 1 page. I know that there's an orphan space here, but just get rid of that if you can. All right, I'm looking through here. So your first name is all caps, and your last name, I notice a difference in the font here. It looks like the A's are lower here. I don't know why. Maybe it's just here the way I'm reading it. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think those letters are smaller. Whatever. So I would try to fix that. Could be a word issue, whatever. Let's see here. Okay. My little sisters went to a school called Dalhousie in Canada. Education, Bachelor of Commerce, Accounting and Finance. Okay. So did you graduate? I guess I would write here probably degree earned in 2019. If not, you can write Bachelor of Commerce candidates. Let's see here. Certifications. Okay, so let me look here. Okay, so you don't have work experience, which is why you're leading with education. That's cool. That's cool. So you always lead with your strength. And so if you have a lot of work experience, you lead with work experience. But it looks like you're in school. Okay. Certifications, Association of Chartered. Okay, good. Completed. Okay, I don't like this spillover here. I know that's really picky. I prefer it to be whatever, just flush more so. Okay, let's see here. KPMG Advanced Accounting Course. Finished Financial Modeling Accounting Course. Oh, what? Dude, you're going to get every job that ever existed. I'm just kidding. Yeah. People don't know me. You don't have to list my name. You can write Udemy if you want. Okay, doing business. Okay. Advanced Accounting Course. Okay, it looks like you listed the same thing twice. See here? If you're going to list something twice, list this one twice here. Just kidding. No. So that you're redundant. So obviously get rid of that. Also, before I forget, I always go here to properties to see if you have someone else's name in here or something. Okay, it's you still. It's fine. You got to be careful too. A lot of investment bankers will strip out details here. Sometimes they'll work on a potential merger of a deal, and the name of the company is listed. And then when they do another spreadsheet, they don't erase that company here. So always go to properties and strip it out, please. Yeah. All right, accomplishments, topper of class. I don't know what the word topper means. I know top, but if that's something specific to where you are in India, then obviously leave that there. And I don't know why accounts is capitalized. Maybe it's supposed to be. I don't know. So I would get rid of bolding certain things too. And also make sure you're, like I see you have periods at the end of a lot of places, but not here. You want to be consistent. And I know it sounds simplistic, but you're going to get some really picky people looking at these resumes. Okay, knowledge of, and then skills at the bottom. I mean, it looks fine. It looks fine. I prefer the Harvard Business School one-page format, which I discussed, I think, last week. You can do a search on that as well. It's just a slightly cleaner look as well. But I think it's fine. Just, fix those issues I mentioned. But I mentioned hobbies as well at the bottom, right? Like, what do you love doing in your spare time? Because the reason, like these interviews, the way it works is people want to get to know you. And if you shine and you get along with them and you have a great conversation about stuff with them, they'll think, wow, this person can also talk to customers or business partners of ours as well. I can put this person in front of my business partners. So I would put stuff that you're passionate about at the bottom. Like I put baseball. And during my interview at a big hedge fund called Citadel, my mentor in life, Carson Levitt, we talk baseball the whole time. So put down something you love. And if you want, put it in the Harvard Business School format, do a search online, okay? And then show it to me again next week, and I'll go through it again. Anyway, so hopefully that was helpful. Let me just close this out. If you have additional follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. And give me 1 second just to get back here with the questions. All right, hold on a second. All right, good. Here we go. All right. Next question is from Jason from Australia. How are you, man? Every time I see that, I remember my buddy Josh Hobbins and I, when I was a kid, having Big Foster's beer in grade 7 during recess. Oof, too much information. Bad. I'm really opening up today. I got to be careful, man. All right. All right, so Jason's saying, I have a portfolio of several investment rental properties. Should I consider creating a company to manage them? And what would you consider to be indications to trigger it? Okay, so first thing I'll say is, I know you're in Australia. I'm not familiar with the legal code there. And I don't give legal advice. But what I do know is that you got to make sure that it doesn't matter what country you're in. You've got to make sure your business is registered as a legal entity, just in case, especially when it comes to property management. If somebody falls down the stairs or whatever it is, I don't know, in one of your rental properties, they could sue you. So obviously make sure that it's a registered legal entity, and talk to a tax attorney in Australia, please. And if you've never talked to a tax attorney before, I want you to hire one. Because, and I know it's crazy expensive. Like I use this guy named, it's Tax Ninja in San Francisco at $600 an hour. Crazy, I know, but he saved me way more than that, right? So I would hire a tax attorney for a couple hours if you can. And of course you can, write that off. And that tax attorney in Australia will help you understand if you should create a separate entity to manage that. And I don't understand the second part. What key indicators? Just please clarify. It's my ignorance. I'm sorry, and I'd be more than happy to drill down and offer my humble thoughts on that as well. Thanks. Okay, I shouldn't have mentioned that Foster's beer thing, man. I feel bad now. All right, I don't drink anymore, by the way. Okay, it's a health issue. All right, so next up is Noman has a question. How do I win hack competitions on innovative idea generation hackathons? And any tips? Well, every hackathon is a little bit different. So I don't know. You know what? No one, tell me, you got to give me an example, something a little bit more specific, if you can, please. Because hackathons, a lot of times you're in this environment where you're coding and trying to break an algorithm. Give me a little bit more detail, and I promise you, I'll tell you everything I humbly know about that topic. Thanks. All right, so next up is Geek1738 is saying, thank you, sir. Chris, please. You really helped me sort out my life after answering my questions. I owe a debt of gratitude to you. Thanks. No, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. All right, next is from Rohit. Is it worth getting a master's of science in computer science after I do a bachelor's in computer engineering? Only if it's going to help you get a job, okay, or to change careers. But like a lot of people, like I know a lot of people actually I've invested in before that have done a Bachelor of Computer Science at Stanford, and then they do a Master's in Computer Science right away. And it's usually because they want to kind of focus in one certain area, be it security, coding, or whatever it is. I don't know. But there was a reason why they did that. So for you, I would kind of maybe meet with people that also have a Bachelor in Computer Engineering and ask them, is it worth doing the Master's as well? Or maybe what you do is you just solve for X, meaning here's where you are now. in 10 years, here's your goals. Do you need to get that master's to live your life in your own terms, meaning achieve all your goals in 10 years? If so, then maybe consider getting that master's. Otherwise, just save your money. But I would look on LinkedIn and find people in a similar situation to you that have achieved the goals that you want to achieve, and see if they've also done a master's or just a bachelor. All right, so question is, can I explain the term irrational exuberance? Absolutely. So back in the 1990s, Alan Greenspan, who was the Federal Reserve Chairman, meaning he was the guy in America that decided what interest rates should be, he said that the stock market is going up a lot because of irrational exuberance. And what he was saying was there are too many speculators out there driving up the price of stocks. And I was one of them. I invested a lot in technology stocks back in the 90s. And what happened at that time, everyone was so excited about the internet. I remember that in 1995, Netscape went public, NSCP, which eventually got bought by AOL, which eventually got bought by Microsoft, the patents, whatever. And what happened was Netscape was the first commercially available browser. Everyone uses Chrome nowadays or Safari, whatever. But everybody got really excited about the internet, really excited. And people were right. But people got a little bit carried away. And there was a lot of froth in the markets, meaning there was a lot of irrational investing. And all ships were rising. All you had to be was an internet stock, and your stock went up a lot. There were stupid companies like Books A Million. The ticker was BAM, B-A-M, that everyone thought was going to be like Amazon. Oh, Amazon's going up a lot. They sell books. Well, Books A Million will go up a lot as well. People were buying Sharper Image because Sharper Image started selling stuff online. They put up a website. It's kind of like brochureware, but they were selling stuff online. And so everyone was investing a fortune in all this stuff. And then there was this one awful company called Pets.com. And Pets.com was the poster child of the internet. And basically what they did was they sold pet stuff online. And can't you just buy that stuff from Amazon? And so Pets.com valuation went up to nosebleed levels. And eventually it was a fabulous bankruptcy. It imploded by March of 2003, which is when the Internet 1.0 bubble burst. And one of the reasons why there is such irrational exuberance and the stock market was going up a lot in the 90s was because of what I talked about earlier in this call. Remember, the Berlin Wall fell. And as the Berlin Wall fell, all that smart labor moved west. And all that smart, cheap labor didn't cost much. Because that labor cost very little, relatively speaking, what happened was prices for stuff all over the world didn't go up that fast, which meant that interest rates were kept low. Okay, and that's why. And Alan Greenspan explained that whole phenomenon to us when he guest lectured, or when I mentioned it when I was at Citadel, which is fascinating. So anyway, that's what irrational exuberance means. Okay, next one is, hold on a second. All right, so Noman is saying, if you need to pitch a physical A1 poster, not PowerPoints, to a judge panel privately, how would you keep the judges interested and remember you? Any tips on presentation will be great help. Thanks. Okay, so you're asking just about the poster. This is a great question. I've never gotten one like this before. Okay, so what I recommend doing, and I'm making a course right now called the Complete YouTube Course. And I'm spending at least 10 hours just on how to make your thumbnail image. And I've done a lot of work on this. And this is helpful for everybody on this call because I'm going to tell you design principles that will help you. Okay. So what I recommend doing is, and I'm going to show this to you in real time together. It's called the color wheel. Okay. So let me share this with you. And anytime you're creating presentations, this goes for everybody, you'll see. Okay. So Sir Isaac Newton, color wheel, sorry. Isaac Newton was the dude that pioneered the color wheel. Basically, he shone in a lot of light into a glass object, which made a prism, which looks like the cover of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Dating myself there. Great album. I should get a t-shirt that says that. So what happens is this. Here's the science of color. There's a great way to add color to your YouTube thumbnails or a poster you're making for that competition you mentioned. What I want you to do is I want you to think about opposites, okay? And these are called complementary colors. And I've got that song by Paula Abdul, Opposites Attract, in my head now. but look at opposite colors. And so the opposite of yellow on this color spectrum is purple. And a lot of people in their YouTube thumbnail images or on posters in general will have the colors yellow and purple. And it flows beautifully together. Okay. And the same thing with blue and orange. I do that a lot on my images. It looks great. It looks great. And so those are called complementary colors. So think about doing opposite colors. You can also think about doing buddy colors. That's what I call it, which means that they're right beside each other on the color wheel. Okay, so these two colors work very well together, orange and kind of a slightly brighter orange or whatever. Same thing with these shades of blue. They work incredibly well. And there's many other techniques as well that I could talk about in more detail if you want to. And I would say that when it comes to, and what I'll do is I'm going to look through my YouTube images in real time with you. But when it comes to, less is always more. And I've learned a lot. I've read just a ton on design, color philosophy and stuff. My earlier YouTube images, and as you know, I'm vlogging every day for the rest of my life. I'm on day 221 now, actually. But my earlier ones, they weren't as great. It was kind of hard to read. But my more recent ones, I think, are a bit better. So let's look through some of these here. And actually, what I'll do is I'm going to go into Dropbox so we can see the bigger versions. Okay, so Dropbox right here. All right. Oh, I got to sign and forget it. I'm not going to. All right, whatever. So screw it. I'll sign in. What the hell? You see my email address? What is that going to do? All right, so I'll go here, sign in. All right, so, all right, it's coming. Don't worry, this will help everybody, okay? All right, so what I'm going to do now is let's look at this in bigger mode, and this will help everybody with design principles. So this one is coming out today. Okay, let me look at a better one. Okay, so here's an example of using the colors that I talked about. Okay, so you get the opposite colors, like yellow and purple, because those on the color wheel are opposite each other. See here, yellow and purple. See here? And it works out really well. And so keep it small. Don't put too much text on it. And if you wanted to, you can jazz it up using 3D as well. I use Photoshop for this. You can use any application. But just keep it really simple. Less is more. Less is more. And in order to get a pop on your poster, you put in a little bit of shade as well. See in the background here. Okay. And I recommend using color and analyze who your audience is. And different parts of the world have there's different meanings for color. Like you can't use purple in some countries because it symbolizes death. In South America, in China, if you're in China, use red because that's it's a good color to use, etc. So make sure you understand your audience. And if you take my course, the complete presentation course, I show you how to make these images and how to use 10 different software products for your presentation as well for a one-pager. Okay, and I know you mentioned it's a poster. You can use bright colors if you want as well. It kind of emphasizes, it's easier to see. I should have put a shadow back here as well. You can make it intelligent here and try to have 2 or 3 levels of meaning if you want, depending on your audience. And before I talk about this one here, let me see if we're still recording. Yeah, we're good. So I remember when I was younger, I used to watch The Simpsons. I can't believe it's still on. And I was a kid, whatever, and I would laugh. And every now and then, my parents would be in the background, whatever. My mom was reading a book. And then she'd kind of look at the TV and she'd laugh at something that I didn't understand. And it was because the writers of The Simpsons included, really smart dudes from Harvard and other Ivy League schools like Conan O'Brien. They would always put in this intellectual stuff as well that appealed to older people. That was the genius of The Simpsons. It wasn't just the cartoon stuff that the kids like me at the time liked, but there's these little movie references. And that's why my parents would laugh. There'd be kind of a play on an older movie. And so with this image here, I kind of did that as well. So I appealed to different audiences. So I wrote here, you just got a call from a headhunter. Okay. And so younger generation, Star Wars, whatever, everyone loves that. Decide to take the call or not take the call. Tough question. And so this is actually a play on Shakespeare as well. To be or not to be. That is the question. like the pose and everything. So I appeal to multiple people, and I used outlines as well. And this actually kind of helped to emphasize me. Otherwise, no one would have seen me in the picture. So you can use colors like that if you want to. I don't know what your audience is. If they like humor, you can try this. And this one didn't really work out that well for me, but I did hear why you need to get a board for your startup and how to set it up. And I use this image here, and this guy had his eyes closed, and I wrote, "Dude, I'm not bored. I'm just blinking." Anyway, I don't know if that was funny, but if you think humor will help your audience identify with you, then do it. Then do it. Understand your audience well. And you can actually have multiple meanings within it. And so this worked out well. Should your first job be working at a startup or at a big firm? And it was simplistic because obviously there's a fork in the road. Which way do you go? And so I go to, I'll show you where I get my images from. And you could probably do this if you wanted to, whatever. So I go to Storyblocks. Okay, so this is a website where I use for all of my videos and my audio and my images as well. And so you might want to search for an image here and purchase it. I subscribe here. It's what I do, right? So I think it's like $100 a year. But you can search for any image you want, and then you can pull it into any application you want and manipulate the image. And tell me the application. I'll do it in real time for you right now. I use all of them. I love it. I'm a nerd. I know. And make sure that you have access to this image, like you've actually purchased it. If you plan on disseminating this from a technology perspective and not just a billboard. So those are some design principles for you. I would say that less is more. Like if you look at my earlier images, I'm going to scroll way down here. It was a little too much. Like I didn't really know. Like look at this on episode 51. Look, you can't really read that. Here, this is where I did freedom of expression. And I did, this is Nike here. And actually, I discussed the Nike commercial. Oh, and by the way, a little side note. What happened was NBC Universal blocked, from a lawsuit perspective, they blocked my video. And I contested it with the help of YouTube, and they unblocked it. So that's up there, too. It's a little bit controversial, but I'm proud of that piece of work. And even my earlier stuff, you'll see here, nobody can read that. So make sure the font is visible. And you might want to do kind of like a fun little thing with arrows, like the FedEx logo you see here. Nobody realizes this, but that's an arrow, right? It's forward thinking. I put it in green so you'd see it. But you might want to have hidden messages like that. So it's something that's really, really clever as well. So anyway, these are just ideas. My earlier ones obviously weren't as good. I took myself off the image now, whatever. But my more recent ones, you'll see that there's bigger text on it. Less is always more. Okay, and so if you have any follow-up questions about that from a design principle perspective, please let me know. Thanks. All right, let me go back now to Big Chris. Great. I'm just going to grab a sip of my shake here. All right, next question I've got is... Yeah, no, man, if you have follow-ups on that, let me know. This is fun for me to talk about. I love creating images. You get to be artistic a bit, right? So, all right. So, oops. How can a shake explode in my hand? That's just kale. I don't get it. Okay. Hold on a second. All right. Next question is about money. All right. Next question is, how important is your net worth? What matters in life in the long run? What should one focus on in life? Yeah. So I think the more you focus on the accumulation of money, the more unhappy you will be. You can't take it with you when you go, obviously. But I found that when I worked on Wall Street, sorry. When I worked on Wall Street, every Christmas bonus season, everyone was depressed. And everyone was depressed because the cancer of Wall Street and Western society is we all tend to compare ourselves with others. And that's the basis for our level of happiness. We quantify our net worth. And that should, I don't like to ever judge a person by the size of their wallet. But what happens is, and I was the same way too. I mean, I feel foolish talking about this, but every bonus season I was a little bit unhappy because other people would be paid more or whatever. It's just relative. I'm competitive, right? And then the Dalai Lama had this great book, which you should all read, which kind of changed my life. His book is called The Art of Happiness. And the Dalai Lama said that the problem with Western society is that we sacrifice our health our entire lives in order to make money. And then at the end of our lives, we sacrifice all of our money in order to maintain our health. And then we look back and we realize we never really lived to begin with. And so I think chasing money for the sake of money, for the sake of accumulation and comparing yourself to others is a recipe for disaster. You know, if you chase money, you lose your dreams. If you chase your dreams, not only do they come true in the long run, if you're willing to fail a bit, but the money comes accidentally. So never, ever, ever focus on money. And there are so many people that are depressed in life because they gave into the pressure of their parents who wanted them to be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. And, you know, parents have noble intentions, and everything we do as a parent is because we love our kids. But by telling them how to live their life on our terms, not their own terms, we're basically training our kids to be insecure. And there are so many people that are lawyers or doctors, whatever, or engineers that just aren't happy with their profession. It's not fun. Like, why do I want to get out of bed every day and do something? It's not fun, right? So, and it's like, like I can't understand why anybody wants to be a lawyer, for example, a non-civil rights lawyer. I love civil rights lawyers, but do you really want to go to work every day and half the time you might be lying when defending certain clients? Like, that's not fun for me. It's not fun for maybe it is for some people, not me. But I want you to do what you're most passionate about in life, and then the money will come. It always does. And I get it. Early on, you have to really focus on you know, providing for yourself and your family. I get it. But on the side, you can start businesses that are fun for you. And if you get out of bed and tell yourself you're going to work, then, you know, with all due respect, you're doing it wrong. You got to find your passion. You got to find your raison d'être. You know, what was the reason you were put on this earth? And the way to find out what your passion is just, you know, pretend that starting tomorrow, you're not allowed to work or go to school for a month, and you're not allowed to travel. What are you going to do with your time? That should be your passion, and that should be what you do in life. But don't ever chase money, because I promise you it's a recipe for disaster. And anybody that's been incredibly successful in life usually has two qualities, and I should say in business, right? Number one, they never did it for the money. And number two, they love what they do. Like, look at Sir Richard Branson. This guy is incredibly wealthy, whatever. But he's just happy, man. He's just happy. He's living his life on his own terms. And most people that are, you know, that are incredibly successful, they didn't do it initially for the money. You know, they did it just for the love of the game, so to speak. And so don't just chase money for the sake of money. Chase your dreams first. Otherwise, you'll never be happy. Okay. And everyone's different, like when it comes to what to focus on in life. You know, for me, it's just me. It's, you know, God, family, career, you know, that sort of thing. And, you know, every day when I wake up, before I go to bed, every day without exception, I do the following, which puts me in a peak mental state. You know, first of all, I list 10 things I'm grateful for. I thank God for 10 things. You know, for me personally, it's always this. Thank you for Andrew, Matthew, Dylan, those are my kids, Christine, my wife, my mom, my dad, my brother, Jamie, my sisters, Katie and Elizabeth, and my students. You. I'm grateful for you. So anyway, that's how I start each day. And just by having some sort of gratitude plan before you get out of bed every day, it puts you in a peak mental state. And, you know, other things to do is, you know, cut off everybody in your life that's negative, that brings you down, because you are a product of your environment. You are. You know, when I was younger, it was 5 strikes, you're out. You know, that people would abuse me, whatever, you know, verbally or whatever was at work. And I'd have friends who were kind of mean to me sometimes. And whenever I did well in something or I was successful, they kind of treated me differently, or they said, yeah, congratulations, in a certain way that was kind of demeaning or whatever it was. I cut them off. I cut off a lot of people in my life. and I've been happier because of it. It's like if there's a certain type of food you hate, don't eat it. It makes you feel bad. If there are friends that make you feel bad or worse about who you are as a human being, cut them off. One strike, you're out. That's what I say. You're a product of your environment. Eliminate things in your life that bring you down, and you'll be much, much happier. And so for me, for my kids, well, the way I teach and the way I raise my kids is similar. I try to hold on a second, please. I believe that my job as a parent and a teacher is to build up the confidence of my students or my children, except my kids, whatever, at home, right? I want my kids to be confident and happy. And then I've done a good job as a parent. Not making them be an engineer or a lawyer, doctor, whatever it is. Just I want them to grow up to be happy and to be them and to be confident. Because if you're confident, the sky's the limit. You can achieve anything. I want my kids to take risks and fail. I encourage that. I reward them when they fail for taking a risk. I love it. And same thing with my students. I've done a crappy job as a teacher if you're not more confident after taking my courses. Confident in yourself and your abilities. So, anyway, that's a little bit off topic there, but. All right, Rohit is saying, why is this the greatest time to be alive? Okay, a couple things. So, I don't watch TV anymore. I find that everybody is so negative, and social media is everywhere today. And so if somebody is negative or somebody doesn't like a politician or a politician does a certain thing, we all find out about it through social media or TV, whatever. So I control my environment much, much more so. And I only focus on positive things. That's it. Like I don't watch the news at night. I want to hear somebody complaining about how bad the world is when the world is amazing right now. Think about prosperity we have. I mean, I'm talking to all of you for free. We are all doing this for free. It's amazing. I love it. It's incredible. It's amazing. We couldn't do this a decade ago. My job didn't exist 5 years ago. My children's jobs have not been created yet. And the way they communicate has not been created yet either. We are all living 26 years longer today than we did in the 1950s. It's true. It's true. So if you're 46, you're really 20. If you're 66, you're really 40. That sort of thing. Great things are happening. I mean, the amount of children that are dying has gone down materially, infant mortality. Look at the the statistics from Bill Gates. Just do a search on Bill Gates statistics, health, and you'll see. Incidents of malaria are down a lot. Certain diseases have been eradicated. Things are great. People are living longer lives. The average age of somebody starting a company in America now is 52. We've taken a bite out of a lot of diseases. Certain types of cancer have been cured. It's true. It's amazing. Even when I look at, so when I used to teach at San Francisco State during the evenings when I worked in venture capital, I had this one student who was HIV positive. Great guy. And he gave a presentation on a company called, I let my students present on whatever they're passionate about. So he presented on a company that changed his life, which is Gilead, ticker GILD. And Gilead has this AIDS drug that they produced. And, AIDS is this awful, terrible, terrible disease. But we don't hear of as many people passing away that are HIV positive as we used to. Like back in the 80s, my God, it was terrifying, right? We don't hear as much about it. And I wish the media would kind of focus on positive things in life. And the reason, by the way, with Gilead, it's fascinating. My student, God bless him, was giving this great speech. He basically said that Gilead created this HIV or AIDS drug. And if you're HIV positive, you take it. And the only side effect is that you live 1 year less. That's it. So instead of making it to 117, you'll make it to 116. That's basically it. Think of that. Think of the prosperity that we're seeing because of modern medicine. Life extension. 52 is the average age people start a company in America now. Amazing. When I was really young in Canada, there was this insurance company, a life insurance company called Freedom 55, which meant you can retire by 55. Ridiculous. I never want to retire, man. I want to keep starting companies into my hundreds. And the person that's alive, that's going to be alive to 150 years old, is alive today. And most of us in this call will make it well past the age of 100. Great things are happening. Great things are happening. We have the incredible convenience of the internet. Everything you want in your pocket. Everything I do is, oh my God, that's that caller I mentioned before that's been, anyway, whatever. That's why I beefed up my security system at home. Everything we do, because the internet is easier now. Getting a taxi is easier. Ordering anything you want from Amazon is easier. I mean, anyway, so there are so many great things out there. And if you want, you can go to my vlog, and I vlogged one day on 16 things to be positive about in the world today. Check that out if you want to. So what a great time to be alive. What a great time to be alive. And I find that the younger generation, like my kids, they don't watch television. They watch YouTube. And that's a good thing, because television is very negative. And I remember when I was a kid, my parents would watch 60 Minutes. And it was interesting, but it was kind of scary. And I remember CNN breaking news, scary. And a lot of younger people, they don't watch how younger people consume media. It's fascinating. They don't sit down and watch television. They watch YouTube, sometimes in a room by themselves, whatever. But they watch these vloggers that are happy-go-lucky people. And all these vloggers have positive attitudes, and a lot of people say, well, watching YouTube is a waste of time. It's not. It's educational. How? Because your kids, by watching these vloggers, they're getting a mini MBA at a young age in digital marketing. Right? They understand social media and how to sell themselves. And those are tangible skills they can use to start their own companies, because they're not going to work for somebody their whole life. Like, ask anybody under the age of 15, what does a pension mean? No one's even heard of that word. They're all going to be independent and start their own companies. That's a beautiful thing. And they're shielded by not watching the negative news. So anyway, I think that YouTube is a great thing. This younger generation is so exciting to watch, because they're going to be starting a gazillion companies, right out of high school or undergrad or whatever it is. They're going to have a lot of side hustles, and they understand that they don't want to spend the rest of their lives being someone else's bitch. And the same goes for the rest of us. If you don't like your environment, you don't like what you're doing, start side hustles. No one's stopping you. Take my complete business plan course. It'll help you start a company on the side. No one's stopping you from starting your own company, so you can live your own life on your terms. The cost of computing is basically nothing. It's free. Computing is free. It's like water now. Prices have come down materially. You don't have to be located at any certain place in the world to start a company. All you need is a browser and an idea, and be willing to fail a couple times. And then you'll live your own life on your own terms. This is a great time to be alive. Okay. Hey, Phil, Germany too. How are you? Hey, Chris, first time in. Welcome. Good to see you, and I hope you come back. Thanks for joining us. I bought many of your classes. They're awesome. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. I like your icon there of a horse. It's a rook. Is that rook, right? Is that what we call it in chess? Goes up 3 to 1 over. Yeah. All right, so Akil is asking me, how did I start a hedge fund? Well, I networked a lot using principles that you can get in this free book of mine, whatever. And I asked a lot of people, and I worked in the industry for years. So, that sort of thing. I was credible, and I learned how to sell. I learned how to connect with people. And I learned, skills that helped me raise a lot of money. I raised a lot of money, $25 million at one point, my fund. Onshore, offshore. It was fun. It was a dangerous time, though, 2008. Thank God I was not positive on the markets then. But I wasn't happy, man. I started for the wrong reasons. Well, one of the reasons was right. I hated working for other people. But I also started because I wanted to make a fortune. And I realized I wasn't happy. And 2009, I'll never forget that. I was still running my hedge fund. And I told my wife, I said, Christine, I'm kind of stressed out. I'm gonna skip work, and I'm just gonna go for a drive. I'll be back in a day or so. And so I got into my silver Prius at the time. And I remember it cost me $13 in gas to fill it up every 2 weeks. Gas was $1 something. That was cheap, right? And I remember I went on a drive down the California coast to Monterey, beautiful area. and past Big Sur. Beautiful. You should check it out if you guys ever have a chance to come to California. And I stopped in Monterey, and I was walking by myself, and I love going for long walks. That's how I kind of reinvent myself. And there was this beautiful old Catholic church. And I went inside, and I just sat down. I was collecting my thoughts. And a priest happened to be there, and he sat down beside me, and he said, "Is everything okay?" I looked a little bit distressed. I was. And I said, "Yeah, I just want to make sure that I make enough money that I can give my kids everything." And he said to me, he said something that kind of changed me. He said, "Son, 50 years from now, your kids are going to look back on you, and they're not going to remember how much money you made. They're going to remember how good of a father were you. That's all that matters. Were you there for them?" And that kind of put things into perspective for me. And so that was one of the things that kind of forced me to kind of do what I'm passionate about in life, teaching, and to not chase money. Just do what you were meant to do in life. Mark Twain had a great quote, which is, the two most important days in your life are, number one, the day you're born, and number two, the day you find out why. So I challenge everybody on this call, and I say this with love in my heart, to find your passion and then go after it with all your heart. All right. And then, Akil, just follow up here. How do you start an asset management company, which is basically a venture capital firm, which I've started also, and other things. So hire a lawyer. Okay, that's probably the best thing I could say, because a lot of it is paperwork. Hire a lawyer. They'll protect you. They'll protect your investors through all the paperwork. And then you can go about and network like crazy using the concepts in this book to go out and raise money. And don't go to big companies to raise money. Like, I've raised a lot of money from big companies as well, from my offshore bank account, whatever, the master feeder structure in the British Virgin Islands. But I found the better way to do it is to raise money from high net worth investors. And I remember when I was, I got a meeting with Caisse Depot, which is, and Tony, you'll love this. I think you're on the call from Montreal. So Caisse Depot is a big pension fund from Canada, Montreal. And it was supposed to be a half-hour meeting. And we talked for 3 hours. It was awesome. Oh, my God. It was incredible. And I thought, and I had to go in for the kill. And so at the end, you always go in for the ask. I said, well, thanks a lot for your time. So I'd love to have you invest in our fund. How much are you thinking of investing? And he said, well, what we'll do is we'll monitor you for 4 or 5 years, and then we'll consider investing at that point. And I was like, oh, my God, I wasted all that time. Actually, I didn't really waste time. He was a good guy. I got to know him. Another good contact for me by networking. But I want you to go after high net worth investors for any startup you have, because the sales cycle with high net worth investors is very short. Sometimes they can decide on the spot or within a couple weeks. When it comes to institutions to invest in your company, your startup, it can take a long, long time. All right. Next up is from Conter. How are you? Hey, Chris. Hope all is well. I wanted to know, how did companies like Quora, Glassdoor market themselves? Initially, how do they reach out? Yeah. So it's funny because I know the CFO of Quora, a wonderful woman that was CFO of a company I was on the board of years ago. So what they usually do is they raise a lot of money in an early round, and the use of proceeds might be to market their product. Maybe it's they kind of set up a bunch of meetings with different media organizations, and they have PR firms as well, public relations firms that will market their product just to increase brand awareness, so to speak. But they also do smart things. Like for Quora, for example, and if you're not familiar with Quora, it's a great website where it's kind of like what Yahoo questions used to be and should have been today, but isn't. Quora is where you go to ask smart people, whatever, questions about stuff. And so what they did was actually pretty smart. The whole process of registering on a website can take time, and sometimes you're like, dude, I don't have the time to register. They actually piggybacked on Facebook. And so if you go to Quora's website, you can log in and register like that with your Facebook account, or even Google now, I think, as well. So that was smart. That's how they got people to sign up in mass. Anyway, so that's how they started. Glassdoor I'm not really sure. I'm sure it's somewhat similar to what Quora did and what other startups do. They raise a lot of money so that they can go on a PR blitz and get access to a lot of people. And also, one more thing, they have a freemium model. Both these companies do, and many tech companies do, as you know. It's free to use, just the entry level, and then you have to pay up if you want higher level access. So Glassdoor might be paying up to see certain insights on companies or to get a job. And by the way, before anybody joins a company, go to Glassdoor and read all the negative reviews, please, because they're all there. And the CEOs are rated too, and it's quantified. So Mark Benioff, for example, the founder and CEO of Salesforce, which is the largest employer in San Francisco, his rating is really, really high. People love him that work at that company. But people also list the negatives of working at Salesforce. I'm sure there are some, I don't know what they are. But you can find the negatives for any company, including the one you work at right now. Okay, if it's a big company, go to Glassdoor. It's pretty cool, But these business models start out as freemium business models. It's like a land grab, right? They want to get as much market share as they can. And then they start charging for higher level services if you want that sort of thing. Or they just charge advertisers. Like Facebook doesn't charge you or I to use it. I paid for Facebook advertising for my courses. Biggest waste of money ever. Because my pricing point's very small. Whatever. It is what it is. But eventually, once they get a massive user community, then they monetize it through advertising, whatever it is. Right? And so there's this whole mentality. It's like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And then once they come, then you figure out how to monetize it later. All right, next up, Akil, how is a bank different from a bank holding company? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. Maybe a bank holding company is just an umbrella firm that owns a lot of subsidiaries that are in financial services. I don't know. Sorry. All right, and Akil's asking, what's the difference between equity and a convertible note when it comes to funding? Sure. So the way it works is if you invest in a company, you own part of the company. That's called equity. So whenever you buy stocks on the stock market, you own part of that company. That's called equity. Then there's something called debt, which you all know, right? It's like a loan. You own the debt of a company. But there's something in between debt and equity, okay? And it's called a convertible note. And what that means is something that converts into another type of ownership. For example, a lot of startups, what they'll do is they raise money, they raise debt, they get a loan from somebody, okay? But because they really want to entice the person to invest in that company, they offer a convertible note, which means that loan converts into equity at some point. And usually the industry standard for startups is when they get money from people in a convert, meaning a convertible note, they basically get someone to loan them money. And they pay, say, 6% interest or whatever it is on that money. And then later on, if they raise more money at a higher valuation for the company, then the debt holder that lent you that money has the option of converting that debt into equity, convertible note. It converts into whatever the price is of the value of that company, less a 20% discount. That's usually the terms. All right. Next up is, what are the different types of funding of a startup, like for raising capital, like convertible notes, equity, royalty? What else is out there? Yeah. So when you raise money, you can raise debt, meaning you can get a loan from a bank, but please don't do that ever, because banks are chicken. And if you pay back your loan late, they can take your house away and everything if you don't register your company. They're chicken. I want you to always get equity. And if you network enough, you talk to enough smart investors, read my free book for more details on that, you will find enough investors out there to invest in your company, equity-wise, meaning they own a part of your company. Do that instead of debt. Okay, and then other forms of raising money, we already talked about convert. And that's basically it. And a lot of people bootstrap themselves. And what that means is you use your own money to start a company. And if you're going to do that, please use only a little amount. Okay, 50% of all startups, at least in the United States, use credit card debt. Don't do that, please. That will destroy your credit rating and you won't ever be able to buy a house. Okay, so that'll hurt your FICO score. So I want you to always use OPM, which stands for other people's money. And I say that with love in my heart. A great movie, by the way, called Other People's Money with Danny DeVito, if you want to understand how private equity works. But I want you to use other people's money because I don't want you to put your children's standard of living at risk, or your own, unless you've saved a lot of money yourself. And there's plenty of people that will invest in you if you set up enough networking meetings using the methodologies I've taught you. All right. Which city do I live? Yeah, so I live in a town called Hillsborough, which is right by the San Francisco airport. There are towns called Hillsborough all over the world, and usually it means that borough has hills. It's true. That's why they call it Hillsborough. Yeah. All right. Next is Akil. Can you give a brief background on hedge funds and how they work and how to succeed in the hedge fund business and what to avoid? Yeah, sure. So the best way to explain what a hedge fund is to talk about mutual funds. So we all know that mutual funds, if we invest in them, they buy stocks, for example, like stock-based mutual funds, right? So they buy stocks for you, a diversified set of stocks. A hedge fund is the same thing, except they buy stocks and they do the opposite too, which means they bet against stocks, meaning they bet that they're going to go down. And the reason that people like to invest in hedge funds is just in case the economy is not doing well and the stock market goes down, then what happens is those funds will preserve their capital and maybe make money for them as well. And it's called a hedge fund because if you think of your backyard, there's a hedge around your backyard that protects your capital, protects your backyard. And so hedge funds are supposed to, number one, protect your capital, and then number two, make money. Okay, and a lot of high net worth investors invest in hedge funds as a way to diversify. And in order to invest in hedge funds in many countries, you have to fill out what are called subscription documents, which basically means that you have to answer questions the right way or the government won't let you invest. And usually you have to have a liquid net worth of over, say, $1 million, and you make over 200 grand a year or whatever it is. Every country is different. And governments do that to protect you, the consumer. And that's a good thing because hedge funds are not really as regulated as mutual funds. Like up until recently, hedge funds were not allowed to advertise, which is why you never saw a commercial for a hedge fund. But hedge funds are supposed to preserve capital. And I can talk about the anatomy of a short as well, or you can go and search my vlog for that because I explain that in a lot of detail in one of my vlogs. But that's what a hedge fund does. It preserves your capital and they can make money when the market or certain stocks go down. And there's different types of hedge funds too. There's what's called ED or event-driven hedge funds. And don't ask me why I'm laughing. You probably guessed why. But event-driven hedge funds, they make money from events like mergers and acquisitions. They'll buy the company that is being acquired and they'll short the company that is doing the acquisition. And they'll make money on that spread. There's other hedge funds that are macro hedge funds, which make money from big macroeconomic moves, like the move in the dollar or different currencies. George Soros did that. George Soros made $1 billion in one day when he broke the Bank of England, meaning he forced the British government to float the pound. Before that, it was a fixed currency. He did the same thing in Malaysia, and a lot of people don't like him in Malaysia, George Soros. He went after... in Thailand. He went after the Thai bot. He shorted the bots, and the bot was fixed, and then he forced that to be a floating currency. And I can explain the mechanics of that if you're interested as well. So we talked about event-driven hedge funds. We talked about macro-driven hedge funds. There's the plain vanilla hedge funds, which is basically basic long short, where you're usually long or short 50 or 60% of the capital you have. There's also market-neutral hedge funds, which means that you have the exact same dollar value of stuff you're long and short. You're market neutral, okay? And that's what I did in the past. There's also beta neutral hedge funds. There's many different flavors. I'd be happy to go into that in a lot more detail if you have follow-up questions. Thanks. And in terms of how to succeed, okay, yeah. So how to succeed in the hedge fund industry, be very long-term focused. And I don't recommend anybody invest in a hedge fund or go to a hedge fund to work there unless it's very long-term focused, because otherwise you get fooled by randomness. You cannot make money every month because every month has only 20 weekdays, meaning 20 trading days. And if you do make money, you're fooled by randomness. And if you make money every single month, you're probably breaking the law. And for more details on what insider information is, go to my YouTube vlog and search for the words insider information. I've never done anything illegal, but I have gone to jail a number of times to visit friends of mine that have done illegal stuff. Just be careful. Okay. And other than that, just be long-term focused. And the best hedge funds to invest in or to work for are called Tiger Cubs. And they're called that because this brilliant man named Julian Robertson started Tiger, which is a great hedge fund in the 1980s. And what happened was he was so long-term focused and so brilliant that a lot of his employees left to start their own hedge funds. Okay, and those are called Tiger Cubs, right? It's kind of like how a lot of people in software worked at Oracle, and then they left that brilliant company to start their own companies, like Tom Siebel did, or Mark Benioff did with Salesforce.com. And so you want to invest in or work at a Tiger Cub after doing all your due diligence because they're long-term focused. Don't ever invest in a hedge fund or work for a hedge fund, which is very short-term focused. All right. Rowan is saying, what audiobook do you listen to recently? So I downloaded Blitz Scaling, which is written by Reid Hoffman. And he talks about, and Reid Hoffman, for those of you who don't know, is the brilliant man that founded LinkedIn. And he's also a venture capitalist now at Greylock, which is a wonderful venture capital firm here in the Bay Area. And Reid Hoffman also was part of the PayPal Mafia. And the PayPal Mafia is probably the most important company that's been founded in the Bay Area in the past 30 years. That's right, more so than Facebook and Google. Because the PayPal Mafia at one point had incredible management team. PayPal had co-CEOs at one point. Elon Musk, most people don't realize that, and Peter Thiel. And a lot of these brilliant managers came out of the PayPal Mafia, out of PayPal. Anyway, Reid Hoffman wrote that book called Blitzscaling, which means how to grow a business really quickly by scaling it online, which is what I do. And for my MBA degree program, for those of you that want to join us, whatever, later this year when we launch it, I'm going to help you start your own company with your own business plan and scale it using some of the methodologies that Reid talks about in his book. And so that's the current book I'm listening to. Of course, I'll take my own spin to it when I teach you my personal methodologies based on my experience. But you should also read a book by Reid Hoffman or listen to the Audible version of his called The Startup of You. And it tells you how to market yourself and how to network. And it's great. And if you think this book of mine is good, this is garbage compared to Reid's book, The Startup of You. And I think that Reid is more credible than I am when it comes to networking because, I mean, he was the founder of LinkedIn. Okay, Luca is getting back to me on blue ocean, what it means. So blue ocean means an entirely new market that does not exist today. Okay, cool. Yeah, I used to call that greenfield opportunities. It's interesting because it's a big open space, like a big blue ocean as well. Okay, and I'm so sorry to ask you, but you're gonna have to ask your question again because I don't remember what it was. So just paste it in again with blue ocean. Thank you. And then Zach is here. Hey, Zach, how are you? And I asked him, and he said I can call you Zach. Remember that? He was in week 5 or 6. Zach, what's up, dude? Hi, Chris. Do you know of any exit strategy for startups other than an IPO or acquisition? Yeah. So the way to harvest your company is you could sell additional equity in it to a private firm or a private equity firm. That could be another way to exit. Part of your ownership, or you can bring on employees that are kind of like partner employees and sell part of your company to your employees. That way, that could help you kind of harvest or diversify your net worth, so to speak. But I think you nailed all of them there. IPO, acquisition, merger of equals. Maybe that's another one, a merger. That could be it. Yeah. I think we've outlined all of them there. Yeah. Good question, though. Thank you. All right, next is from Harach. Hey, Harach, how are you? First time I've seen you on the call. Hope you join us again. Thank you. All right, so hi, Chris. If I have a side hustle, meaning a product and registered company, and I'm not making money yet, what is the best way to approach my employee and not scare them? Okay. So if you're not making money and you have a side hustle and you need an employee, then what you can do is you can either have them as part-time or you can give them equity in the company if you don't have money yourself. You can talk to a real lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but get them to give your employee or employees part ownership in the company. And that's how startups work. That's how Silicon Valley works. A lot of people that work at these startups here in the Valley, they're starving. Like they can barely make ends meet. They all rent their houses. It's expensive to live here. But the reason they do it is because although their base salary is not enough to live on longer term, they know that the partial ownership they have of the company, meaning stock options, could light them up and could create generational wealth for them. But we always have to keep in mind that for every Facebook and Google, there's a billion companies that never make it. It's tough. It's tough to capture lightning in a bottle. All right, Haroun, good morning. I always smile when I see your name in your face there, because your first name rhymes with my last name. Okay, so good morning, Chris. How are you doing? Hope all is well. I'm awesome. Thanks, dude. Awesome. How does a CFA, meaning the Certified Financial Analyst designation, help you carry forward a career in financial markets? Thanks. Yeah. So it all depends where you are in the world. Like, for example, Toronto has the largest population per capita of CFAs in the world. It's very respected there. But I don't know what country you're in. Just make sure that you look at the profiles of everybody that matters to you that works for big finance companies and see if they have a CFA. And if they don't, maybe call them or set up a coffee with them and ask them, should I get a CFA? Will it help me? And so I think that CFA level 1 is a repeat of the finance stuff you learn in business school. Level 2 and level 3 has more advanced stuff on options and bonds and other stuff that's really complicated. So anyway, I would just, it all depends on where you live. But if you don't have a background in finance, I think it's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do. Or you can just take my course. And CFA is kind of expensive, and it takes a chunk out of your life each year, right? You have to write 3 tests over 3 years. And the studying for it kind of destroys your weekends and your family life, whatever. But if you want, you could take my complete financial analyst training and investing course. And I think that's good enough. So those are my humble thoughts. Unless where you live and where you work, CFA is a designation that's well respected. And you can try it. All right, next up is from Akil. How do asset management companies and hedge funds hold billions and trillions of assets? How do these companies actually work? How legit are they? Okay, so usually they're the mutual fund companies are usually more legit than hedge funds because they're more regulated than hedge funds are. And so how do they manage trillion, or it's usually billions in assets, it's trillion altogether. They have custodial services. They have what are called prime brokers that hold all their assets. So when I ran my hedge fund, my prime brokerage firm was a subsidiary of Goldman Sachs called BTIG. Best company on the planet. I love those guys. They were great. And I outsourced my trader to them as well. And they actually held all of my assets. And they had a technology infrastructure platform that at the end of each day or to the second, I could always find out, what my portfolio is worth. It's kind of like if you buy and sell stocks through Schwab online or some discount broker, whatever it is. Very, very similar process, just a little bit more sophisticated though, because they would also help me at that time to borrow stocks, to short companies, etc. So they work a lot like just regular brokerage firms work. There's just much more scale. Okay. All right. And in terms of legitimacy, you can, if you want, you can mention companies. I can tell you if I humbly think they're legit. But I think that mutual funds are a scam. And I have a vlog on this. Go and search my YouTube vlog for mutual funds if you want. Mutual funds are a scam because they charge you 3%, 4%, or 5% every year. And you know what? They massively underperform index funds. And index funds are ETFs, which charge only 0.5%. I've talked about this before. If you want me to go into more detail on this, let me know. But I recommend that everybody buy ETFs instead of mutual funds, exchange-traded funds. Okay, and I'm happy to do a screen share and all this stuff if you want me to as well. I've talked about it in previous works, though, so I'm not sure if the audience, if you all want me to do that again or not. All right, so next up is Zach is saying, how do I attract investors for startups in third world countries like Somalia? Yeah, that's a great question. So what I would do is, there's got to be a way to leverage social media. And so if I were to, I'm going to do this in real time with you. I'm going to pretend I'm in Somalia right now, okay? And I'm going to use LinkedIn, okay? And this doesn't have to be Somalia. You can just kind of solve for country X, whatever country you all might be in. Okay, let me just go here, and I'm going to go to LinkedIn, and I'm going to pretend that I am in Somalia now. Okay, LinkedIn.com. Okay. All right, let me see here. I'll do an advanced search. So I'll go here. I'm going to click here. And that gets me in the advanced search side. It's really poorly designed. They changed this interface. That's how you do an advanced search. Okay, so anyway. So here I am here. Oh, that's my daddy. Hey, Dad. Sorry, a little bit distracted there. Love my dad. All right, so here's what I'll do. I will search for Somalia. Okay. And I will apply that. And let's see here. I only want to look at first and second degree connections. First degree means somebody I'm already connected with. Second degree means somebody that is connected to someone I'm already connected to. Okay, 2 degrees of separation. So I'm going to click on apply here. All right, so I've got, let's see here. I've got 11 people that are 2 degrees of separation for me in Somalia. Okay, and so let's say I want to raise money for a startup in Somalia. What I would probably do is I'd probably set up meetings with every single one of these people the next time I visit Somalia. Now, I've never been to Somalia, but if I were to go there on business, I would connect with these people, and I'd find something I have in common with these people. So obviously, I have these 2 shared connections with the COO of UNICEF. That's a pretty good contact to have. Okay, so let me click on this person's name here, okay? And we'll look at the other ones in a minute, okay? So, wow, okay, this guy went to INSEAD as well, which is probably the #1 business school in Europe. It's in France. All right, and so he probably has a really good network there as well. Oh, interested. He's connected with a couple of people that I know. All right, now I'll look through his background here. Okay, looks like he also used to work in Pakistan. UNICEF, I know it's a not-for-profit, but I bet you this dude has an unbelievable network in Somalia. Okay, so let me look through here, see if there's anything else I have in contact or I'm in common with this person other than one person. Let me learn a little bit more about this dude here. All right, what does he follow? Okay, Las Vegas Sands. Why? He's interested in hotel management as well. That's interesting. BCG, Boston Consulting Group. I got rejected by them in an interview once. Funny story. I can tell you if you care. Okay. All right. So I know enough about this person now. Now what I can do is I can send a message. Okay. And here's how the message would go. Okay. So the subject line, I would write this. Okay. That's all. Hi. Okay. Why? Because every message that says hi, you open. I know you do. We all do. And why am I not using email? Well, LinkedIn is the best because I know everybody in this call, you all open every single LinkedIn message you get. Why? Because when you go to LinkedIn, a very valuable piece of real estate is right up here. And when there's a little red indication there, you're going to click it, right? That's valuable. And you read every message. I read every message. And I have a ton of connections. So here's what I would do. Anselm, I think is how I pronounce that. I would write this. Hope all is well. I am also connected with, I'm going to make this up now, John Smith. And if I had something else in common with this person, it'd be ideal, okay? Like, let's say that we both are members of the same group, or we both went to the same university, or whatever it might be, INSEAD, for example, or whatever. I would mention something else that we have in common. You know, maybe I've been affiliated with UNICEF here in Canada, or in the United States. When I was a kid, I remember we used to go out trick-or-treating. We used to wear around our neck a little UNICEF box and collect money. You know, maybe I can write something along the lines of, I have raised and worked with, I'm making this up, obviously, I do this the right way, UNICEF over the years etc. And then I would write how right here. Keep it short, okay? Then I would use please and thank you and then go in for the ask. Okay? You never say why you want to meet, though. Then I would say this. I will be in Somalia in October, making this up again. In October, please let me know if you have time for a coffee or tea, whatever. Thanks a lot. Your future boss. Yeah. And then, no, I'm kidding about the last part. Hi, I'm 7. Thanks a lot, Chris or whatever. And then what will happen is this person will then go and look at my profile, see we have people in contact, and think, hey, I got nothing to lose by, why does this person want to meet with me? Yeah, heck, I'll take the meeting. Right? And this is why I want you to have a great LinkedIn profile. And you can take my course, the Complete Job Course, which will tell you how the best LinkedIn profile possible. And then this person will take the meeting. And it's important not to say why I want to meet. And the reason is because if you say why you want to meet, they might not respond, or they might come up with an excuse why they can't meet with you. Right? And it's not because they don't want to help you. It's just they feel bad that they can't help. So they might not even respond. But this piques an interest. They're like, okay, we have something in common. This guy, Chris, why does this person want to meet? Okay. And if this person were to answer me, even if they said no, then you see down here how I got 45 email credits per month, then I wouldn't actually get charged for a credit, right? It would be free. So anyway, that's what I recommend doing. You find something you have in common with them. Keep it short. Less is more. Say please, thank you. Never say why you want to meet. Okay. And this is how I network. And I'm humbled to say that, I've gotten 95% of all meetings I ever wanted to get using LinkedIn, using this methodology. And I don't say that to impress you. Rather, I say it to impress upon you the fact that you can do it. Just use my methodology. And I talk about it at length in this book. Go to my website, harounventures.com. Download this for free. I teach you more details on how to do this and how to network to get anything you want in life. That's right, anything. It's free. But this methodology works for me. Anyway, not enough people use it. And this LinkedIn profile can change your life. Anyway, network as much as you can. Use it. I promise you, it will help you in your business career. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to X out of this. I'm not going to send a message to my future employee. And let me just go back now and see if there's any other people while I'm thinking on the spot. I like to be put on the spot. It's fun for me. All right, so I went to second degree connections, right? So second degree connections. All right, I could look through the following, right? Looks like a couple at UNICEF. Interesting. Okay, so I could link out to a couple people at UNICEF. Looks like, wow, okay. Huh, interesting. She's Bourgeois, Lucy Bourgeois. She's Canadian too. Oh my God, look at that. All right, so I'm connected with Lucy. Lucy is Canadian. I went to school in Montreal. We have 50 shared contacts. She is going to take a meeting with me if I asked her to. And she could introduce me to every single one of these people that work at UNICEF because she's connected to all of them here. Anyway, and I'm sure she'd love to help out. Anyway, that's what I would do. I'd look through this person here. I'd probably set up a meeting with this person. This person is focused on entrepreneurship in Somalia. They might be able to help. A communications consultant. This person might be able to help me as well to communicate how to get meetings, etc. So anyway, those are just general ideas on how to do it. If anybody else wants me to do a similar YouTube or LinkedIn search on any company in the world or any country or any town or anything, let me know. I could find a reason for them to connect with you or at least take a meeting with you. But what you want to do is you want to find you want to find something that you have in common with people. And people always want to help you, especially if they're similar to you. And so probably the best way to explain or help you to appreciate this more so is imagine if 20 years from now, you're way more successful than you are today. And you get this in-mail or whatever form of communication we're going to use in 20 years from somebody that is really similar to you, but 20 years younger. Maybe this person's from the same hometown. Maybe this person went to the same school as you or is in the same clubs. And this person is you. And that 20-year younger version of you reaches out to you and says, John, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga. I went to McGill University, and I'm also a member of the X golf course. Whatever, I'm making stuff up here. I'm not a member of any golf course. Please let me know if you have time to meet. Thanks, Chris. Would I say no to that meeting? Of course not. Of course not. That person reminds me of myself when I was younger. I'd love to help that person. All you have to do is ask. And most people don't ask. And that is what will separate you from the competition. All right. All right, next up is, and then just lastly, Zach, when you mentioned like Somalia, I'm sure that those people that work at UNICEF, they know a lot of very wealthy people, with big hearts that have invested in UNICEF or donated to UNICEF in Somalia, in that example we just talked about. And I'm sure that you can get meetings with those people as well. Anyway, so but you gotta set up those informational meetings with those people using the methodologies I explained. I promise you it works. If it doesn't work for you, let me know, and we'll work on a plan B. Okay, like a handwritten note. Nobody does that anymore, right? But I bet you if you got a handwritten note from somebody, you'd read the whole thing, and you'd probably respond as well. Nobody does that. It's a nice gesture, and you always want to differentiate yourself. You want to, try to communicate with people or get their attention in ways that they haven't seen before. I remember it was 2015. I went to this Tony Robbins conference in Los Angeles. A buddy of mine, one of my investors, had an extra ticket. And there's this guy that got up that was teaching how he networked to get big customers. And he actually taught, it was really interesting. So he was this founder of this tiny little steel company in middle America. It's a lot bigger now. But what he did was this. He wanted to get this big customer. And everyone was after that big customer. And that big customer was so popular that the big customer didn't even bother responding to correspondences. And so what this dude did was he sent this big steel company CEO a beautiful little box, pine box, nice pine smell to it and everything. On the inside, he put a US $1 coin from the year 1850 or so, and a little handwritten note. And it said this: Dear John, I know that you get approached a lot for people that want to meet with you, and I really respect your time. But if you open up this box and you see the $1 coin from 1850, this coin, although it has a $1 face value, is worth much, much more. And my face value is worth much, much more as well. And I would be very humbled and honored if you could please let me know if you have time to meet with me. Thank you. And it worked. It worked. And that wasn't a bribe, right? It was just some coin thing. And you could find old coins and do that. Actually try. Like I've got a bunch of old coins here and old currency that I use just for exhibits. Like these are really, really cheap, right? These are old American bills, right? This one here is like if they're mint condition, it's kind of like a baseball card. If a baseball card's in mint condition like this, it's worth a bunch. If it's not mint condition, it's not worth anything. And so these ones aren't really worth that much, right? These are old American bills here, right? So you can actually get an old coin, like I mentioned in that example, and send it off. And this is like an old American $1 bill from 1935. They look the same. They're not really worth that much. You can get them on eBay. And the reason they're not really worth that much is because the American government printed so many of these things, right? That's why money is an awful investment. You're better off buying other forms of paper, like valuable comics, etc. This is one I got when I was a kid. Love Wolverine. He's great. All right. Anyway. All right. Akil is saying, how do I pick stocks? What do I look for? What are tips or tricks of me on thank you for that, on stock market strategy? So It's kind of a long answer. But what I would recommend doing is just taking my course called the Complete Financial Analyst Training and Investing Course. It's 22 hours. It's long. But I teach you everything you need to know about finance and what it's like working for every type of finance department, whether you're investment banking, sales, trading, private equity, private wealth management, etc. That's what I recommend doing. And then I go through a very elongated investment strategy. I teach you how to model companies from scratch, even if you don't know what an income statement is. And then I also teach you how to create write-ups. And so if you want, you can actually go to, and I mentioned this before, I won't go into too much detail, but you can go to harounventures.com, all lowercase / so harounventures.com/template. And you can see my write-up on eBay and NetSuite. Okay, but in general, what I would say is look at the management team first. And if you're not happy or satisfied with the management team, they don't get you excited, then don't bother doing any more research. And you can always just do a search in my vlogs for assessing a management team, or more importantly, take my complete financial analyst training and investing course, and it'll answer that question for you in much more detail. But I'm not a short-term investor. I'm a long-term investor. And, I always ask myself one question before investing after I do my other due diligence on the management team, which is, in 5 years, is this company going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? Okay. And by looking long-term like that, it'll stop you from doing stupid things like selling the company because it's down. Warren Buffett once said the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff and it goes on sale. So I love to buy when there's blood in the streets, when everyone else is panicking. But take my course. It'll explain it in much more detail. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so Akil's saying, does being first to market really matter? How important is it? It usually does. It usually does, but not in all cases. Like, Yahoo was first to market with search. Google certainly wasn't. Yahoo was founded in it's like 95 out of Stanford. And then Google out of 98 out of Stanford as well. So they weren't first, but they had a better mousetrap. But usually being first gives you a huge advantage. It gives you a first mover advantage because you get greater market share if you create the industry. And so Microsoft kind of created the microcomputer software market. They were first to market, which gave them a big advantage over others that have tried to get into the market, like even IBM. So back in the late 90s, so Microsoft was founded in the 70s, and they released Windows in the 80s, and they were kind of one of the first to market. I know Apple and Xerox kind of beat them to the punch. That's another story. But then what happened was in the late 80s, or actually mid 80s, IBM tried to enter the market with a better version of Windows. Their version was called OS2, which they actually kind of partnered with Microsoft on, and Microsoft put their crappiest developers on that partnership with IBM. But it was too late for IBM. They were just too late to the market, right? So Microsoft kind of had that first mover advantage relative to IBM, right? And just the most competitive, awesome founder or co-founder ever in Bill Gates, right? And Paul Allen, who's a brilliant, technical guy too. God bless him, he passed away recently. So I think being first really does help you. Helps you a lot. It doesn't mean you're gonna never lose market share. You will probably if you own the entire market, but it gives you a big leg up. And there's been a lot of historical parallels. Like in America, when people first came to America, there was something called the land grab. And you can watch a movie with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise and these Irish accents I can't understand, where he goes, "Get down and bite you, Joseph." Great accent, though. and they actually were on horses with flags, trying to get their land. It's a land grab. And the same thing when it comes to new markets as well. With technology, you want to be first to market. Lyft came around after Uber. It's still good, but Uber is it's an 800-pound gorilla in the market. Although I like Lyft a lot more for just whatever reasons. I'm not going to go down that trap. You probably know why. Anyway, so hopefully that answers your question. All right. Okay, so what's the cost of my current setup? That's a great question. So I reinvest a lot, right? So I've done well in this business. It's been fun, but I've reinvested a lot as well. And I try to perfect everything for many reasons. I'm trying to do something that's never been done before. I'm trying to be a one-man operation to put Harvard Business School out of business. I know that's extreme, but 2/3 of HBS is BS, and it's fun to talk like that. But, I've got my own studio all set up, right? So I can, as I've showed you earlier, I can, I can change transitions, and I can customize the crap out of this too, right? So I can, ask questions, turn that off, that sort of thing. And I've got a green screen studio and everything. I've got multiple cameras, just like a real studio does. And my goal is, by the time I launch my MBA degree program later this year, is to make it look like I've got a bigger studio and more powerful than CNBC meets Harvard Business School. So what I'm doing is a bit costly. It's not about the money. I just love doing what I'm doing. I love adding value, to the student. This is fun for me. So it's expensive, what I've done. But you could do what I've done here for not that much money. And so all you need to do is have an iPhone. And like I've shot a lot of great videos on my iPhone. Like for any of you who watched my vlog a couple days ago, I came up with a vlog of my son Dylan, Matthew, and I playing golf. And that was done in 4K. The resolution is just awesome on this thing. And you can actually record courses on this too. But when it comes to actually getting your green screen to work, there's a great application, which is green, so it probably won't work that well. It's called Green Screener that you can download. Okay, and Steve Washer told me about this, really great videographer. And then what you do is you shine the lights behind you, and it will tell you if it's green or not. Okay, so it's hard to see because I'm green screening a green screen within a green screen. Now I'm getting lost here. But you can get this app. This app is I'm sure there's free versions too. It's called Green Screener by Hollywood Camera Work. Great brand name. But you can try this and it'll get your green screen perfect. You got to make sure that it doesn't matter how bright your lights are in the back. All that matters is that you have the same intensity of light behind you. And you can see this, there's a spotlight here. This is just for the back of my head. There's a light up there just to give a little bit more intensity. And I bought my original light. So for my first course, the Entire MBA One course, the lights that I bought were $100. And I paid like $50, I think, for a microphone. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. You could have gotten it all a lot cheaper as well. So anyway, it doesn't cost you much, if anything, really, to get online and to teach online because everyone has these things anyway. And if you have follow-up questions on that, I'd be more than happy to provide you with my humble thoughts. Thanks. All right, so next up is, but I nerd out too. Like I love what I do. Like I've got a Canon C300 4K camera here. I've got a bunch. I'm a nerd, okay? I'm a nerd. And you guys just wait. You wait and see our golf course. I got to rename it. The complete golf course or whatever it is. I'm coming out with a golf course on Udemy with Matt Lacousse, who's probably the best golf teacher I've ever seen, probably on the planet. This guy's amazing. Great guy, too, more importantly. And I knew within 20 seconds of talking to him that I wanted to partner with him. You know when you just know? It was like that. So anyway, but the equipment we're using is going to be off the charts. Like I ordered all this high-end Rode equipment for microphones. I also have lots of backups. I have 3 microphones right here just in case one of them goes down or doesn't work perfectly. Right? Only the paranoid survive. I'm always like that. When I go to give a presentation, I usually bring 2 laptops just in case. And I always have in my pocket a USB with the presentation just in case. Right? So I'm always ready. But this golf course, whatever it is we have drones, right? I've got a Mavic Pro, like the new one, Mavic 2, the Focus one. We've got everything. It's gonna be amazing. And I'm gonna nerd out big time and hopefully help you with your golf game. And you don't have to live close to an expensive golf course to take the course. You don't have to even have golf courses. It's going to be great. You're going to love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And it's not going to be a big profit driver because if you search Udemy, there's not a ton of golf courses there. But we're trying to create something that's never been done before. We're pushing the envelope. So I think it'll do really well longer term. But it's a risk. But it's a calculated risk. And it's fun, too. And it's never about the money because the second I start making courses just for the money is the day you should go to another teacher. Because I think with my heart first and then this works. Otherwise, if this doesn't work, this is empty. All right. Next up is from okay. Jason is sending a message to @geek. Awesome. All right. Next one I've got is from Akampuria. Akampuria, nice to meet you. Welcome to our call. Thank you, Chris, for your continued support. I currently work in management consulting, and my background is accounting and finance. The majority of our clients are in the public sector in information systems design. Having worked in Accenture in information technology services, what advice would you give me in order to move to orient this rather exciting area of information systems? Okay. It sounds like your question is about a career change. Okay, so you work in accounting, but you want to work in tech. How do you do it? And if that's not your question, please let me know. So as I mentioned before, and I haven't seen your name on the call before, but I've mentioned this before, but I want to mention it to you right now. I think it's important. So go to my website, harounventures.com, and download this book for free. Okay, it's how to network to get a job or anything you want in life and in business. And it'll teach you how to network so that you can get out of accounting and into the technology side, like I did at Accenture. Sorry, that's called dad humor. But if you want to get a transfer to work at your company in tech or a new job, the best way to do it is by networking a lot. And what you want to do is you want to look on LinkedIn, find people that have a similar background to you in accounting, maybe that switched out of management consulting and accounting to technology consulting, and just see how they did it, and maybe set up a LinkedIn meeting with them, a one-on-one meeting, coffee meeting. Contact them through LinkedIn, and they'll help you because they've done it before. Okay. It's killing me. I hear a lawnmower in the background. As I mentioned in the previous 28 weeks, my neighbor only cuts his grass on Thursdays during this call. But I put up all this badass stuff here, and you can still hear it. Anyway, I'm trying. All right, so next up is Mr. Unknown, the one and only Chris. How are you doing? I'm great, man. Good to have you. Thank you. And Mr. Unknown, thanks for that comment you left the other day on my YouTube channel. I did a vlog where I was golfing with my kids. It was kind of fun, and I vlogged and kind of made an idiot of myself. But you said thank you for change, or you said good job changing the background. It's good to have a change of scenery for my vlogs. I agree, and point well taken. I love the advice, and I'm grateful. Thank you. Okay, so next up is from Anthony Curry. Oh, now I'm getting confused because I see Tony 2 times name there twice. Just kidding with you. Hi, Chris. A long time. Hope you're well. And I have a few questions today. Awesome. By the way, Tony, and for anybody in Montreal on this call, or if you're ever going to go to Montreal, I want you to do me a favor, and you're going to love me for this. I want you to go to buy the best bagels in the world right out of the oven from a place called Saint Viator. And then after you buy those bagels right out of the oven, I want you to go across the street to the best Greek restaurant ever called Erhova. And I want you to dip those fresh bagels in tzatziki and then thank me later. I used to do that. Trust me, it's the best food you'll ever eat. Montreal bagels are way better than anywhere else in the world. They're awesome. All right, so you have a question. All right, so Tony is saying, say I like a product in Canada, which I know is not sold in the Middle East, Lebanon to be specific. Can I become a distributor and benefit from it? How do I go about that? Yeah, so you'd have to approach the company and ask them about a joint licensing agreement or a franchising agreement. It happens all the time. You know, companies might want to franchise their restaurant outlets or coffee shops, etc., overseas, and they'll partner with a bigger company. So, for example, in the United States, Tim Hortons Coffee partnered with Wendy's. It's basically the same company now. So what you want to do is you want to approach the sales force, maybe just call the main line, and then get a meeting with somebody in sales or the CEO. Maybe use LinkedIn and network to get a meeting with somebody using LinkedIn and my networking methodologies I've talked about before. And then just ask them when you're in front of them. Just ask them, can I distribute your product? Have you done that before? What are the economics? That sort of thing. And then if they approve whatever, they'll get their lawyers involved and vice versa. And I know because we go way back on these calls. Anthony, or T as I call him, Tony, he's also Lebanese. My mom is Lebanese as well. And I found that my last name has actually helped me. And I remember I think it was week number 3, we talked about should we put Arabic on our resume or not. Obviously, the answer is yes. We're all proud of our backgrounds and stuff. But I remember a bunch of meetings I got were because of my last name. And I thought it hurt me. Like after 9/11, I was on no-fly list because my Arabic last name, whatever, which I'm very proud of. But sometimes I'll meet with somebody, and during the meeting, I'll ask, just curious, why did you take the meeting? And there's this guy I met with who is the CTO of Citrix, a great software company. And I reached out to him over LinkedIn, and he took the meeting. And during the meeting, I asked him, why did you take the meeting? And he said, because I'm Pakistani, and I thought your name might have been Pakistani. Wasn't sure. I was just curious, whatever. So I know I'm going way off track here, but there's so many different ways to network, Tony. You know that. But I would just reach out to that company and just ask them point blank in that meeting. Get to know them first in the first 10 minutes of that meeting, obviously first, and then bring that up. And then if you can, go right to the top. Go right to the CEO rather than wasting your time with salespeople if the salespeople don't have a clue on how to help you do that. But that's cool, man. If you want, you can tell me what industry as well. You don't have to tell me the company name, but what industry, and I can provide more of my humble thoughts for what it's worth on that. All right, next question from Tony 2 times. All right, so saying, I know how to do a 100% of the job I'm in charge of. However, I'm more ambitious than my boss, and they are not treating the client as best they could. The only thing holding me back from having my own company is getting the actual contract from the client. I have nothing without that, and I do communicate with the client often. I don't have a non-compete clause. Good. I like where this is going. How do I word the option of going with my own company to the client? What should I say to test the waters and see if she would give me such a contract? Maybe I can ask for in a different province, meaning in Ontario versus Quebec or whatever it is. Okay. Is any of this thinking unethical? No, not at all. You don't have a non-compete. Competition is good for the consumer. Okay. If entrepreneurs think of this as being unethical, then they would never start their own companies. Competition's okay, as long as you don't violate what's in your contract. If you sign a contract, obviously you get a real lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, to read it. But if there's no non-compete clause, I say screw it, go for it. But before you do it, I want you to think, make sure that this client is not going to, tell your boss whatever. And if you're going to feel guilty about it, if you work at a very big company now, don't feel guilty, right? No one's going to lose their job. If it's a startup you're working at, maybe you feel a little bit guilty. You know what I'm getting at. But make sure this client make sure your gut tells you you trust her, and that she won't tell anyone in your company about it. I think it's a calculated risk and worth doing. I'd probably tell her in a very relaxed environment. Okay, get to know her first, maybe a couple of meetings first. Okay, if you haven't already done so, and maybe take her to take her to a hockey game or go see the Raptors in Toronto, right? Get badass tickets, whatever. And then, casually mention it, right? You're going to talk about personal stuff and, what's it like working at your company and all that. That'll come up naturally. And the way I want you to think about it is understand and always think of it from her perspective. And in business, always think about things from the other person's perspective before bringing up any material. So understand that people are usually motivated by 3 things in business. They want to make more money. They want to get promoted faster. And they want to enjoy what they do. And so think about these 2 here. Okay, actually all 3 of them, right? If she enjoys your company, then obviously this one is nailed, right? But if it will help to get her promoted faster by dealing with your new company, then that might be a good thing. If it'll help her make more money, that's a good thing too. So how are you going to make her more money and help her get promoted faster? Okay, so maybe it's along the lines of your product is going to be 50% cheaper, okay? And you're going to offer more value. So that means that her expenses go down in her department a lot, okay? Which means maybe her bonus goes up, which means maybe she makes more money, which means maybe she gets promoted faster. Okay? Think about it from her perspective. But Tony, also think about in terms of what the risks are when she thinks of you, right? So, and I'm going to make this up. All right, I've been doing business with Tony's company for 10 years now. Customer service has been great. But it's really been because of the people, not as much the product. Tony, he's reliable, but he's starting his own company. Is he going to be distracted by too many things to not be able to focus on me as much? I mean, he has lots of clients now at his company. Well, maybe he'll only have me as a client and one or two others and give me a better level of service. So maybe tell her that. But then again, I don't know. Like, he doesn't have that much money to start this company, or maybe he does. I don't know. Like, what if this company goes bankrupt? It just makes it difficult for me. So, Tony, that's what you got to do. You got to let her know and assuage her concerns, or make her feel more comfortable about the fact that you are very well financed. Okay, you've saved up enough money, whatever. You're going to give her better value, cheaper. You're going to dedicate more time to her account as well. It's a win-win-win. Okay, and if she kind of hesitates, then I want you to do this. I want you to ask her, what would you need to see in order for you to be more comfortable with signing a contract with me in my own company? And whatever she tells you is X, and you have to solve for X. And then your next meeting, you could say, I thought a lot about what you mentioned before, and I solved for X, and here's how. Okay, you want to give her what's called an irresistible offer. Okay, so anyway, hopefully that's helpful. I'm excited for you though, man, and good for you. I love questions like this because I hate when people work for somebody else, they're not appreciated and they're not happy. I love when I help somebody start their own company and live their life on their own terms. Otherwise, I've failed as a teacher, because there's nothing worse than working for somebody else and getting paid this much money to make their dreams become a reality and not being appreciated. I hate that. I hate working for other people too, because it's not a meritocracy. You don't eat what you kill. You know, the best way to really live your life in your own terms and to be happy and to be yourself is to be self-employed. Self-employed. And there's no worse feeling than going to a company picnic, which is usually on a weekend when you should be spending time with your family. And I call these corporate picnics forced family fun. There's nothing worse than going to those things, and like I had to do once, I'll never forget this, turning around the backseat at my kids, and this is when Andrew was really young. I said, Andrew, my boss is going to be there, so just make sure that you look him in the eyes, you shake his hand, and you're really polite. You're really polite. I hated that. And I have to tell you a story because I'm completely opening up to all of you today. It's incredibly embarrassing. It's awful. I'm not laughing though. This is awful. It's a little funny maybe. No, it's awful. But I remember Andrew, he was 4 at the time, and we were at some company events with my biggest investor, whatever it was. And I told Andrew, I said, Andrew, whatever you do, I want you to be on your best behavior. And I want you to look Mr. Johnson in the eyes and shake his hand and look him in the eyes and say, very nice to meet you. And that's it. And so he came into I introduced him to Mr. Johnson, and he went like this. My son, Andrew, who's 4, he shook his hand, looked him in the eyes, and he goes, very nice to meet you, Mr. Johnson. Right? And I was like, yes, thank God. But he followed up with this. I almost died. He said, very nice to meet you, Mr. Johnson. You fat old man. He said that, and dude, oh my God. It was awful. Oh my God, it was so bad. It was terrible. It's a true story. Mr. Johnson, if you're watching, and I changed that Mr. Johnson name, but anyway. I told you it's not funny. But anyway, the reason I bring that up also is because I want you to live your life in your own terms so that you don't have to try to be somebody else. And I want to empower you. I want to empower the empowerers here on this call to start your own company. I want to teach you how to fish instead of just giving you a fish. All right. And Tony, if you have any follow-up questions, please let me know. All right. Now, Solly is saying the assassination letter was wonderful. This is respect to earlier in the call when I talked about when I applied to graduate school years ago. And I asked for 4 letters of recommendation instead of 3. And I opened up. Anyway, I don't want to go back there because it might have been unethical. I don't know. Yeah. All right. I got to put my coffee back on this now to get back to 217 degrees Fahrenheit. It's amazing. Technology is cool, man. I love this thing. That's how nerds drink coffee, okay? And this is how nerds drink water. Okay, I've got this water bottle that hooks up to my Fitbit. It's pretty cool. It's dope. All right. Next up is from Andre. FYI, I left California and I'm currently in South Korea doing my online business. The cost of living is great. Good for you, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. First time I visited Korea, I went to Seoul. I worked at a big hedge fund called Citadel. and I was responsible. Part of my responsibilities were the video game sector. And I went to Seoul to meet with a bunch of it's NCSoft, I can't remember the name of the company, but a bunch of Korean video game startups back in 2005. And it blew me away, man. When I was in Seoul, I went to a cyber cafe. And dude, the internet speed in Korea is off the charts. And the government did a brilliant thing by making the internet speed faster there than anywhere else on the planet. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's incredible. So I love Korean food too. It's awesome. Especially when I was there, we had these little lettuce wraps. Right, it's kind of like a Mexican or American taco, but with lettuce. You don't get the carbs. Brilliant, brilliant. That's how I eat my tacos now. I put lettuce. It's fun. Anyway, gets rid of the carbs. See, you learn a lot when you travel. All right. Next up is Benjamin. Benjamin, how are you? Well, hold on a second. Tony, you're Canadian, dude. You didn't comment on my Rush shirt. Like, I got a question. Are you really Canadian, Tony? Like, Tony, you have to tell me what your favorite Rush album is now, okay? You have to tell me that. And for those of you that are haven't heard of Rush, it's the best Canadian band ever. And there's a law in Canada, actually, which is 30% of all music on the radio has to be Canadian. And so growing up, we heard a lot of Rush, which was awesome. It was dope, yo. But we also heard a lot of crappy Canadian music. I'm not going to go there. There's a group called Platinum Blonde, I remember, in Gowan and Corey Hart. Corey Hart was okay, I guess. But anyway, it's a rule, 30% by law on Canadian radio because they want to preserve Canadian culture, which is fine, whatever, I get it. And so that's why a lot of truckers hated listening to Canadian music because what would happen is in the middle of the night, a lot of Canadian radio stations would play all the Canadian content between like 3 in the morning and 6 in the morning when no one's listening, and the truckers were driving across country. It's kind of funny. All right. Thanks, Benjamin. Greens from Poland. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And Tony's saying, by the way, I'm drinking bulletproof coffee with the oil and the butter, the grass, butter, and it's the best. Awesome, dude. Awesome. That's great, man. So I think I told Tony about that a couple weeks ago, or whatever it was, a couple months ago, maybe. But I've been drinking bulletproof coffee. I'm not sponsored by anybody, please. But I've been drinking this bulletproof coffee now for, I think it's over 3 years now. And I can't stop creating, content, books, courses, everything because of this. It's like that movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper. I don't know if you've seen it, but he takes this pill, which is illegal, and he's a genius. I'm not saying I'm a genius at all, but I'm able to think much more clearly and speak much gooder. So anyway, it's been great. And if you guys do this, please be careful because you put a little bit of the oil in first, the MCT oil, which is like coconut oil. If you put in too much, you will get a stomachache initially until you build up a tolerance. But it's been great. All right, hold on. All right, Andrew Dupree, another Canadian, Toronto, I think, right? You, me, and Dupree. Whenever I see your name, I think of Owen Wilson because of that movie, You, Me, and Dupree. So you'll love this shirt as well, right? We'll represent today for the Canadians on the call. So Andrew is saying, hello, Chris. How are you? I'm great, thanks. Please distinguish between corporate finance, risk engineering, and business analytics. Sure. So corporate finance is basically within a big corporation, how are you going to manage the finances of the company? Meaning, are you going to look to acquire a company? Or how do you work on financial reporting? Okay, or you work on, or you want to merge with another company. Okay, so it's usually the best way to think of the difference between accounting and finance is this. Accounting is a science. It's looking backwards. Did we account for every little dollar that was spent in this company when we make the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement? It's backward looking. It's a science. And so are the personalities of accountants. Sometimes, sorry. Finance is an art. It's forward looking because you're predicting the future. You're predicting what your financial statements might look like in the future. You're predicting what your financial statements might look like if you buy another company. You're predicting what your earnings might be if you merge with another company, etc. And so it's more of an art being in finance because you got to be comfortable with uncertainty. Okay, you have to be comfortable that you're going to be wrong, but within a certain range. Okay, that's finance, and that kind of sums up corporate finance as well. Okay, so people that work in corporate finance or in the finance department in corporate finance, sometimes they work in M&A. Like if they work at a big tech company and they work in corporate finance, they're probably, working on taking some of the money of that firm and using it to buy other companies. That's corporate finance. Now, your other questions was risk, ENG, which I'm assuming means engineering and business analytics. So risk engineering, it's kind of different. I haven't really heard of it in more of a finance sense. But I have heard of risk management, which basically means understanding how much exposure your company has to specific customers or specific investments or specific inputs like the price of oil, and just managing overall risk. Okay. Now, when it comes to business analytics, that's basically analyzing a lot of data and looking for patterns. And there's a lot of great software products over the years that people have used. And they were such amazing software products that they got purchased by other bigger companies in their corporate finance departments. For example, IBM's corporate finance department bought Cognos in Canada because they're both on the East Coast. Business Objects, which is a French data analysis or business intelligence company, got bought by SAP because they're both in Europe. SAP is a great German software company. Business Object, or Bob J we used to call it because the ticker was BOBJ. That company was based in France. And Hyperion, which is another data analytics company, ticker was HYSL, got bought by Oracle because they're both here in the Bay Area. And that kind of explains why all these companies got bought by companies based in different locations. So M&A has a lot to do with geography as well. That's one of the reasons why a lot of tech companies that are located outside of the Bay Area in America are still independent. Like BMC or like Computer Associates, or like Citrix. Citrix is a Fort Lauderdale-based software company. There's a reason why it's independent, because it's in Fort Lauderdale. It'd be hard to integrate. So anyway, those are my thoughts on business analytics. And there's a lot of really, really cool private business analytic firms that are also dealing with AI right now. And one of them is Palantir, which I mentioned earlier in the call, which looks at big sets of data and comes up with pattern recognition to solve problems. Palantir was used by the Obama administration to find Osama bin Laden. Palantir's software is also used by big banks to look for phishing, meaning phishing incidents or security incidents with banking stuff online. Big governments use Palantir's data analytics software as well to help solve problems like human trafficking problems, etc. But it's an explosive industry. If you're interested in data analytics, don't take my courses. Take courses by a guy named Kirill on Udemy. He dominates that sector. Really good guy, really smart guy, and his courses are awesome. All right, next up is Andrew Dupree's got a follow-up here, which I just lost. Sorry, hold on a second. I hate when it does that. Sounds my browser jumps. Stay with me, people. All right, so Andrew is saying, also, my originally being from South Bay, Los Angeles, how does someone as conservative as I contemplate a return to Canada? Oh, I thought you were in Canada now, dude. Oh, wow, okay. I thought you were from Toronto. Let me read that again then. Being from South Bay, LA. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, give me a little bit more color, because there is a stereotype that I'm confused. Okay, so rephrase the question, please. I'm so sorry. By CA, do you mean California or Canada? Just rephrase the question, and I'll get to it soon. Thanks, man. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, Geek 1738 told me what 1738 means. It's a Remy Martini popularized by rapper Fetty Wap. That's cool, man. It's awesome. Very, very cool. That's awesome. I love knowing why people call their things as is. That's cool. Awesome. All right. Avi Pro is here, but he retracted his message. Avi Pro, welcome. Avi Pro is in Sweden, I think, right? All right. Andrew is saying, okay, no, Andrew is in Toronto. He's saying it's minus 11 degrees here. Andrew, because you're Canadian, I have to do this. You ready? Do you know what that is? That's actually the world's smallest violin. It's beautiful here today. I'm sorry, dude. That was a dick thing to say. I'm totally kidding. I say it with love in my heart. You're Canadian. I have to tease a fellow Canadian. Rush, represent. All right. Dude, I remember living in Montreal, and Tony, you'll appreciate this. I lived on Hutchison Street in the McGill ghetto, the student ghetto, they call it, whatever. And I remember I borrowed my mom's Prius. Or no, it wasn't a Prius. It was a Toyota Previa, one of those big van things, which had a fridge in it, which we may or may not have put beer in at some point. I don't know. But I remember parking it in the alley. And one day there was so much snow, I couldn't see it. The whole alley was covered. And I remember one day I couldn't get out of the front door from my house on Hutchison Street there. So anyway, but I do miss the seasons change. It gives you something to look forward to every year. It's true. It's true. That's why Canadians are so happy. Okay, and Geek 1738 is saying, do I know Joe Rogan? I don't, but Wrigley, who I work with, mentioned him to me because when I was setting up this studio here, we were kind of looking at how was I going to set all this stuff up. This is one of my, actually, I'm going to show you guys. This is one of my microphones here. It's kind of hard to see. I've got autofocus on, so you'll be able to see this okay here. So this here is, this is a Blue Yeti Pro, which means I've got the XLR components in, and Joe Rogan has this microphone hooked up. When I do this, you can't hear it because this is my one for my 4K recording. I got another Blue Yeti down there that's recording. But anyway, we were talking about how we're going to set this room up. We were thinking, should we go Joe Rogan style, meaning set it up so that everybody can see the microphone, which I decided not to do. And I was embarrassed because at that time, when he mentioned that, I was thinking of Seth Rogen. That's what Rogan means to me. Canadian mentioned there. And for those of you who have not seen the movie Superbad, you're missing out. It's the best movie that's ever been made. You have to watch it. It's funny. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry about this, guys. I just want the wires to be touching. All right, we're good there. All right. Audio still working on all devices. We're good to go. Okay, great. Yeah, so Joe Rogan, I don't. But I actually just started a podcast. I just recorded it, actually, and I think we're going to launch it this week. I'm not sure. We're still doing the research on it, but I'm going to repurpose the content we already have, kind of like what Gary Vaynerchuk talks about. Audio is the future. And for those of you that aren't really sure which social media applications or sources to use, just go to Gary V's website, scroll to the bottom, and he's got them all in order. Okay, and the first one he has there is podcast. Audio is the operating system of the future, and the future is now. That's why Siri is doing well. The same thing with Alexa, etc. Like, why should we have to see, feel, or touch our operating system? Why can't it be virtual? And it is. And I'm such a nerd. I've even set up my lights here. Like watch this. Hey Siri, turn the lights off.
Okay.
All right, that's just the rear ones there, right? So you see the green screen in the corner there, how it's not working as well. You can see kind of like the little aberrations there. It's because I turned off the green screen lights in the back, so I got to turn it back on. Hey Siri, turn the lights on.
Okay.
There we go. It's done. It's cool. And anyway, so I'm such a nerd. This whole thing is tech enabled, and anyway, it's fun. All right. So Joe Rogan does podcasts. He did one with Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey is the founder of Twitter and Square. It would be fun to see you and him doing a podcast together. Yeah, that's cool, man. No, I'd love to. I'd love to. If you have it in there, please send him a message. I'm nobody though. Like he's a big dude. I'm just kind of I'm in my little world catering to my students here and not the rest of the world. But yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun though. Yeah. It's cool, but I've looked at his equipment actually. And so his equipment, he's actually got like a big version of this. He has a bunch of people running his whole operation. I don't care how much money I have or how big I get or got or will get, whatever. I'm never going to do that. I always want this to be just me, because it's fun. I feel like it's fun challenging myself with all this technology to make all this stuff work, all these, these screen transitions and all that stuff. And you guys just wait and see what's coming. I think next week I hook up a camera outdoors. It's going to be off the charts. And when you watch it, you're going to think, how is he doing it by himself? And it's all part of my whole philosophy, which is I think that small groups of people can change the world. And during my MBA degree program coming out later this year, one thing that I'm going to teach is how to be the startup of you. Start your own company and outsource everything. So all you can do is focus on creating an empire of one, an army of one, while you outsource everything. everything. And it's such a wonderful way to live because you can really live your life on your terms. You can travel the world and run your business. It doesn't really matter where you are. And so I love this whole army of one approach to scaling your business materially. And this wasn't available years ago. I mean, years ago, like I'm going to take on CNBC. I'm going to take on Harvard Business School. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds out there, but F it, I'm going to do it. And it's fun too. It's fun challenging myself. All right, so next up is Mr. Unknown. And if I remember, Mr. Unknown, you're 16 years old, right? You mentioned that about a month ago on this call. And the quality of your questions are amazing. Thank you again for that message you left on my golf podcast the other day. Thank you. A vlog. So Mr. Unknown, I love how you categorize your questions. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so Mr. Unknown is saying, so like you already know, I bought the financial course and you really changed my mind on those small bits that we spend on expensive things like outside coffee. And thanks for those Excel lectures that I included. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And so what we did was in my course, the complete personal finance course, what I do is it's really fun. It's easy. But there's a spreadsheet dashboard I created where we track all of your spending. And it's all secure. It's only on your computer. There's no macros in it either. And then what we do is I teach you how much money you can save by making your own coffee, which is millions of dollars. That's right. Or cutting your own hair. And I even brought in my shears in one of the episodes. But I cut my own hair. I cut my own hair. I've been doing it every week for 10 or 15 years, whatever it is now, with $20 shears I bought from Costco, the same ones. And I've saved enough money to buy a car just from that. But I've gotten better at it. Like I do 3 on the sides. No, 2 on the sides now. And then I do 3 up here. And then I do 4 or 5 here because I crusty clown comb over to cover up my bald spot. And on the back, I have this special thing that I attach. I didn't do a great job last night. Probably doesn't look perfect. But I just anyway. But it saves me a lot of money. In that course of mine, the Complete Personal Finance course, I teach you many, many, many different life hacks so that you can save a fortune. $32 million to be exact. So anyway, and you can also go to my vlog and just do a search on, I did a vlog a couple months ago on how to save $32 million. Anyway, it all adds up. Okay, my final question I have is, I have around $1,300 in euros saved, and I am 100% ready to begin. Since you have experience with customers, how can I make them share my product without me spamming them with emails, etc.? Something unique that they will remember. Thanks for the answers already. God bless you. God bless you more. Thank you. And then you left an internet link here. How did you figure that out? Nobody can figure out how to. Oh, you left a space there. I have to check out that website right now. I want to do this justice and answer this the right way, but I don't fully understand the question. It's my fault. Sorry. If you can give me something a little bit more specific about your business model, then it can help you rather than just making a generic answer. That'd be great. Thank you. And before we go on, I have to paste with everybody watching what your link is. Okay, so I'm going to go here. And if you guys like this call, whatever, just please click the like button. It'll help me out. Thank you. All right, so you've got this here. Is that the web address you gave? I'm going to hit enter. Doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Sorry, that web address doesn't seem to work for me. If you want to send me another one, let me know or fix it up a bit or whatever it might be. Looks like you use something like, here it is. Good. I thought it was something like Bitly. Here it is here. Or it is Bitly. Okay, hold on. So, or a competitor to that. Let me check out what you sent me. Okay, check out. Okay, that's an ad. I'm going to go here. Okay, you made an Excel. Oh, good for you. You did. Okay, good. Oh, you took my course and you made one yourself. Oh, how interesting. You did it for school. Your school grades, menu, hours worked, saving. Oh my God, dude, this is dope. Oh, I love it. I love it. You wrote down here, you guys can see this now in the corner, what's my budget and income statement? And you used the ruler icon I used as well. Awesome. You got your own icon here. I like your icon better than mine. School grades, menu. Oh, I like that. That's kind of like we use with on mobile phones for menu systems. Intuitive savings, same icon as mine. I love it. Work hours, I like that icon better. Mine. Good for you, man. And you design in Excel and you link to, it looks like, to all these sheets here individually. So here, and this is for future considerations, you've got, okay, here, work hours, which you link here to red. School grades, you link here to red. Your budget and income statement, you link here to green. Savings links here, and a menu goes back here. And this is stuff you're adding in the future. Good for you, man. That is awesome. I'm proud of you, man. That's fantastic. That is awesome. And just for those of you that haven't seen what Mr. Unknown, which is his username, I'm going to show you what mine looks like. So complete personal finance dashboard. Yeah. So here it is here. I'll open it up here in real time with you guys. It's a bit large. And the way I kept actually the size small, it's actually not that big relative to what's in there, is I reuse images. So the second you paste an image in Excel, if you reuse that millions of times, Excel thinks it's the same image. It's pointed at the same one. So anyway, here's my course for what it's worth. Here's my button similar to yours. Budget, income statement, you click here, and it goes directly there. And the beauty of the way I set it up here, and I started working on a course called the Complete Excel course, and then I scrapped it because I actually already teach how to create this stuff in my courses anyway. Any course I have a dashboard. At the very end, I teach you how to do it. If you guys want me to make it a complete Microsoft Excel course, please let me know. But the way I set this up here, and Mr. Unknown was demonstrating as well, these are just images. See here? This is just an image. And if you right-click on any image you put in, then you can insert a hyperlink. So I just moved it, but I can right-click on it and I can go insert a hyperlink. And that hyperlink is just going to point to somewhere else within your file. Like I could go here to, if I want to link this to Save Money Checklist, let's see what happens there. Let me just take the focus off it and I'll click it again. And that will go directly to Save Money Checklist. See down here, exercise 6. So I love Excel, man. It's so fun. It's a blast. And I even set it up so when I click there, this will register higher and all that stuff. And I actually did a higher end version of this. It's just a bit slow with my business plan course. Good for you, dude. That's awesome, man. I love to see that. Isn't it fun creating like software stuff? I mean, you could be an army of one if you learn how to do that stuff yourself. And that's how I started programming. Was I kind of started using Excel and then Visual Basic for applications, VBA and Excel. And then I graduated to Visual Basic, then C++, then Java, which I hated. I don't like the object-oriented stuff. I like drawing stuff. But yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun. Good for you. Thanks for sharing. All right, so Andrew is saying to support your earlier Canada-Canadians comments and humility. Canadians, in my opinion, are very beautiful and ethical people. I'm thankful that Canada and my Canadian wife and son were here for me during the U.S. Great Recession and my nearly dying from neuropathy at Dundas Station. And you, Chris, are very typical Canadian, genuine, hardworking, and you let things bounce off of you. But you do not drink beer anymore. You crazy. It's true, I am. Oh, shucks, apologies. Did not know that drinking beer was a health issue. That's okay, man. That's all right. That's right. No, not at all. I miss it, though. I do miss drinking. I do. I mean, I didn't drink a crazy amount, but it's just a health issue. Thank you for that. But let me just read through this here. You mentioned Dundas Station before, a couple of months or weeks ago, and about a certain bum that you saw in the Dundas Station at TTC, I think. And I remember responding saying, I didn't know what you were talking about, but did that have to do with nearly dying from neuropathy? I don't know what that neuropathy means. I'm going to search for that too, but excuse my ignorance, please. It's kind of like my dad explaining the difference between icing and offside in hockey. I still don't get it. Okay, let me. I'm looking here real time. I'm going to do research here on what that word means. Neuropathy, which is sometimes referred to as, it's not a single health condition, but rather a term used to describe a range of health problems involving damage to the peripheral nerves as well as symptoms of those issues. Oh man, I'm sorry you're going through that. Causes weakness, numbness, and pain, usually in hands and feet. It can also affect other areas of your body, your peripheral nervous system. Oh wow, I'm sorry you're going through that, man. You said you almost died. That's tragic. The Great Recession, yeah. Great Recession, of course, you're referring to 2008 when we were within 24 hours of bank machines not working. That was a scary time. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and I sweating profusely. Oh wait, it was scary. And speaking of the nerve issues, I can't feel this finger here. Half of it's been gone for over a year now. I just figure it's getting old. The older I get, the better I was. But God bless you went through that. And thank you for those flattering comments. Thank you. Yeah, but in terms of drinking beer, so what happened was this. Back in, I think it was 2007 or 8 or 9 or whatever it was, I would get really dizzy when I was driving to work. And at work, I'd get these dizzy spells where I was about to pass out. And so I went to the doctors, and they did everything. They did MRIs, they did every kind of scan you want. You could ultrasound everything, gallbladder, everything. And everything was fine, and we couldn't figure it out. And so we played around with my diet a lot. Okay, that's one of the reasons I'm kind of a health nut. And we still couldn't figure it out, and the doctors couldn't figure it out. And it didn't matter how much alcohol I drank, even if it was like a little bit of wine at dinner. The next day, I'd be incredibly dizzy. It was scary. It was like vertigo or whatever. And so I cut alcohol out. I was just I'm a biohacker, as you know. I play around with a lot of different bio stuff to see if I can make my energy better, coffee, etc. And I eliminated alcohol. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. This is the reason. So I must be allergic to alcohol. And it kills me because, yes, I enjoyed it. Like I was president of my fraternity at McGill University. And I even, it's kind of embarrassing, but we found an old pop machine. That's what we call pop, soda in Canada, pop. And I actually brought it with a couple of my fraternity buddies. And we put it in our fraternity house there on Milton Street, fraternity 2 times Montreal. And in Canada, you have dollar coins, loonies, we call them. And so it was $1 a beer. It was awesome. So, every Coke, 7-Up, Sprite, whatever, it was actually all beer. So anyway, God, I talk a lot. But I actually don't miss beer as much. Beer never tastes that great, but I miss a nice glass of wine every now and then. But whatever, as long as I'm not getting dizzy. All right, so Quendrim's got a question. Welcome, Quendrim, to the call. First time I've seen you. Thank you. Hope you join us again. Hi, Chris. I'm sitting in the library in Germany near Frankfurt. Can I stop you right there? I want to thank you and all of Germany for Hans Zimmer. That guy has changed my life. And for those of you not familiar with Hans Zimmer, he is the best composer ever. And all of his albums I love. He has soundtracks for movies. And I love movie soundtracks because you can kind of set the soundtrack for your life in the background. Like on my SIRI device, I don't want to say it out loud, otherwise she'll start talking, my HomePod or whatever the heck you call it. I listen to a ton of Hans Zimmer. The best one is, I like Inception a lot, and Interstellar. Interstellar is the best. Puts me in a trance. I also like the original Blade Runner, which wasn't done by him. The soundtrack's great. All right, so, hi, Chris. Sitting in the library in Germany near Frankfurt. I used to go there a lot. I used to go to Waldorf all the time to meet with the CEO and CFO of SAP, big German software company, 2 hours away from Frankfurt. And listen to you. Love it. Keep up the good work. Best regards. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. I actually, when I was in Frankfurt, we used to go to the Opera House for dinner, which was amazing. It was great. Then we hop on the Autobahn for a couple hours in a taxi. Scary but fast, but it worked. Hey, it was great. Thank you. Oh, actually, I'm coming to Berlin this fall. If you happen to be there, I know Germany's a big country. That's just like saying I'm going to Canada and Vancouver, and you're from Toronto, want to meet me, right? But I'm going to Berlin, Udemy's annual conference called Udemy Live. And for anybody that wants to teach, please come to it. It's called Udemy Live. It's going to be in Berlin. I can't wait because Berlin is just, it's an incredible historic area. Not only with the Berlin Wall, with that empowering speech from Ronald Reagan saying, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. But also the Berlin airlift, also the Beatles. A lot of people don't realize that the Beatles are only successful because they practiced for more than 10,000 hours in the basement of taverns in Berlin. U2 recorded Achtung Baby, which means attention child or something, in Berlin. So hopefully if you're there, we'd love to meet up. That goes for anybody on the call. Okay, Ayan, how are you? Chris, thanks for everything that you are doing. Big fan and follower. 2 questions. Thank you. First question is, what's your advice on talking to your potential juniors or reportees in an interview setting? What types of questions and discussion topics would you suggest? And this will be part of a multiple meetings discussion planned with the potential future team. Okay. Okay, so if you're interviewing somebody, I wouldn't focus as much on the questions initially if it's one-on-one. I would focus on getting to know them. And while you're getting to know them, think to yourself in the back of your mind, I'm a customer. They're selling me a product. Am I excited about this product or not? Do I enjoy their company? Is this somebody I like to hang out with? Because I'm going to spend more time with this person than my family, unfortunately, if I work in a real office. Okay, so that's the kind of what I want you to think. And I refer to that as the Chicago O'Hare test. And it's called the Chicago O'Hare test because O'Hare is a massive, massive airport, a little bit smaller than Heathrow, but it's huge. And the O'Hare Airport is in Chicago. And it's a massive airport. And if you're traveling with somebody at work and you're stranded in between flights at O'Hare, can I stand this person? Do I enjoy their company or not? That's called the O'Hare test. So that's first and foremost. Do I enjoy their company? Right? And that's not something where you can create questions for. It's just kind of getting to know them, that sort of thing. Okay. So, but in terms of individual questions that you can ask future potential employees, you can ask them how to sell your product. Right? A lot of people say, "Sell me that pen," whatever. But you can actually say, you know, here's our product right here. I'm just picking up a random item here. Have to be sitting here. Here's our product. How would you sell this product? And just see how they react and see if you get comfortable with that. Another thing I would do is what Goldman Sachs did when I was interviewing there. I would do the drill down interview approach, which means you start high level and then you drill down. And when they can't answer anymore, do they BS you? Or do they say something proactive like, I don't know, but I'll get back to you? Or I don't know, but I'll find out. For example, when I was interviewing back at Goldman in 1998, there was a guy that asked me, you know, what markets in Europe do you follow? And I said, well, I follow markets in Germany, for example. And then follow-up question they drilled down was, well, what's that market index called? And I said, oh, it's the DAX. What company do you follow on the DAX? Daimler Chrysler. That was the name at the time, Daimler Chrysler. What's the CEO's name of Daimler Chrysler? Oh, it's Jürgen Schremp. Right? And then they would ask, what's the price earnings multiple of Daimler Chrysler? I don't know, but I'll get back to you on that. I'll find out. Okay, so you want to see if they don't BS me, if they're very transparent, and see if they're proactive in terms of I will get back to you. Okay, you can ask that. If you want intelligence questions or how they approach questions, you can ask, like when I was interviewing at Citadel, they asked me, how much does a 747 weigh? Tough question. And it doesn't matter what your answer is. All that matters is that you kind of come up with an intelligent framework on how to answer that question. And so I remember that at the time, the guy's name was Peter LeBon that asked me that question at Citadel. And he was co-heads of global equities with Carson Levitt, my mentor. And the way I answered that question with Peter, the guy's brilliant, man. I said, well, I probably think about it this way. If a Toyota Camry, for example, weighs, let's just say 1,000 pounds, and the answer doesn't have to be right, by the way. Just hear me out here. Let's say a Toyota Camry weighs 1,000 pounds, and a 747, let's say, is the fuselage being the main body, meaning everything but the wings and wheels. The fuselage is, let's say, 3 Toyota Camrys wide. And it's 100 Toyota Camrys long. Okay, so we're at 300 Toyota Camrys now. And you can stack 3 Toyota Camrys on top of each other. So now we're at 900 Toyota Camrys. And then that's what is that? That's almost 1 million pounds. And I went through the logic that way, right? So you can kind of ask them that. You know, a lot of other companies do this as well. Microsoft used to always ask the question, why are manhole covers or construction hole covers round? And there's no right answer. I just want to see how you approach it. And one of the reasons, this is fun, I'll go through this. One of the reasons you could say is so that it doesn't fall through the crack. So if manhole covers were square, if you turn it sideways, they might fall through, right? Anyway. Manhole covers are round, construction hole covers, so they don't fall through any way you put it on. And you can roll them as well if you wanted to. So anyway, there's no right answer. Just see how they approach the answer. What's their thought process? Do they have good structure? That sort of thing. And do you enjoy their company? That's so important. That's so important. So you can ask them those questions. You can also create real case studies. Like when I interviewed with the Boston Consulting Group years ago in Toronto, I didn't get this job, but they asked me questions that I actually, I know for a fact they were talking about their clients. And they're trying to use you, not just to see how you react to an issue if they were to hire you, but they also want to kind of steal your intellect or use it at least, right, to help them do their jobs. And so at the time, the question was, the Toronto Sun is having trouble deciding how many newspapers they should create. How would you go about thinking how many they should create every day? And so their real client was the Toronto Star at the time, which is thestar.com. But anyway, so they asked about their existing existing business situation through a case study. So you might want to do that as well if you want to, Ian. So what other questions can I ask? This is tough. What I recommend is take my course called the Complete Job Course, because I go through every type of question that you can possibly be asked as an interviewee and how to respond to every single one as well. And I promise you, every question you can possibly think about is there. You know, and the way I do is I usually start off with people in my course saying, if this is your resume, I want you to answer the question, tell me about X. And X refers to every line on your resume, right? Or generic questions like, tell me about yourself. And so you do it in chronological order from when you were younger to when you're older, that sort of thing. And make sure they have a heartbeat too, meaning are they personable? They talk about stuff which you're passionate about, which you enjoy talking about as well. Maybe it's a love for football or whatever it might be. So give them case questions as well. But take that course in mind, the Complete Job Course, because that will help you understand what type of questions to ask or how to respond to questions, that sort of thing. But I think what's important is the whole BSing thing with respect to that whole Jürgen Schremp, Daimler Chrysler drill down tactic, which I talked about. Okay, so, and if it's discussion topics in front of a whole team, I can teach you how to fire up your team, get them motivated, like really motivated. Just take my course called the Complete Public Speaking Course, as I'll teach you how to fire up a team and get them excited about doing their job. Or if you want to learn how to really motivate, and the whole purpose of this is not to cross-sell courses, but I want to show you because I think it can be helpful. If you want to motivate a team, you can also take my course called How to Motivate Employees. And what I do is, and this free book is included as well, anyway, it lists a million ways to motivate teams and a million games you can play with teams as well, and ways to get your team to know each other better. Even little things like this in this book, I included commentary on team building events. And one of them is really, really simple, which is this. In the cafeteria or the common area, the kitchen, whatever it is, put a map up on the wall and then put a bunch of red pins with tape attached to it and labels. And then what you do is on the top of the map, you put up a sign saying, if you want, put a pin where you're from or where you're from. And so a lot of people will write their names and put a pin where they're from, if you want, whatever. And then it's a great discussion thing because you might find out someone else is from Canada, for example, where I'm from, and that might be a great icebreaker for you. Or somebody might say, "Oh, you're from Frankfurt. I visited Frankfurt when I used to go to Waldorf, and I went to the Great Opera House there, and we used to have dinner there." So that's what you can do, and then you can follow up a month later with another question below it and yellow pins saying, if you want, please put down where you visited in the world with a yellow pin and your name. That's another way, a discussion group. Oh, you've been to Somalia. I'd love to go to Somalia. What was it like? That sort of thing. Anyway, and then a week or two later, maybe green pins where you want to visit. That sort of thing. There's many ways to bond with people that you work with or motivate them or just kind of fire up a discussion. But I think what's more important than asking, straight out interview questions is just to get to know them, because business is about relationships, and relationships are more important than product knowledge. Because if your clients like your employees, then they're more likely to want to do business with them. And I'm not telling you to be completely, disingenuous, but just get to know people on a personal level first before firing off all of those interview type business questions. And if you wanted to discuss that more in detail or how to motivate people, you can take my course, How to Motivate Employees. If you want to learn how to give a really empowering speech to fire up your employees, take my complete public speaking course. And if you want to learn what questions to ask employees or how to interview, take my complete job course. And if you have follow-up questions, please let me know. Thanks. All right. You had 2 questions. Okay, your second question is, I know that you are into biohacks, which means altering my diet so I can have more energy and be more productive. I'm in my early 30s. Would you recommend it? Is there any side effects that you are aware of? Yeah, so before you do it, I'm not a lawyer, and I hate bringing this up, but I do care. Please speak with your doctor first, because I really do a lot of these things. Like, dude, I go overboard. Like, I've read a lot of stuff by a guy named Ray Kurzweil. He wrote a book called, I think, Transcend, where he talks about, living forever or a long time. And I'm not talking about crazy stuff like Ted Williams freezing himself, but just little things like I have my DNA sequenced and I'm going to get age-related macular degeneration, AMD, meaning my eyesight is going to go down a lot in my 60s. It's fine now. And so I take this, I went to an eye doctor, my eyes are 20/20, but I'm taking this relatively benign zinc supplements here, which basically is going to nip it in the butt so that I actually don't lose my eyesight. I don't develop that disease later. It's all preemptive. Every battle is won before it's been fought. It's kind of like that movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise. Great flick. I loved it. Spielberg. Awesome. And basically, in that movie, there's the pre-crime group where they discover what crimes people are going to commit. By the same token, when you biohack, you're basically stopping yourself from developing diseases you're going to get. And so you got to make sure that you understand, what people in your family have had illness-wise, because you are part of that gene pool, obviously. And talk to your doctor about it, nipping that in the butt beforehand. Right? But I do I do way more than I've ever talked about. And I'm really opening up today, and I have nothing to hide, so I'm going to go there. Hair loss. You ready? All right. So, and please speak to your doctor before doing what I'm telling you. I biohack myself a lot. Okay. So, if you have anybody in your family, they usually say your mother's father and all that stuff, but any male in your family, brother, father, whatever, that has lost their hair or even part of their hair, then first of all, talk to a doctor before, and don't listen to what I'm about to tell you to do. Okay, but I'm going to tell you because I'm doing it anyway. The way I've kept this beautiful mullet is about 10 years ago, I started doing research on Rogaine. Okay, Rogaine is that drug you take to stop, no. It was a Propecia. Propecia is a drug you take. Rogaine is just the liquid stuff you put on your hair, whatever. Propecia is this drug that will stop you from losing your hair. Okay, and I did a lot of research on it, and it was expensive, and I didn't want to spend money on Propecia. And so what I did was I actually went online and I found out what's inside Propecia. What is it? All it is this drug called Proscar, which basically is finasteride. And finasteride is what is in Propecia. And Propecia is 1 or 2 milligrams of finasteride. But if you buy the finasteride pills, which are 5 milligrams each, you get them for 1/10 the price. They cost next to nothing. Right? It's just a marketing thing. And I bought a pill cutter, and I cut my finasteride in half. And I've been doing it for over a decade now. And I take it every night before I go to bed. Now, there are some side effects, very minor ones as well. Again, I'm not going to go into much more detail. I don't recommend anybody does that. Talk to your doctor first. Okay, but that's just one of the things that I do from a biohacking perspective. You got to analyze your gene pool. You got to, if you want to get your DNA sequenced, or just ask your parents, grandparents, uncles, cousins, whatever, your older relatives, what diseases have you had in your life? I can't believe people don't do this. And because whatever they get, you're a product of your parents, your gene pool. Try to nip that in the bud. So, and everybody is different. Everybody is different. And the last thing I'll say again is please speak with a real doctor first before considering any sort of biohacks. But I think that actually, I got one more quick thing. I think that we're all deficient in one or two vitamins. We don't know what they are. But if we were not deficient in those one or two vitamins, we'd probably live longer and not get sick as much. And so what I do is I take this daily package of pills, right? It's just vitamins, and I take a lot of herbs. It's vitamins by a guy named Dr. David Williams. And you can do a search on Dr. David Williams online after you speak to your doctor. It's just these packs of pills I take every day. And it's just 100% of every vitamin you need. I also take Ray Kurzweil's daily pack of medicine, which has retinol in it, which is in red wine, which I can't get because I don't drink, which helps you to live longer. You can't reverse aging, but you can slow it down. Not just through pills, whatever, and diet and plenty of waters. That's why I'm a biohacker with this tech thing here I've talked about before. Another way to slow down aging, or to make it appear like you're not getting as old, is always put on in your morning face cream you put on. Everyone should wear it. Put on SPF 30, okay, just to block the UV rays. And a lot of women don't look as old as men do because they wear makeup, and makeup has SPF in it as well. But get in the habit of wearing SPF stuff. And I wear Neutrogena. I just put it on every morning. Neutrogena for men, SPF 30 every day. And it's got trace elements of retinol as well to slow down aging so you don't get the little, whatever they call it. What do they call those things? Bird's foot or something, whatever it is. As quickly you can slow down aging. And you're going to notice that, it's a little off topic, but if you sleep on your right side every night, this side of your face is going to age 5 years more than the other side, okay? And if you drive to work a lot, this side of your face, if you drive on the left side in North America, for example, because the sun right here, this side of your face is going to age much quicker, okay? So anyway, you kind of offset that by sleeping on that side. I can't believe that windows in cars aren't UV protected. And I always wear sunglasses, and it's a little out there. I know I've kind of taken it to an extreme, but if you wear sunglasses, wear ones that kind of wrap around here as well a bit, because it kind of stops the aging process here as well. So drink plenty of water as well. I know I completely overdo it. I'm a biohacker, always have been. Anyway, so those are my humble thoughts. Again, speak to a real doctor first before you do any of that stuff. Thanks. All right. Karen is saying, thank you for your dreams first comment. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I love it. If you focus on your dreams first, the money comes eventually. It always does. And the worst thing that could possibly happen to all of us in this call is we wake up one day when we're much older and we realize that we're working for somebody else that's paying us this much money to help make their dreams become a reality. And we're actually creating this much value for that prick. So that was harsh. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. All right. Next up is Akil. Do you ever fail to start your day without being grateful and end it with scheduling for the next? Won't you just get too tired at dose of it, meaning my daily schedule? Okay, yeah. So I don't do my daily schedule on weekends. Okay, and I don't do it all the time. I'm on day 12 now. And basically what I do is I try to test or challenge myself, see how many days in a row I can do it. Right? My record is 30 or 40 days in a row, not including weekends. But I'm on day 12 right now. So I don't do it on weekends. Kind of like my diet. I take one day off a week, sort of a little bit. Otherwise you go crazy. And it's the same thing with, it's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. We're told to rest on the seventh day. In all great religions, right? The 10 Commandments is kind of the basis for a lot of rules, whatever. Otherwise you burn out. And one of the problems with, and there's not many problems, but one of the big problems with doing what you love doing in life is you don't know when to stop. Like for me, I love what I'm doing. And this call, I haven't even looked at the time once. Let me check. See, we've been doing this call for exactly 4 hours and 13 minutes nonstop. And I love it. And I'll do this call forever. I don't care. Right? I'll make this a 20-hour call. I don't care. I love it. But the problem with loving what you do, right, and it's a high-class problem to have maybe, is you forget a lot of other things. Like sometimes I'll work too hard and, I won't spend as much time with family, even though I schedule it, right? And I felt it the other day when Dylan, my son, he said this before, if you have kids, your youngest kid, you don't have as much pictures of. It is what it is. But he put a bunch of pictures of himself and me by my night table. And I went to bed and I saw it and I was teared up a bit. I was like, I get it. Okay. Anyway, sorry I'm rambling a little bit here. But if you love what you do, then you have to put your foot down and make sure you don't do what you love too much. Because too much of a good thing can hurt you. It's true. It's true. So I love what I do. This is fun. All right. So next up is, and also I'm kind of hard on myself. I always have been. I'm getting a little bit less hard on myself now. Like I'm not as cut as I used to be. I used to have a six-pack and everything like 1 or 2 years ago. I'm eating a little bit more fun food now, living my life a bit. Yeah. A little hot in here. I don't know why I mentioned that last part, but whatever. All right, I'm going to get a six-pack again. Okay, because I said it, I have to do it now. Okay, instead of my one-pack, my Molson Muscle. All right, let's move on here. All right, and I give myself 6 months to get a six-pack. I'm throwing a challenge down. What is the date today? It's March 7th. September 7th, I'm going to have a six-pack. Okay? So underneath 1974, I will have a six-pack. It's not that bad right now. I'm fine. But I used to be really, really cut. The problem is when you try to get cut too much, when you go see your mom, she's worried. She's like, oh, my God, you look so skinny and stuff. And you know what I'm talking about when it comes to having falafel. Instead of eating bad falafel and you feel awful. You know what I mean? No, just kidding. All right, next question. Let me see what's next here. Akil is saying, how do you reward someone when they fail? I think I just heard you say it. Yeah, that was earlier in the call. So I mentioned it with my kids. I reward them. Little things, it's verbal. Like I'm really proud of you for taking that risk. Even though it didn't work out, I'm proud of you for taking that risk. And even somebody works for you and they try to innovate and they're not successful. And you manage a big team. I want you to single them out and say, look, it didn't work out, but I'm really proud of Sandra, for example, for taking that risk. I know it didn't work out, but if we don't take risks like Sandra did, we'll never be able to beat the competition. And I fully encourage you all taking risks. So good job. And Google actually, I don't know if they still do this, but it's 1 day a week as a way, and I wrote about it in my book, as a way to motivate employees. Google lets their engineers 1 day a week, 1 out of 5 days, 20% of the week, do whatever the heck they want. And most of those Google Labs products, which are in beta far too long, have come out of those innovation days. Just give them the freedom to invent. Otherwise, if you don't let your employees take risks, then there will be no reward, no opportunity to grow your business or think outside the box or create awesome new products. Wrigley, who works with me, he comes up with great ideas all the time. I give him carte blanche. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's very, very different the way I manage compared to most people. So, okay. Next up is, what's your opinion on life? Well, that's a tough one. All right, I'm different from most people, but my opinion is our jobs are to make the world a better place by the time we move on compared to when we entered the world. And to do what you're passionate about and to be happy every day. And not to worry because God already knows what's going to happen. That should put you at ease. That should allow you to live in day-type compartments, meaning every day, 1 day at a time. The past does not equal the future. Don't worry about the future. And focus only on what you can control. So those are some of my thoughts on life. So, all right. So Akil is saying, what would you tell 19-year-old Chris? Buy Apple stock? God, I probably would have said this. I probably would say, Chris, don't worry what other people think of you, because their opinion of you does not have to become your reality. And don't be insecure, Chris. The second you start caring what other people think about you is the second you start living life on their terms and not your own terms. And you are always their prisoner if that's the way you live your life. You try to please others. Why don't you focus on pleasing yourself instead? Take the road less traveled. Do what makes you happy. Don't follow money. Don't try to do something to impress other people that are authoritative in your life. Say the words I don't care a lot, and then solve for X. I don't care X. For example, I don't care what people think of me. I don't care what people think of what I wear. I don't care what people what they think of my car. I do have a great car though, by the way. I'm just kidding. I don't care what people think of my career. I don't care what people think of my hair, my appearance, whatever. I don't care what people think of me. Their opinion of me does not have to become my reality. Now, I'm not telling you to be rude or disingenuous. I'm just telling you to put yourself first, your family, God first, family, then you, sort of, in that way, sorry. But I want you to focus on every day making yourself happier and happier and happier by living your own life on your own terms. And if you don't care what people think about you, then you will achieve this incredible, euphoric nirvana state. And when you're in this incredible state of mind, you can accomplish anything. Phil from Germany says, I'm 47, so I'm 27. No, that's not right. I said you're 26 younger than you think you are. You're actually 21, dude. 21. Yeah. There's actually this rule. So I have friends that are older and they're unfortunately got divorced. And well, one of the reasons they got divorced is the person they married is different from when they got married, right? And they've changed as well, right? And so divorce is bad. Don't do it if you have kids, whatever. I know a lot of people do. But this person was telling me this interesting rule, which is the rule of half plus 7, which is this. Totally off topic, but it's interesting. You can never marry somebody. If you're going to marry somebody younger than you, it's got to be somebody who's half your age plus 7. Okay, so on an intellect level, you see eye to eye. So if you're 60, you can't. If you divide your age by 2, that's 30 plus 7 is 37. You can't marry anybody that's less than the age of 37 years old. Otherwise, intellect-wise, you just won't be compatible. Yes, there are exceptions. If you're, 40, you have to marry somebody that's 40 divided by 2 is 20 plus 7 is 27. That's at least 27 years old. So anyway, but dude, you're 21 now. You're not 47 anymore. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Tony. So Tony's correcting me, saying a rook is a castle. You meant a knight. I did. Why the hell does knight have a letter K at the beginning? I'll never understand that. English is a funny language. And what's up with the GHT? Like, shouldn't it just be NITE or something? Okay, no, thanks for that. All right. Then we got Ray Seals. Hey, Ray, how are you? Wow, that drive story really hit me where I needed it. Thanks, Chris. Oh, you're most welcome. Thank you. I still can't believe no one's commented on Rush. Okay, and maybe I'm catching up with all of your comments, but nobody's talked about Rush, the wonderful Geddy Lee, who's the lead singer. I love that band. They're great. Listen to 2112 if you haven't already. It's a classic. All right, Akil's got a question. How do I spot... see, my coffee's hot again. This is good. Dude, you guys got to get these things, man. These things are awesome. Okay. So Akil's saying, how do I spot a product or a service which I can license or franchise? In other words, how can I become Ray Kroc? Well, you just have to, sample products or, go to stores that aren't franchised yet and just ask. Like for the past 30 years, everybody's been asking, the management team and the family of In-N-Out burgers here in California. Can I franchise? Somebody's got to be the first person to get access to that. It's like Subway, the same thing. It's like McDonald's. You mentioned Ray Kroc, which is, there's that movie, The Founder, everybody should see. Just ask. I guess that's the best way to do it. Yeah. I don't have experience, though, in franchising. But I almost did it, dude. I almost did it with Subway. So I did really well when I was younger, just investing my own venture capital investments in stocks and stuff. And when I was at McGill University, I was in my early 20s, whatever, I looked at buying a Subway. And I looked into it, and Subway was going to get 15% of my profits. And one of the reasons I didn't do it was I read the fine print of Subway back then, and which is the largest franchise in the world now. Back then, it was way smaller than McDonald's. And the problem was that if you read the fine print, and you have to, obviously, if my store was successful, and I was thinking of opening one in Mississauga, which is by Toronto, if it was successful, then the Subway Corporation had the rights to open up another Subway within a mile, or a kilometer in Canada, I should say, of my successful store. So read the fine prints and make sure you know what you're getting into and what the risks are as well. And always hire a lawyer to read through it as well, as lawyers will protect you. Okay. Yes, Akil, mutual funds are BS. Please watch my watch the vlog on that topic. Do a search for mutual funds on my vlog on YouTube. Yeah, they're a scam, and the reason why they're still relevant is because they make a lot of donations to politicians, right? And they spend a fortune on marketing as well. All these commercials on TV. They are a ripoff. They're a scam. Buy ETFs instead. Again, watch that vlog if you want instead. Or take my complete personal finance course where I teach you, how to buy ETFs and all that stuff. I'll never tell you what to buy, but I'll tell you how to approach every type of investment. You'll be better off because of it. It's kind of like I'll never give you a fish. I'll just teach you how to fish, sort of thing, if I humbly can. All right, Keel is saying, regarding the upcoming MBA program, will the tier 1 lowest cost be relatively priced similar to your regular courses? No. So I haven't come up with a final pricing yet, but there's going to be 3 tiers, and there's going to be plenty of scholarships too. So the lowest tier, which is you probably won't get access to me, it'll just be kind of recorded online, probably be something like $499. Then the next tier might be $4,999. The next one will be, $9,999, right? And of course, it'll be discounted a lot. There'll be plenty of scholarships, that sort of thing. And I'm going to keep the first really discounted. I'm not a good businessman, but really discounted. But I'm going to keep the first class very small so I can give you a lot of one-on-one time. And because it's the first time doing it, and I'll discount the fee as well for the first class. But if you're interested in learning more, please just sign up on my website, harounventures.com. In the menu, you'll see the MBA program. Make sure your name's on that list. So when I do have information on it, I'll send it out to you. And then there's going to be an application process as well. But again, I'm going to keep the first class very small because I want to give you 100% attention. And I promise you it's going to be an irresistible offer. There will be a money back guarantee as well. I'm going to do something no MBA program's ever done before. I'm going to create rock star business people out of it, including you. All right. So Luca. Sorry, Luca. I know. I've asked you a couple times now. Hi, Chris. My question is, if I have a business idea that will create a massive new opportunity, meaning a new market that does not exist today, how should I address the competition section of my business plan? Yeah, that's a great question. So it's similar to how you answer the question of what is the size of the total addressable market if the market does not exist. And so, for example, the early investors in Google back in 1998, including Andy Bechtolsheim, who I know, he wrote the first check to Larry and Sergey. What they thought of at the time, I'm sure, is not the size of the search market. They thought of what's the size of all the markets that Google is going to disrupt longer term. Like what is the size of not only search today, but what is also the size of the radio advertising market, the television advertising market, the outdoor bulletin board signs you see by the highway market, like companies like Lamar, ticker LAMR, etc. And then they added all that together. And those are the markets that Google is going to enter in the future. By the same token, with your business model, when you're writing the competition section, I want you to think about companies that you will eventually compete with. So if you're starting a taxi service like Uber, let's pretend Uber doesn't exist. You're not going to look at online taxi companies because they don't exist really. You're going to look at traditional old school taxi companies and the size of that market. All right, next up. I have found companies trying to address the same problem, but they are adopting completely different business models and targeting different customers. So is it right to consider them as competitors? No. Only your competition should only be people that are or companies that are going after the same customers as you. Period. That's all. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All right. So next up is Serkan. Chris, you're very popular in Udemy. Thank you. But we believe that you're kind of an asshole on these calls because I made that up. Sorry. Sorry. I am 7. Chris, you're very popular. Okay. We believe that you're a blue chip in YouTube who's not discovered by the crowds yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm new to this whole YouTube thing. I'm figuring it out. I just started vlogging and I threw down a challenge July of last year, which was 2018, if anyone's listening to replay in the future. But what I did was my first vlog, I said, for those of you that watch it, I said, I'm going to vlog every day for the next 10 years. And because I said it, I have to do it now. It's kind of like when you vocalize a goal to your friends or your parents, you got to do it. Like this. And I'm making a fool of myself now. This is fake, and I'm a fake as well. But, and this is from my complete public speaking course. I want to get one of these things in 10 years for best business documentary. I don't know how the heck I'm going to do it. I'm learning all this technology stuff. I'm getting better, as you can see. I got a long way to go still, but because I vocalized and said it, I got to kind of do it. But I'm learning a lot about YouTube and just how it all works. And one of my students who's amazing, Sasha Stevenson, who I met, I think in week 10 on this call, something like that. She actually has, I think, 75 million views. She's a huge deal in Indonesia. She's Canadian too, just so happens to be Canadian. And we're making a course together on YouTube you're going to love. And I'm going to help you all work smarter, not harder, so you don't make the same mistakes I've made in creating my YouTube brand. Now, as of today, March 2019, I've got I think about 14,000 subscribers, up from basically nothing last summer when I started. The growth has been slow and steady. It's a lot of fun. I'm learning a lot. And if you look at my thumbnail images, you can see they're getting a lot better. They weren't that great before. And also, I try to get to the point a lot faster as well. In terms of hitting that inflection point, I don't know when that's going to be or how that's going to be. Maybe one will go viral. I have one video that's got like 175,000 views. It's something out of my complete finance course from a while back before I started blogging. I'm learning. So any thoughts on how to go viral, please let me know. But hopefully it gets really big. It'll be fun if it is. It'll be fun. And I think that every little video I make in YouTube, I think that like it's a franchise. And Tony, you'll like this because you asked a question about franchise earlier. I think every little video is going to be, kind of like a franchise longer term, like owning a Tim Hortons coffee shop or a McDonald's restaurant. Each one of those little franchises will make a lot of money longer term. It's not why I'm doing it. I love it. It's fun, right? And I love the whole editing process. I'm in nerd heaven doing this. But I think that we're going to look back a decade from now and say this was the golden opportunity to create YouTube and Udemy content. And this is the first gold rush in history where it costs you nothing to make the product. All you need is this thing. And this is the first gold rush in history where you can get immediate access to billions of consumers for free. So I encourage all of you to teach online, make YouTube videos online too. And I want to humbly help you do that through courses coming up soon on that topic. And anybody on this call, if you've asked a question already today, I'll remember your name and I'll give you all those courses for free. Just ask when they come out. All right, but thank you for that, Serkan. Appreciate it. All right, Quendrum has a question. Chris, how long do you think it takes to get a good financial education? Not that long. And I think the most important thing in finance is to understand that you have to do your own research always. Okay, nobody is smarter than you. And I don't want you to watch interviews with anybody on TV because they're biased. And I don't want you to read articles online that are sponsored stories or articles about a company because the person writing that article is probably biased, or the person they're interviewing is probably biased. Like, of course, a CEO of a company is only going to say great things about that company when they're being interviewed. I want you to do your own research always, always, always. And a lot of that is just common sense. You're born with it. You already have it, right? Use common sense. Ask yourself basic questions like, if I were to invest in this company, in 5 years, is this company going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? And with that long-term mindset, mindset, thinking long term, that would stop you from investing in companies like BlackBerry or Yahoo, etc. Now, when it comes to understanding the rules of finance, so finance and accounting itself, the rules are not common sense. You got to learn it, right? It's like learning a different language. And I think you can learn it really quickly in 4.5 hours. That's all I need of your time. You can take my course called Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Modeling, and Valuation. Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Modeling, and Valuation. And that will teach you everything you need to know in 4.5 hours about accounting and finance, including what all these statements mean, the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement, how to make them, how to forecast them, how to value a company in 4.5 hours. And I teach in a much more visual way. And I'm always very transparent, as you know. When I took accounting for the first time at McGill University, it was the summer of 1991. I was at my parents' cottage in Muskoka. Actually, it was in a place called Honey Harbor. And I was with my buddy Pete Agard. And I called up McGill Automated Registration System, MARS, M-A-R-S, to get my grades. And it said, the robot said, I got a D in accounting. And it was, I'll never forget that moment ever. I thought my life was over. And the reason I got a D in accounting was because I was memorizing accounting. And you can do really well in high school by memorizing stuff. But once you get to the real world or you get to university, memorizing doesn't help you. You got to understand stuff. And so if you understand stuff, then you remember it. And so I ended up taking accounting again. I did well a second time because I understood it. I didn't memorize. And so when I teach you accounting and finance, my course, Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Modeling, and Valuation, I teach you how to understand and enjoy finance like a good book. Okay, same thing with finance. I know that sounds nerdy, but if you really understand the relationship between assets, liabilities, and equities in a fun graphical way, which is how I teach it, it's edutaining, which is the best way to teach, then you'll never forget it. Give me 4.5 hours of your time. You'll never forget how finance and accounting works. Holy infomercial, Chris. All right, next up is... Oh, it jumped down. Sorry, 1 second. All right, hold on. All right, all right, here we go. Oh, Malika. Hey, Malika, how are you? Malika, did I exchange messages with you the other day or something? I think I remember. Are you in Montreal? I can't remember, but there was somebody named Malika who on Udemy last night where I responded to a question and I told you about St. Viator Bagel Shop, buy them in Montreal, and then go across the street, buy them fresh when they're made out of the oven, and go across the street to Arahova and dip it in their tzatziki, which is freshly made, and you'll thank me for it later. It was somebody named Malika. I could be off. I have many students actually named Malika. So if it's you, welcome. If it's not you, welcome anyway. Thanks. Okay, so Marin is saying, hello, Chris. Hope you and yours are well. Likewise, thank you. I'm wondering if you can help me. I'm doing the complete business planning course and I'm in step 13. I'm having problems. Happy to discuss here, or if we can discuss over the phone, happy to share screen. Okay. So if you want, actually ask me here. It's easier. Ask me a question here, please, and I'll open up step 13. I'll help you. Okay. Or if you want, you can send me a link to a screen print here, but just do it live here if you're happy to do so. It's easier for all of us. Thanks. All right. You're right, Malika. We learn when we travel. Absolutely. It's so interesting. You ever go on a long vacation? I'm dating myself because when I was younger, we didn't have iPhones and stuff, but I took pictures. I remember I'd be on vacation and I'd take all these pictures of these beautiful things like the Grand Canyon or Eiffel Tower, whatever. And I get them back. You know, I go to Moto Photo or wherever it was, Kodak Place, to get it developed. I look at the pictures. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't care about all these pictures I took, except for the ones of the people. You know, it's traveling broadens your horizons, but also traveling with good friends or family is a wonderful thing too. And I think one of the best gifts you can give your family is broaden their horizons, making them more worldly by traveling if you can when they're younger. And I actually I took in summer 2017. I took my kids to Israel. Christine, myself, and the boys went. And then I rented a place in Paris, a beautiful place overlooking a park. And I wrote the complete financial analyst training course in Paris, from that little place. But it was amazing. I mean, Paris is awesome. Obviously, the architecture is gorgeous. But Israel, oh my God, if you guys haven't gone, you got to visit. It's amazing. It's just an incredible place. And when we went there, I wanted my kids to really appreciate history and archaeology and all that stuff. And we went into the Jordan River, which gave me this incredible peace I've never felt in my life. I went to Jerusalem. Loved it. Bethlehem was gorgeous. Just, oh my God, it's an amazing trip. You learn so much about history. It doesn't matter what religion you are, right? It's kind of like the birthplace of 3 beautiful religions there. But it was so interesting because I wanted my kids to get into it. And so we're going to visit castles there. And so I got them, I said, why don't you guys play that Clash of Clans game they're already playing? And I started playing with them on that trip to Israel. And dude, the internet access there is so fast. It's free if you're a T-Mobile subscriber, which we are here in America. And I still play, 2 years later, Clash of Clans every single day with my kids. My kids are a little bit more into Fortnite now, but I'm hooked, dude. It's fun. Anyway, the Builder Hall is what I focus most of my time on. I'm a nerd. I get it. I know. But the food was great too in Israel. And just, if you get a chance to travel there, I recommend doing it. Anyway, it was incredible. And then what we did was, last summer we did London, and then we also did Rome. Yeah, we went to the Colosseum. I let my kids watch Gladiator. I know that's bad, epic parenting fail. They thought it was kind of slow though. Whatever. I love the Hans Zimmer music in it. And then we went to Positano, the Amalfi Coast, which you should never drive there ever, ever, ever. It's dangerous, but it was fun. That was breathtaking. But yeah, anyway, the best gift you can give your kids, if you have the ability or whatever flexibility, is that. And you got to do it. Like, it's so hard because usually when I would go to other countries to visit, and I would go on tours, bus tours, everybody was either really young or really old. There's no in between. You know, if you can bring your kids, you know, when they're out of diapers, whatever, it's a great way to culture them and yourself and make you more worldly as well. And I learned little things like, and for anybody that's Italian here, you're going to think I'm an idiot, but I got reprimanded in a nice way a couple times for eating in cabs. You're not supposed to do that in cars in Italy, but whatever. Or in Japan, I was eating when I was walking. That's rude as well. You learn these little cross-cultural things that are fun. Anyway, a little bit off topic there, but Malika kind of piqued my interest there in traveling. It's true. All right, so Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? All right, so Jonathan is saying, I'm an accountant, more like a bookkeeper. And I was wondering if I should go into FP&A with my finance degree or go to revenue accounting, but I don't have much experience yet too, and I'm in San Francisco. I want you to do whatever you're most passionate about. And if you're not sure what you're most passionate about, then I want you to leverage LinkedIn, like I've explained, using my free book, whatever, this dude here, and set up informational meetings with people that work in FP&A. And just learn what they do. And if it sounds more interesting to you than what you're doing right now, and if it sounds like you have a passion for that, then do it. Always follow your heart. If this is empty, this won't work. Always, always, always. All right, and Tony 2 times saying, awesome answer. Thanks, Chris. That was great. You're welcome. Thank you. Now time to find the courage to do that. We'll let you know how it goes. Yeah, it's awesome, man. And I've followed your career closely here over the past 29 weeks or whatever it is. And just so happy that you were able to, understand how to transfer from Montreal to Toronto so you can be closer to your girlfriend who works at Blake's, I think, the law firm. And I'd love to hear how this works out for you too, and just let me know if I can be resourceful in any way. I'd love to make it happen for you, because your success is my success too, and that's the whole reason I do this. Is I want to help people be successful and live your life on your own terms. And that fires me up, hearing that story of you wanting to leave your company and take that client and have her be your client. All you need is one big customer to start a company, and we call them reference customers here in the Valley. All you need is one big customer, and that can change your life. But you'll never know unless you ask. And so I'd love to hear an update by this next call next week, please. And it's fun for all of us. It's like reality TV for all of us in real time. We're all watching. We're all rooting for you. All right. Okay, Andrew's in California, but you're in Canada now. Okay, sorry about that. The CA, I wasn't sure if California or Canada. Okay. So Malika, hold on one second. Let me see the picture here closely. I think it was you. It might have been. It might have been you where I sent that. And if you didn't see it, Malika, I got to share my screen with you guys here because I'm not being crazy here. Okay. I want to show you. We'll go there together. Okay. So let's go here to my entire MBA one course. Where is it here? Okay. We'll go here together. And I saw your last name there. I just want to see if it's the same Malika because I feel like an idiot if it's not me. Let's go to Q&A. Search for Malika. What? I could have sworn it was me. All right, hold on one second. All right, Malika, I thought it was you, where I talked about St. Viator, the bagel thing. I think there's something wrong with this, Malika, but I'm pretty sure it was you. Let me know if it was you or if it was somebody else that I was talking about. Maybe it was here in course content overview. Anyway, whatever. I can't remember. Making a fool of myself here, clearly, but I think it was you. I like to get to know people a little bit more on a personal level when I answer these questions, too. All right. All right, I'll get you in a second, Tony. Okay, so Malika's saying, I'm currently taking your MBA course, and I'm wondering, how can I leverage the certificates I will get at the end? I mean, how can I leverage that MBA on the job market? Yeah, so I get that question a lot, too, and you're in Montreal. I miss Montreal. Best city in the world in the summer. The winter, it was tough. That's why I was always doing this. A lot of people list the entire MBA one course as a certificate of completion. They put it on their Udemy profile. It's not an accredited degree or anything. You can just list a certificate of completion. A lot of people do that with a lot of my courses as well. When it comes to my MBA degree program later this year that I'm offering, it's going to be a degree. I'm not going to be affiliated with any university or any government. I'm going to be global. And I don't want to be subjected to anybody telling me what I can and can't teach. That's why I want to be independent. And I guarantee that all my students will be extraordinarily successful or your money back. It's going to be an irresistible offer. There's going to be an application process to the point where I hope a lot of people, that's not why I do this call, but I hope a lot of people on this call join me. It'll be fun. And if it's not helpful, you get your money back. It's not about the money. All right, so next up is Thomas. Hey, Thomas, how are you? Hi, Chris, how are you? Great. Good to hear from you. Thanks for everything. Thank you. My first question is, mutual funds cannot build short positions? For the most part, yes. So a short, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, is a way to bet against a stock and have it go down. So mutual funds, the plain vanilla mutual funds are long only, meaning they just buy stocks, almost all of them, for the most part, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's exceptions too. All right, so next one is, oh, Tony, I missed your comment. Why did he say fat old man? Oh, God. Yeah, it was bad, dude. It was bad. My son said that to my it was bad. It was bad. All right. And if I don't fully answer questions you guys have, just ask it again or ask it in a different way. Okay, so Isai, and if I'm mispronouncing anybody's name, please let me know, please. Hello, Chris. How can one keep in touch with ex-colleagues? So I would connect with them on LinkedIn. Like everybody in business you've ever done business with or worked with, you should be connected to on LinkedIn. I have a course called the Complete Job Course, which tells you how to make an incredible LinkedIn profile. And then what I would do is I would just kind of, just reach out to them every now and then over LinkedIn, a LinkedIn in-mail, and just say, hey, I'm going to be in your neck of the woods soon. Let me know if you want to grab a coffee. And maybe schedule that every 3 to 6 months. And if you want, and actually I recommend everybody do this, read this book by Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, called The Startup of You. And he talks about how to maintain your connections. And he does something a little out there. It's interesting. He has a special bank account for him. It's called his travel networking bank account. And he'll dip into it every now and then and travel to another city and meet with people, or meet with people he already knows. And I know it seems wasteful, but it's not. It's a great long-term investment because your success in business is partially predicated or based on how great your network is. And you can do it in your own calendar too. Maybe in your iPhone or Android handset, every 6 months, have a calendar entry, meet with Joanne today or meet with Jonathan today. That's what I recommend. Jonathan is saying Tropic Thunder is the best movie ever made. That was funny. That's right, man. That was with Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller is in that too. I remember. And Ben Stiller is hysterical. I was in a movie with Ben Stiller. If anybody's curious on that, I can tell you the story. I'm going to go there anyway. I think I might have mentioned it before to some of you, but I was in New York. I'm always a risk taker. It doesn't always help me, but whatever. And this story does involve alcohol, so earmuffs, whatever. Now you know why I don't drink anymore. But I was in New York with my friend Richard Mattisau, buddy of mine from business school. We were at Columbia together. And we were walking back from a bar on the Upper West Side. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning. Bars were closed then at that time. And we saw this little film production. And there's a bunch of lights. And I'm like, oh, what is that, man? And we checked it out. And it was Edward Norton, who was directing Jenna Elfman and Ben Stiller in a movie. And we're kind of watching for a minute. It was kind of cool. And we're like, whatever. And so we started walking home. We're like, oh, my God, this bar is open. It was this a restaurant called Carmine's on the Upper West Side. And so Richard and I, we walked in. It's around 70th Street and Broadway or something like that. And I sat down at the bar, and it was empty. The bartender was there, really nice guy, whatever. And he served us a beer, and I was surprised because it was after hours. So we're just kind of, shooting the breeze, whatever. And then next to me on my left, this guy sits down, and I look over, and it's Ben Stiller. And all of a sudden, tons of people came in, right? Ed Norton, the entire film crew and everything. And Ben Stiller was sitting beside me with a couple pieces of paper, and he looked at me, right? Really nice guy. He looked at me and he said, I can't believe we're still filming. And I immediately said to him, I know, man. I just want to go home. And then so Ed Norton, who was the director as well, who was very stressed out, I remember that. He pointed at my friend and I, you and you. And I was like, oh, whatever, screw it. We're going to get kicked out. He said, you guys are the lead extras in the next scene. And so the name of the movie is Keeping the Faith, about a priest who's Edward Norton and a rabbi who's Ben Stiller. And they both liked this girl named Jenna Elfman, who wasn't that nice to me that day. I just asked her, I said, where's the washroom? She was mean, whatever. Too much information, I know. I'm sure she was stressed and whatever. And so what I did in that scene was I held a girl's hand and I walked up behind Ben Stiller and Ed Norton and Jenna Elfman. They came out of this restaurant called Carmine's. I walked behind them and I walked in and I ordered a drink. And we did that take a million times. And it was funny because every time I went to the bar to order a drink, the bartender would say something disgusting like, there's actually X in this drink or whatever. It was kind of funny, but that was muted, wasn't heard on camera. And then I remember I was so hammered that I had to really focus on walking a straight line. Good thing I didn't have any lines to talk, right? Whatever. It wouldn't have worked out well. And then at the end of the night, we grabbed food, whatever. They had a little truck there, and I spoke to Ben Stiller, and really, really nice guy, and went home, and I was in the movie. So it's called Keeping the Faith. So you'll see the Chris Haroun walk as I walk behind them. So anyway, that was fun. That was fun. Speaking of Ben Stiller, I saw The Hangover as well. First one rocked. The next two, not so much. But it was pretty funny. That guy, Zach Galifianakis, he's a funny guy. Galifianakis, I think. Oh, dude, if you get a chance, this goes for everyone in the call. Really important. Most important thing I've said today. I want you to watch, do a search online for Between Two Ferns by Zach Galifianakis. And the interviews are hysterical. He interviewed Obama. Watch that one. It's so freaking funny. You'll die laughing. He interviewed Brad Pitt. It was hysterical. Watch them all if you get a chance. They're good. If you like Ali G stuff, you'll love that. All right, next up is Thomas is saying, why are hedge fund returns usually higher than returns on mutual funds? They're not. They're not. They're not. You just hear about the ones that have done exceptionally well, right? It's just like saying, why are all internet companies successful? And I know that's not what you're saying. It's different. But most internet companies are zero investments. But we hear about the Googles and Facebooks because it's media worthy. The media likes to write about it. Most hedge funds underperform mutual funds, especially since the Obama administration cracked down on Wall Street, which is the right thing to do post 2008. And you'll see that a lot of hedge funds aren't performing as well now because the rules are stricter, and it should be. And a lot of these hedge fund managers got away with murder, and I think a lot of them should be in jail. And the way it works is a lot of these hedge fund owners, they don't talk to these sources that give them insider information. They get people around them to do those deeds for them. They're protected, and those people around them end up going to jail, and not them themselves. So anyway, sorry, it's kind of a pain point. It just pisses me off, but it is what it is. There's lots of criminals in that industry, tons of them. I never broke the rules, but I had friends that went to jail. It broke my heart. All right. Yes, I went to jail to visit them. So, but it's not like a maximum security jail. Like people call it, and this is stupid, they call it Club Fed. It's like a low-end Ramada when you go there. Of course, there are security guards there and stuff, but all right. I'm all about fighting for the little guy, who wants to get access to the same amount of information that these big crooked firms get access to. So they're not all crooked, please, all hedge funds, but a lot of them are. Okay. Next up is, how does a mentor or mentee relationship form? Thank you, Chris. Oh, you're welcome. So, yeah, I think that everybody needs Yodas. People look out for them. And you need multiple Yodas or mentors in your life. People that work in your department at work or other departments, and people that work at other companies. And so what you do is just read this book here, and it'll teach you how to network, to find people at your firm that have something in common with you and how to reach out to them. But usually you reach out to people that are similar to you. Usually they went to the same school as you or same hometown or whatever it is. And you just ask them, hey, do you mind if we grab a coffee sometime? And people love mentoring others. It's very flattering to ask somebody else for advice. So that's what I would do. And ask and you shall receive. It's been true since the beginning of time. Yeah. All right. Next up is Thomas is saying, why do government put more of a barrier to entry when somebody wants to invest in a hedge fund versus a mutual fund? Okay. Yeah. So the reason is because hedge funds, when they invest money, a lot of times they borrow money to invest. And I'll explain how that works, right? Leverage is dangerous. And Warren Buffett once said that financial derivatives and leverage are weapons of mass destruction. And they are, because they destroyed the world in 2008. So basically, the way it works is a lot of hedge funds will invest money they have and invest money they don't have. And there are some hedge funds that had $10 invested for every $1 they had in 2008. And the way they get away with this is because they lever up their balance sheet, right? They have a balance sheet and they have an equal number of longs and equal number of shorts that kind of move together. All they have to do is be a little bit right and they can make a lot of money. And because they have great credit ratings and stuff and big bank balances, they can lever up 10 times. And all you have to do is be a little bit right. And then in 2008, there was a lot of de-risking going on. And so these trades reversed at some point. And a lot of these firms almost went belly up. And a lot of them did. And because of that leverage, these companies lose money they don't have. And they go bankrupt like that. Okay, it's kind of like a mortgage on steroids. And as a result, hedge funds are very, very risky. And the government wants to protect you. And I do criticize governments. I do. But I believe that governments as a whole, for the most part, when it comes to business, they have noble intentions. They try to break up monopolies to protect you, the consumer. You're the voter, right? Competition is good for the consumer. They try to stop people from losing a lot of money quickly. They try to make people not die as quickly by taxing stuff like alcohol and marijuana or tobacco. I can't believe marijuana is legal. I don't think it should be. It's my humble opinion. Off topic, sorry. So by the same token, governments, a lot of governments don't let you invest in a hedge fund unless you have a certain net worth. And the way that they can tell, and sometimes they don't really check whatever, is the hedge fund has to have you fill out these subscription documents. People call them subdocs. And there are check boxes, what's your liquid net worth, that sort of thing. If they're not filled out correctly, you cannot invest. And the same thing with a lot of other alternative asset classes, like venture capital as well, because they're illiquid investments. Most venture capital funds you invest in, you won't see a return for many, many, many years. And so governments want to protect you. Yeah, and Thomas has a follow-up. What's the minimum amount? Usually set by the government and the company. The minimum amount, sorry. What's the minimum dollar amount to invest in a hedge fund? Is it set by a hedge fund or the government? No, it's set by the hedge fund. Set by the hedge funds. And as with all my questions, I try to make it generic enough to apply to everybody on this call. Please remember one thing, and Tony, you'll love this. Not my snooze here. Sorry, turn that off. That means nothing. That just usually reminds me at 1 o'clock I go for my daily walk outside, whatever. What was I saying again? Am I having a senior moment? Oh, yeah. Tony, you'll love this. And this goes for everybody on the call. Small customers are more work than big customers. So try to get big customers, because big customers usually invest in your company, or when they buy your products or services, it's a smaller percentage of their net worth. Smaller customers can be a pain in the neck if they put a large amount of their net worth, relatively speaking, in your company. So always go after big customers. From a maintenance perspective, they're easier to maintain. Okay. So, but for me in my fund, I think my minimum ticket, I set it at 100 grand, right? And I had one person that invested 5 million. I'll tell you who it was. It was ABN AMRO. And ABN AMRO put 5 million in to my hedge fund in my offshore fund. So the way it works is you have an onshore vehicle and an offshore vehicle. So my onshore vehicle was Haroun Capital Partners or Equity Partners, can't remember now. The offshore vehicle was Haroun Capital Partners, BVI. BVI stands for British Virgin Islands. And the offshore vehicle was for some international investors to invest in if they want to. I never give tax advice, you're never supposed to. But they won't pay taxes as much as they invest offshore. Right, it's their call. So ABN AMRO did it. And then ABN AMRO actually redeemed. I'll never forget it. It was around Christmas 2008. I was like, dude, I made you money. I don't understand. Why you do this to me? And the reason why ABN AMRO redeemed, and I'll show you this. This is fascinating, okay? The reason why they redeemed is because, to add insult to injury, at the end of 2008 when the world was ending, this happened. Can you guys read that? It's autofocus. Let's see if you can read that. There you go. You can read that. I know you can. All right. This guy, Bernard Madoff. So ABN AMRO had a lot of money invested in Madoff, and they couldn't get that money back. And so they had to redeem from my fund. It was fine, though. A lot of money was still in the fund. But they had to redeem, which broke my heart, because I didn't do anything wrong. And so, in hindsight, we all should have known. I mean, the guy's name was Madoff. Dad humor, I know. But, and I got this actually for my complete cryptocurrency course. I love exhibits. These are cheap, by the way. I bought these on eBay. These are kind of historic. Let me just move this window open so I can see what I'm about to show you. All right, so these are, and do your own research before investing in anything. But these here, I got to get out of the way because it's autofocus. It's got face generation. You can recognize it's me first. See there, hold on. Okay, yeah, good. All right, this here is fake, okay? This here is a fake statement on a trade, okay? You see there it says Walmart stores in the middle bottom there? This is how much money was invested in WMT Walmart stores and this is 2003. This is a fake statement, okay? Let me show you another one. eBay is awesome for this stuff. It's cheap. This is Verizon Communication. VZ is a ticker. You see it? Verizon, and the price is down in this corner here. This was from 2004. Okay? This is when that trade was done by Madoff's company. Fraud. Okay? He made up trades. The way he did it was this. He had a bunch of people invest money in his fund, and he lied by saying his returns are amazing. And so it became self-fulfilling. and billions of dollars came in the door. And he kept lying and lying and lying. More money came in. And it was self-fulfilling. And then what happened was in 2008, when the world was ending, remember ABN AMRO, they redeemed from me. They were trying to redeem from Madoff. They couldn't because Madoff, lied about investing money. He lost money. That it was a disaster. And so everyone was trying to redeem from Madoff. And he went belly up. And he's in jail, rightly so, forever. For scamming people. And a lot of people, it destroyed their net worth. And a lot of people actually, and it's really interesting because nobody knows this. But okay, so do you guys watch Billions? It's a it's a really interesting TV show on Showtime with Brody, same guy from Homeland. And it's realistic too. They've done their research, and I hear everything they say. I'm like, they research that. There's certain characters that I know personally that are modeled after people in that show. Okay, and it's a way to kind of, But the reason that John Malkovich is on that show, right? And he's this crooked Russian billionaire that's investing in Axe Capital, is because. And the reason why he portrays that billionaire investor as kind of but a real criminal is because John Malkovich lost a lot of money in Madoff. Right? So a lot of Hollywood stars, the who's who, lost a lot of money. They got a lot of it back eventually, somehow. Anyway, that's Bernard Madoff. And I ordered in my complete cryptocurrency course, I ordered this. You're not going to be able to see. I have to get out of the way here. I never ended up using this prop here. But it says, green screen won't let it. Okay, it says the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Anyway, it's fake. And I had this thing just because I was talking about fake money and how governments can produce as much as they want. This is all fake currency here. When I was explaining how blockchain works in cryptocurrencies. And anyway. And I think a lot of people are going to go to jail in cryptocurrencies too for pumping and dumping. A lot of really unethical people in cryptocurrencies. And the problem with cryptocurrencies is that it's not government regulated. So the government can't really protect you. But I think a lot of people will go to jail. Anyway, I made a course called the Complete Cryptocurrency Course. I poured my heart into it. It's not doing as well because a lot of people aren't interested in cryptocurrencies anymore. But if you are ever interested, watch it. It's the best resource on the planet when it comes to, do a search on Google or on YouTube. I figured out how to get it to number one. If you guys are curious how to get any video to number one on YouTube, I can tell you how. If you care, just let me know. But anyway, if you search for cryptocurrency course, doesn't matter where you are in the world, you'll see I pop up first. I game the system. All right, let's see what's next here. All right, Rom starts with, hello, I have a somewhat unpopular question. I'm sure you've been asked a lot, but what are your thoughts on the next financial crisis? What do you think will cause it and when? It's hard, man. It's hard because what happens is nobody can time the markets, and they're rare events. Okay, and so here's a book called The Black Swan, and it's called that because it's very rare to see a black swan, and it's written by Nicholas Nassim Taleb, who also wrote Fooled by Randomness, which you got to read if you guys invest, right? So I don't know what the next black swan is going to be. I don't know. 9/11 was a black swan as well from an investment perspective. Horrific event, obviously. I don't know. I don't know what shock is going to cause it, but I do know one thing for sure, that no matter what anybody tells you, if anybody says this time it's different, they're full of crap. Because business is always cyclical, okay? Boom, bust, rinse, lather, repeat, like sine and cosine, okay? And these economic cycles are usually 10 years, usually. And things have been great for a while, relatively speaking. And so I think, yes, we are going into that down cycle, not because I'm a negative person, because I'm logical, and I've seen it before. It's never different. We will be going into a recession eventually. And then eventually the government will cut interest rates and we'll come out of it and things will be great. Business is always cyclical. Always, always, always. And if we go into a recession, which I don't mind if we do actually, because with my MBA program, MBA degree program, which launches later this year, I think the best time to start a company is during a recession. And if my students are starting companies, which is part of the curriculum of my MBA course, right? then I think the best time to start is during a recession, because when you come out of the recession, you're a lean, mean fighting machine and you're levered to the upside. And the way I start companies is with very little overhead, right? You can start a company with next to nothing now if you got access to a browser. And anyway, we're a little off topic there, sorry. But in terms of what will cause it, I don't know. I don't know. But it will come. It will come. But timing is so hard, man. And yes, some people made money shorting in 2008 or 2009. They made billions, but it's tough to do it again. So anybody who made a fortune that year has not done that well since. It's tough. Don't try and time markets. I remember I worked at a hedge fund called Pequot in 2006 or 7, whatever it was. And the guy that owned it was a rock star at me, a guy named Art Sandberg. It was the biggest, I think, hedge fund in the world at one point, before I got there, whatever. Art's a good dude. And I remember we asked Art Sandberg in 06. Was it 06? Yeah, I asked him 06. He was in San Francisco visiting with us. Connecticut's the headquarters was for Pequot. And I remember we asked Art Sandberg. We said, Art, a lot of these real estate investment trusts, these REITs, and a lot of these home builders like Lennar, ticker LEN, or KBH, etc., these companies are in big trouble because of the real estate bubble. We want to short these companies. What do you think? And he was right. And what he said was this. He said, son, I'm going to stop you right there. I've been around long enough as an investor. I've seen enough economic cycles to know that you never stand in the way of insanity. You know, markets peak, markets trough, bubbles burst, but timing it is impossible. And he was right. And for those that predicted the financial crisis in 06, and they went net short all the home builders and all the REIT companies, real estate companies, they lost everything. You had to wait until 2008 to really make a fortune on that. More specifically, the fall of 2008. So, timing is tough. All right, next up is from Tony Graham. Hey, Tony, how are you? Or Anthony, sorry. Just jumping on the chat now. Quick question regarding TAM. Is the total addressable market, meaning TAM, the end user market for your product or your competitor's market share? It's the entire market. It's a great question. It's the entire market. And so the way to find out the total addressable market is you can search online for the industry and then TAM, or total addressable market, and then read reports from McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group, Accenture, Forrester, Gartner, if it's a tech company, etc. If you can't find that information, and a lot of people can't, then all I want you to do is to take the top 25 companies in your market and add up the annual revenues for all 25 companies. And that's a good enough proxy for the size of the market. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. That's what I recommend. And if you're like, well, wait a second, Chris, my market doesn't exist yet because it's a tech product, doesn't exist yet. The market does exist, but you have to think differently. For example, let's say that Uber didn't exist and somebody was starting Uber and the online taxi market doesn't exist. So what's the total addressable market for online taxis? It doesn't exist. It does. The offline, old school taxi market. Okay, so you always add up the total revenues or look at the market size of the sector you're going to disrupt. Okay. Great question. And welcome to the call. All right, next up, just got a sip here of my drink. Okay. I think my drink went bad there. Give me 1 second. All right. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to eat one of these things while we go through this. If you guys haven't tried these things are awesome. And by the way, if you're trying to lose fat, what everybody told you about fat is wrong. Okay, eating fat is okay. You have to make sure you don't eat carbohydrates. And the trick is this. You look on the back, and what you do is you don't look at total carbohydrates. Because your body, when your body eats what's called fiber, everyone knows fiber, your body treats that as a negative. So I'll give you an example, and let's look through this together. So although this says 25 grams of carbohydrates, it's actually only 10 grams. Your body tricks your body, and I'll show you why. I'm staying out of the way so the focus works. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but you see total carbohydrates, it says 25 grams there. and below it says 15 grams of dietary fiber. So your body actually thinks that this thing I'm going to eat is 25 minus 15 for a net 10 carbs. Your body thinks this is only 10 carbohydrates. You look at net carbs, 25 grams total carbs minus dietary fiber 15. And this here is 10 grams of carbohydrates. I'm not sponsored by Quest. Great company though. These things are amazing. I love these things. So apologize. I have to eat. I usually don't, but this juice has gone bad. That's why it exploded earlier. All right, so 1 second. Okay, so the question is, if a hedge fund has a $100 position in Microsoft long, does that mean that they're short another company with another $100? No. So hedge funds all have different mandates. Like for me, my hedge fund was, I only invested in technology and industrial companies because there is an inverse relationship between the two, which helped me to mitigate or reduce portfolio volatility. It was good risk management. And I was usually, like 30% long or short. Other hedge funds are 80% long. Ridiculous. Others are perfectly, weighted, meaning same dollar amount long, same dollar amount short, or on a beta basis. I can go there if you want me to. So it all depends. They're all different. They're all different. Apologize for eating in front of you. All right, hold on a second. All right, next up is one of my thoughts on Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I read it years ago. I remember, having I don't remember much about it, though. What I do remember when I think of that book is The Wealthy Barber, which is about a barber who's a millionaire because he saves little amounts here and there. Another book which is great along those lines is called The Millionaire Next Door. And the bottom line for that one is, I'll summarize the book so you don't have to read it. Live slightly below your means. Okay, live a little bit below your means. And there are so many millionaires out there that you just don't know they're millionaires. And if you're younger, it's maybe your buddy's parents. They're just cheap. Just cheap. Now, rich people get that way somehow, by being cheap. And by the way, if you ever work for someone who's very wealthy, if they pay you, if they screw you on their bonus, one data point makes a trend. Okay? Get out of there. Get out of there. Don't wait around. Right? They got that way. They got to where they are for a reason. Okay? Yeah. Usually there's that notion of one data point does not make a trend. But when it comes to people paying you, if they're underpaying you, one data point does make a trend. Okay? You got to vote with your feet or start your own company. That's why I'm here. Okay, Ram is saying, I saw an interview with Robert Kiyosaki on a channel called London Real that blew me away, but I've been reading some questionable things about him. I don't know much about him, so sorry. Thomas is saying, can you please explain in detail as if I were a kid? Okay, now you're the same maturity as me, 7. This is great. Okay, good. Can you please explain to me in detail if I were a kid? What did George Soros do to force the British government to float the pound, and how did he do it in Malaysia? Okay, which actually it was in Thailand. I said Malaysia earlier, but it's actually Thailand. My bad. Sorry. All right. So I'll explain how it works, and I'll use real fake money for it. Okay. All right. And this here is fake money. Okay. Currencies are usually dictated by the free market. Okay, so what makes one currency go up more relative to another is based on the interest rate that country has, that sets for that currency. Okay, so and the health of that currency. So if all of a sudden the Federal Reserve in the United States increased interest rates by 100 basis points, which means 1%, which would be a catastrophic short-term move. Usually they do it in smaller increments. But if they did that, what would happen is people would sell their own currencies outside the US and buy US dollars because the interest rate on US dollars is higher. And so the value of the US dollar would go up. Okay. And by the same token, if the United States government cut interest rates, right, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates, what would happen is the dollar would go down in value, okay, because the dollar is cheaper, right? Now, other countries, what they do is not every country has floating currency values, right? Like the dollar can change every day a little bit, right? And so can the Canadian dollar, so can the British pound, so can most currencies. However, some countries don't do that. And the reason they don't allow their currencies to go up and down with the market is because they're so reliant on one other economy that they actually just fix their currency at the exact ratio of another currency. Okay, and I'll give you an example. And I'm going to make this up, okay? All right, so all right, where is it? All right, I'll just use this here. All right, there is a country called Back to the Future country, okay? And this is obviously not real. This is their currency, okay? And Back to the Future country is located in the Caribbean. And Back to the Future country relies entirely on U.S. tourism. And so Back to the Future country decided that they're going to fix their currency to the US dollar. Okay, so this is one Back to the Future dollar right here. Okay, and they're fixing it at the price of $1 US. Okay, and this is great because American tourists, when they want to book travel to go to Back to the Future Island in the Caribbean, they know what they're going to spend. It's the same. It's $1 to $1. Okay, it makes sense. Okay, it's easy for them to understand. There's good visibility for them in terms of the currency value. Okay, it's just easier for the government Back to the Future this way. Okay, now, how do they do that? How does Back to the Future country keep Back to the Future dollar at the same value as the American dollar? It's a different currency. How do they do that? Well, the way they do it is similar to how other governments do it with their own currencies, right? They buy a lot or sell a lot of US dollars. And so what you don't see behind the scenes is this, okay? Behind the scenes, it's all fake money. The Bank of Back to the Future has a lot of American bills, tons of them, okay? Just sitting in the bank. And if all of a sudden demand for Back to the Future money goes up a lot, right? It goes up a lot, and the value of Back to the Future money is above $1 US, right? And they want to get back to $1. Then, in order to make the price of anything go lower, what you do is you increase supply. And so what the government does is they use their dollar reserves to buy more Back to the Future currency, right? Or sell more Back to the Future currency out there in supply, right? So actually they'll sell Back to the Future currency. So there's more Back to the Future currency all over the place. More supply means the value goes down. Okay, now it's back to $1 each. Okay, so that's how they do it, and vice versa, right? They'll buy back Back to the Future currency in exchange for dollars. So if they want the value of Back to the Future currency to go up a lot, meaning they'll take Back to the Future currency out of circulation. Right? Less supply out there, the value goes up. Okay. Now that we understand that, let's say that George Soros says, you know what? I'm going to short Back to the Future currency. I'm going to short this thing, and if it goes down a lot in value, I'll make a lot of money. Okay, I'm going to short it. And I'm going to short so much of it, and I'm going to pressure this so much that the government of Back to the Future country is going to be forced to let their currency float to the US dollar. And they won't be able to keep it at 1-to-1 ratio. It'll break. They're going to break it. How are they going to do it? Well, what George Soros is going to do is he is going to borrow a ton of Back to the Future currency and take all of it out of circulation. And now Back to the Future country, they won't have enough money of their own to try to fix that rate. And all of a sudden, they'll run out of currency. And they'll be like, they have to let it float. So if somebody corners the supply and buys all this stuff, then Back to the Future government cannot release more of this stuff because some person out there owns all that stuff. They cornered the market. Okay? It's illegal in a lot of countries for this to happen. And obviously a lot of people will be pissed off at George Soros, especially the people that live in Back to the Future country. That's how it works. Now, let me explain the British pound and the Thai baht. So the British pound was fixed against a number of different currencies. And the way they were able to fix it was the British government was able to buy and sell using other currencies by increasing or decreasing the amount of pounds that was out there in the market. Okay? And that way they could keep the supply, 1-to-1 ratio between the pound, for example, and other currencies. Okay? If George Soros corners that market and gets rid of all the pounds, takes it all, owns all of it as much as he can, then the British government can't manipulate the price of the pound. And eventually the British government says, I give up. I don't have any money to manipulate the price of this. And then they broke the pound. And the pound floated. And George Soros made a fortune, $1 billion to be exact, in that one day. Because he bet against the pound. He bet it was going down. The exact same thing with the Thai baht. But it wasn't just George Soros. It was Tiger and a lot of hedge funds jumped on the back of Soros. Right? It was smart money. Soros was a smart guy. So they all piggybacked on that trade. It's just how it works. So anyway, if anybody has follow-up questions on that, please let me know. All right. And that's why, Soros is hated. I remember I went to Thailand on my wedding with Christine, and we went all over Asia. It was awesome. And I got a margin call on my honeymoon, actually. I remember I paid for my entire wedding myself, personally, not my parents or Christine's parents. The entire thing on margin. Risk takers, And I got a margin call on my honeymoon. It was actually in Hong Kong. It was in Kowloon. I was in a cyber cafe just checking quotes, whatever. It wasn't bad. It was fine. But it was a margin call. But I remember that trip because we went all over Southeast Asia. And we actually went to we went to Thailand. Beautiful country. My God, it's gorgeous. And we were in Bangkok. And our driver didn't really like George Soros. And anyway, it was kind of cool. We talked about that. He's not well liked over there. All right. So next up, all right, Mr. Unknown has got a three-parter, which is awesome. You know what I'm going to do? Hold on one second. I'm just going to open the door. It's getting kind of hot in here. All right, hold on. All right, let's see if that works. All right, hold on one second. I want to check out the green screen for a second here. I think we're good to go. It's fine, whatever. All right, cool. Let's change scenery here. I want to get inspired with some palm trees. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Mr. Unknown's got a three-part question. So to keep you up to date, I am 16 and I'm trying to specialize in selling products on Amazon and on bol.com, which is the Dutch version of Amazon for the Netherlands and Belgium. Since I like selling things, the thing is I am trying to make my product a bit more special than others, so people will remember my brand more. Good. What do you think about leaving a coupon in the product box? Will that make the customer be satisfied, and will that make them suggest my products to others? Since the best way of advertising is mouth to mouth. Thanks again. It can't hurt. It can't hurt. Like I kind of do that as well. At the end of all of my Udemy courses, for example, I list all of my coupons. I put a bunch of coupons, right? It's just good business. It can't hurt. It can't hurt. Can't hurt. So yeah, and if you want, you can open up and tell me a little bit more about your business model, only if you want to. and I can provide you with my humble thoughts on how to go about doing that. All right, skill testing question. It's that time again. Get rid of my big chair. Where is this? Where is that? This should give you a hint right here. These guys here. It's not Central Park where they made Ghostbusters. All right, which I think of those towers in Central Park called the Dakota, and that's where John Lennon was shot. The guy actually that my kid is reading Catcher in the Rye now, and the guy that shot John Lennon, right after he shot him, he was leaning against a lamppost with a copy of Catcher in the Rye. Kind of bizarre. Yeah. All right. Next up, what do I got here? All right, Jonathan. You're in that too with me, man. Hey, the 6-pack within 6 months. Hey, you gonna take the challenge? We'll both do it. Okay. All right. Good. All right. That means by September 7th, we got that's our deadline for a 6-pack. Okay, and then Thomas is asking, hold on a second, so sorry. I lost my spot, guys. What's that? Okay, Thomas is asking, what's the difference between a plain vanilla hedge fund and a neutral hedge fund? Yeah, so a market neutral hedge fund is a hedge fund that basically has the same number of longs as shorts. They're neutral to market. So if the market goes up or down, they're not going to make or lose a lot of money. Okay, and a plain vanilla hedge fund. So most hedge funds are usually long biased. So they're probably 50 or 60% at least net long. That's what I would say. Plain vanilla. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I took German. So Jonathan's saying, look at German if you think English is a funny language. That was on my comment on Knight, K-N-I-G-H-T, which should not be spelled that way. I took German actually years ago, business German. And I remember there was, and for those of you that are from Germany, please correct me and help me with this word. But the word for a scientist was this long. And it was an entire word along the lines of somebody who takes things that might blow up and makes them blow up, or something like that. So anyway, educate me, please, Germany, if you're on the call. Okay. All right, John saying, I liked Rush when it was in Family Guy. Sometimes I heard it on the rock station, The Bone here. Yeah, love it. Jordan is saying, I want to conquer and become king of Iceland, and I want my queen to be Bjork. Yeah, that'd be cool. Eunice is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, how are you? First time seeing you on the call. Thank you for all the information you share with us. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Malika, it is you. It is you. Excellent. Okay, good. So Malika, I left Malika a message, and thank you. You left a very nice comment there on Udemy in that course. Thank you. I left her a message about Erhova. You got to go there. And Tony 2 times. You're on the call still from Montreal, right? Have you done that? Have you gone to Erhova yet? You got to go to St. Pieter, fresh bagels, the best bagels in the world, dude, in Montreal. And then across the street, you go to Erhova, and you get the best fresh-made tzatziki. And I promise you, it's the best food you'll ever eat. So, Malika, you got to let me know, please, if and when you do that. Thank you. Okay. All right, see what I got here. Oh, you're welcome, Rudy. Thanks. Oh, see here. What do you think about getting a finance or accounting degree from Capella? I mean, I don't know much about it. I can't really comment. It depends what you want to use the degree for. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Rudy. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So Malika, sorry about that, saying I did not answer your question regarding Entire MBA Course. How can you leverage that? You mean taking the course? Yeah. So you can't put down that, I received a degree from Udemy. You can just say it's a certificate of completion, right? And when you finish an entire MBA 1 course and all Udemy courses, you can click actually on the green trophy, and you'll see a PDF appears of your completion certificate. If you want, you can list that on your LinkedIn profile, your call, certificate of completion, and then the course name. That's what I would say. But this fall, I'm launching the degree program, an MBA degree online, so which will be a little bit different. Jonathan, I can't remember what you're talking about. Sorry, brother. I can't find that scene. Sorry, man. So remind me, yeah. Maybe I was talking about Galifianakis or something. Andrew's saying, yes to earlier, good memory. Billy is the gray-bearded guitar player. Yeah. For many years at Dundas Station, also at the entrance to Eaton Center. Yeah. I love the Eaton Center, man. I used to walk from the CN Tower all the way to Eaton Center, underground. It's like over a mile and a half. Smells like gourmet coffee underground. I love it. I miss Toronto, man. Best city. All right, next one is, I know Tony agrees with me too on that. Best city. All right, so Conrad is saying, hi, Chris, greetings from your fun from Warsaw, Poland. Dude, somebody's got to make a movie about Lech Walesa. I mean, that guy changed the world, with Ronald Reagan. Mainly him. The guy's amazing. Amazing. They got to do it. They got to do it. I don't want that guy to be forgotten. He rocks. Okay. And then Conrad's saying, I very much enjoy those live sessions with you and waiting for your new MBA program. Thank you, Conrad. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Myron is saying, hey, Chris. Hey, man. Thanks for the answer. With regards to the financials on the complete business planning course in step 12 of 13 that I'm having problems, can't seem to win this, kindly help. Yeah. I mean, let me know. Just like ask me the specific question here. And I promise you, I'll help you out in real time right here. Just ask me a specific question. I'll open up the document, and I promise you, I'm not going anywhere until I've answered every question on this call from everybody, even if you have 8 million questions about the business plan course. All right, cool. Next one is from Kwang. Hey, dude, how are you, man? Hey, thanks for supporting me on LinkedIn. I appreciate it. I see your likes and comments and stuff. Really appreciate that. And even I remember you left a nice comment a while back when I remember I took this Uber ride with this guy who's from Vietnam. And that was my vlog that day. And he actually, his dad worked for the CIA under Henry Kissinger. And Henry Kissinger brought his dad and his family to America. It's kind of a cool vlog. But you told me that it wasn't his real name. And I remember. Thanks for the support. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you're saying, I remember that you have a video talked about how to network on LinkedIn. Do you remember what is the name of that video? Thanks. Oh, my pleasure, please. Okay, good. Let's go there together. And I will show you, and this will help everybody. So read the book if you want. I just love sitting up like this. You can see Rush 1974 represent you here, but I'll find it for you, okay? This will help everybody on LinkedIn. Yeah. All right, so what you do is you go to... Okay, go to my vlog, okay? Just go to YouTube, search for Haroun Education Ventures. And then what you do is you just, you scroll down. By the way, if anybody's watching the webcast, I know you are all on, obviously, click like if you like it, if it's helpful. That'll help me, thanks. But scroll down, okay? And when you scroll down, you're going to get to here. This here is all 25 videos that were actually mentioned in my free networking book, okay? And you can watch them here, okay? And here's all the LinkedIn stuff. How to write a cover letter, how to improve your LinkedIn profile, how do you write great articles like a journalist does. I used to have my own column in Inc. magazine, and my editor taught me a lot of stuff. I had to throw this in too because I'm 7.5. This is on finishing your book. It just cracked me up anyway. Family Guy, pretty funny. And then here, I guess I should remove that. It's why you should post articles to Google+. And the reason why at that time, whatever, is because Google prefers indexed ones on their own website. Long story. Doesn't matter. How to start an interview. We had a question about that earlier too. Maybe someone will watch that. And this is about one of my Stanford students. This is the guy that started the Arab Spring. I can tell you the whole story if you want. The Egyptian guy is pretty cool. How to ace an interview, and then just what to bring to your interviews as well, and some experts from one of my complete job course. So anyway, hopefully that helps. If you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here forever. All right, how are we doing here? Dude, I think we're going to break the record. All right, we're now at 5 hours and 38 minutes nonstop in this call so far. No issues so far. This is good, man. Awesome. All right, what do we got next? So next up, we're going to break the record, dude. Week 23, we had just over 6 hours. Fuck it, man. Let's go 7 hours. Let's go 10 hours. Let's go all out. Let's do this. All right. Next up, but I'm missing the Will of D. He's usually on this call. He asks lots of questions. All right. So next up is Quendrum. Chris, really thank you for this option to talk to you. If you would live here in Germany, I would bake you some specialties from my home country as thank you. God bless you. God bless you more. Thank you. And hopefully, I don't know if you'll be in Berlin this fall when I come for the Udemy thing, but if you are, let's grab a coffee and I'll buy you a coffee. Thanks. But Tony, if you come and visit here, you have to actually physically bring me Tim Hortons, okay? Tim Hortons is Canadian's brand of coffee. They have 70% share there. It's amazing. They dominate. It's the best. I have seen Rounders. Yes. Great flick. No, I didn't tell them that we were not actors. And I understand that the Screen Actors Guild, if you told them you're not actors, there's some union thing, and they would have taken me out of the flick as well. Yeah. Okay, so Nikesh is saying, well, first of all, Nikesh, welcome. Welcome to the call. There's a guy, actually, I went to school with at McGill. His name was Nikesh. He was in the next room over, Nikesh Chowdhury. And, God, he was brilliant. I think he got into med school after 2 years of undergrad. Good dude. He was next door to me at Gardner Hall at McGill, yeah. All right, Nikesh is saying, I did my bachelor in public administration and I want to switch my career to an MBA in finance. I think I'm more interested in it. Hold on, let me scroll down for a second here, see if there's a follow-up to that. I don't think there is. Okay, yeah. Yeah, do whatever you're most passionate about, Nikesh. And if you want whatever, take my complete financial analyst training and investing course, as it will help you thoroughly understand finance in a way that's not taught in business school. And it'll also help you understand what it's like to work in many different finance roles. And so in my course, the complete financial analyst training course and investing course, it was a lot of fun. What I did actually was I set up a pretend company called Morgan Haroun Sachs. And you rotate through my company in different divisions. A lot of fun. Okay, and Mr. Unknown, the best way to send me your business model is here over the call. I'll look at it live here if you want me to. Food Bottom Mom, you're back. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad you're back. I'll tell you why. I used the F word about a month ago when you were on the call, and then you didn't ask a follow-up, and I thought it was because I used the F word, but I said it in a loving, funny way, so I'm glad you're here. Okay, I'm going to put the gun back in my drawer now. I'm just kidding about the gun, obviously. I don't believe in guns. All right, and your question is food boot to mom. Okay, maths and economics degree versus finance and banking. I mean, it's hard because finance and banking those are real skills you can use. Whereas math and economics, it's a little bit more generic. I don't know. I need a little bit more context. And I want you to follow your heart and do what you're most passionate about first and foremost always. But you'd have to provide me with a little bit more detail than that. And whatever is more fun to you as well is important, because if this is empty, this won't work. So, okay, it looks like, wow, I don't see any more questions. Or are there? Let me scroll down. Oh my God, there's no more questions. I thought there's tons more. Damn it, I thought we were going to break the record. Okay, good. Yeah, if you have questions, please enter them now. I'm going to show off now with my, there we go. How's that? Isn't that dope? I don't even have to look and it comes on and off. Stick with me, kids. You'll go far. All right, so if you have questions, please enter them now. Otherwise, we're going to wrap up the call. All right, so the next one here is from BW. Hi, Chris. Hey. How do you recommend finding co-founders for a startup? Is going solo a good idea, or is it better to have others in from the beginning? Thanks. Okay, so you got to first of all understand what area or skill set you have a gap in that you might need a founder to plug that gap for. So say you're Steve Jobs and you're a great marketing person, great salesperson, but you're not that techie. So you need to get a Steve Wozniak, who's a techie, to fill that gap. So understand what your limitations are, what your gaps are. And in terms of finding that person, it's tough. I recommend going to meetup.com, 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 and going to events where you live. You can search on the industry and the city and go to free events at meetup.com and networking that way to find people. And the last thing I'll say about that is I prefer to be a solopreneur, do it myself, only because you have full control. But I partnered in the past. And I remember my dad growing up. My dad he's very successful. He's amazing. I love him to death. He's like a father to me. But I remember my dad growing up, he used to ask me a lot about business, just share thoughts. And I loved it. It's the best damn education I ever got. Way better than an HBS degree, because 2/3 of HBS is BS. But I remember my dad growing up, I remember him saying sometimes it's lonely when you're running your own company. It is. I get lonely sometimes. So it depends what type of person you are. If you need to have people around you all the time, if you're that social person, I'm not like that. Sometimes I am, I don't know. Then maybe think about a partnership. Otherwise, if you like to control everything yourself, whatever, or live life in your own terms, then I would do it myself if I were you. But if there are certain gaps you have in your skill set that you need to make your company successful, then maybe you need to find your own Wozniak out there. Again, go to meetup.com and network that way at those events. And interestingly enough, Steve Jobs and Wozniak, they used to go to the Homebrew Computing Club. And that's where a lot of people first found out about their product. And so these meetup events, which are similar to Homebrew, except they're online, whatever, that's how you find out about them, then you meet in person. These meetup events are like a virtual version of Homebrew, so that you can actually meet potential customers. Okay, so Food Bottom Mom is saying, is the $1 trillion deficit under the Donald putting America on the road to financial ruin? No. No. I say that only because America's been running a deficit for decades now. Decades. And having a big debt to other countries or to other people is only a risk if those other people want their money back right now. Okay, so if I had a big bank loan from a bank, that's a risk because they could ask for that money back. However, with American debt, and this is very controversial what I'm going to say, but American debt is basically, a lot of it is China. China owns a lot of our debt, okay, in America. The mortgage on every house is basically, a lot of it is owned by the Chinese government because they invest in a lot of debt. And so America and China are joined at the hip right now. Okay, they're joined at the hip. Let me just turn that ask questions things off. They're joined at the hip. And so America is really too big to fail. And China really relies on the American consumer, right, for a lot of their products. And the Chinese government is really focused on making the Chinese economy self-sufficient, right, by focusing inward instead of focusing on being an export nation. And that's going to take a couple decades, maybe a few generations, until it actually happens. And the Chinese economy is going to pass the U.S. economy in terms of size by the year 2040. And the only way they can do that until then is to rely on the American consumer. And the American consumer is responsible for 2/3 of the American economy. That's a big deal. So the American GDP, or gross domestic product, which is basically another way to categorize America's revenue. America's revenue, or GDP, is about 25 to 30% of the world's GDP. China's reliant on America. And the American consumer, like you and I, we are 2/3 of the economy. Okay, big business is a lot smaller compared to us, the consumer. That's why a lot of people focus on consumer sentiment and American consumer sentiment. It tends to drive the world in many areas, whatever. So I think that, yeah, loans are bad, but it's a little bit different when it comes to countries. Now, if you were a second or third world country, people could call in their loans and that country could default. It's happened many, many times before. But when it comes to America and China being tied to each other at the hip, it's a different story. I know that's very controversial. Yeah. All right. And then Food Bottom Mom, if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Please put me on the spot. Just ask me anything. Please. This is fun for me. All right. Next up, we have got Jose Romero. Hey, Jose, how are you? I'm really bummed that, so our favorite baseball player, Jose Bautista, my son Matthew has him on his wall when he was a Blue Jay. He's still a free agent. I hope he plays this year. Anyway, I'm a baseball fan. All right, so Chris, I just want to let you know that I'm currently using the Excel template in your business plan model course on Udemy to create an educational proposal. Oh, great. For Salt Lake City Community College in Utah. Awesome. When it's done, I will share it with you and everybody during one of the Thursday calls. Thanks for all the great content. Thank you. And I'll go through in great detail and provide you with my humble thoughts. Thank you. Last time I was in Utah, I used to go to Utah every year to go to the annual Brain Share Novell event. Last time I went was 2004. I'm dating myself. But I remember I used to go to Snowbird. We used to go skiing there, which is amazing. The coolest thing there was that they had these cannons that would blow up snow in case, just to force an avalanche before people skied. Those, anyway, coolest thing I remembered. Another thing I remember is I made an absolute idiot of myself, dude. It was awful. I went to my buddy Brad's house. We worked together at Goldman, and I brought a bottle of wine to dinner. I didn't think twice. I made an idiot of myself as a housewarming gift. They were really nice though. It was fun. All right, next up I've got here is, thank you, Jose. I can't wait to see it. Please bring it. Thanks, dude. Mr. Unknown. My business plan is not 100% done. I am not finished with the complete business plan course. I'll send it to you when it's finished on the call next week. Awesome. Please do. And I'll go through in real time as much detail as you want. My humble thoughts and feedback on it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah. Make sure you share it with me in Excel format and in Microsoft Word format and PowerPoint format if you want as well, just through links here on the call. And I'll give you my humble thoughts. It'll be fun. I can't believe you're only 16, Mr. Unknown. It's amazing. I didn't even know what a business plan was when I was your age. Incredible. All right, next one is Eunice. Hey, Eunice, how are you? I'm starting a business. Can you please give me some advice on how to get valuable clients and what should I do while contacting them to offer my service? Yeah, so the first thing I recommend, Eunice, is just go to my website, which is harounventures.com, and download this book for free. It'll teach you how to network. It's 200 pages, and there's links to a couple hours of videos on YouTube as well. That'll teach you how to network and how to get meetings with anybody. It'll help out tremendously. And after you've done that, please let me know, what your feedback is from you actually setting up these meetings, and then we'll talk about the next step. So it looks like there's no more questions. All right. So let me just scroll down and make sure there's no more questions before I wrap up the call. I don't want to cut anybody off. All right, hold on 1 second. All right, that's it. Damn it. I thought we were going to make our 6 hours this week. It's 5 hours and 51 minutes. Okay, great. So I want to thank you all for your time. In the next couple of days, this entire call will be written up, so you can go to the description field and click on any question, and it'll take you, boom, right to the answer. So you don't have to watch the whole thing again. So I want to thank you all for your time. This was a lot of fun. We didn't break our record. Maybe we will next week or another week. We made it to 5 hours and 52 minutes, which is great. For those of you that have subscribed to my vlog, thank you, and I will see you mañana on my vlog. And for those of you that are not subscribed to my vlog, I will see you next week at the exact same time. Please click the like button if you thought this was helpful. Have an incredible weekend, and God bless, and thanks again.